Chapter 98. Shui Wangshu saw Feng Qianzhua shake his head. He smiled proudly and thought, some things are not something a cultivator like you who only wants to enjoy the rest of his life can understand. Feng Qianzhua's eyebrows slowly rose. He held the painting scroll and turned to walk towards the pavilion at the highest point of the Fire Virtue Hall. The Fire Virtue Hall had been built specifically to worship the Empress painting scroll. The pavilion at the top was taller than all the statues in the temple. The Zheng people of Jushan district did not have any objections to this. Because the Empress allowed them to have statues here, there were statues here. Because she allowed them to maintain the etiquette of the Zheng people, they could live like this. The Empress should be taller than all the statues here. That pavilion did not have a staircase to connect to the temple below. But as Feng Qianzhua walked higher and higher, there seemed to be an invisible ladder in the air that steadily supported his body. This scene was like a miracle to the ordinary people of Jushan district. So in their eyes, the Empress was naturally taller than all the statues here, and the old master of the Feng family was at least as tall as all the statues here. Realm 6 First Class, about the same as that old man Di Qingmai, and one door away from Realm 7. Even now, he still does not give up and wants to show off to me. Looking at Feng Qianzhua who was walking slowly and steadily in the air, Shui Wangshu smiled faintly. He means to say that there is only one door between us. But he comes from the Basin Kendo ground, and has the powerful sword skills and swords of the Basin Mountain. He may not lose to me. But even now, he is still trying to scare me. He probably does not know that my senior sect brother and I split the white goat spirit vein into 3 to reject the owner of the painting scroll in his hand. It is about time. Follow me closely. After smiling faintly, he looked seriously at Ding Ning next to him and warned softly, the situation may be chaotic. I do not want to come so far for you only to be cut by 2 swords. Ding Ning was looking up at Feng Qianzhua. Hearing Shui Wangshu's words, he shook his head and said, it is about time. But later, the one to attack first may be me, and not you. Shui Wangshu stilled. What do you mean? Ding Ning said expressionlessly, while I am not willing, it seems that someone has set their sights on me. Shui Wangshu looked around in shock. He finally understood Ding Ning's meaning and said softly, it should be Vital Energy Realm 3rd Class. Just like how I have one more door than Feng Qianzhua, the other has one more door than you. Do you have confidence? Ding Ning nodded and said, he is weaker than Su Qin. All the important people of Jushan district looked at Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning who were conversing softly. Their expressions grew more complicated and expectant. After presenting the painting, Feng Qianzhua floated down to the ground. This is all thanks to His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress. Of course, I cannot do nothing in coming to attend the ceremony. Feng Qianzhua, your sword has not been shown for a long time. My sword is about to rust. Why don't we use this chance to liven up the atmosphere with our swords? Shui Wangshu of White Goat Cave, please enlighten me. This time, Shui Wangshu remembered Ding Ning's words. The best debater was not to give the other time to react. So when Feng Qianzhua's feet touched the ground, he spoke. His voice was gentle but unusually clear. All the people of Jushan district gathered around the Fire Virtue Hall heard him clearly. Feng Qianzhua frowned slightly. He thought, how could this old thing not know what was good for him? Publicly making trouble at a time like this. Disregarding the fact that you may not win against me, even if you win by 1 or 2 moves, even if I return the Dingyang bead to you, will you have the fortune to enjoy it when you return to Changling? They came to challenge the old master of the Feng family. Didn't the Feng family say they were guests? The Feng family treated them with courtesy. Even if they want to challenge, they chose this time. The discussion grew louder. When Feng Qianzhua frowned and everyone saw his displeasure, curses rose like a tide. What status do you have? What are you? What right do you have to challenge the old master of the Feng family? Someone shouted from the crowd. What status? Shui Wangshu did not care and waited for Feng Qianzhua to speak. But at this time, Ding Ning's calm voice sounded. He is the cave master of White Goat Cave. The gates of White Goat Cave have a restriction steely bestowed by His Majesty. Usually, when the officials of Changling come to the gates of White Goat Cave, they must obtain his permission before entering. Only a cultivation place that has sent many cultivators to the Qin dynasty has such an honor. He is a sect master that His Majesty has recognized. You say that his status is less than someone who is not even a county governor and is just the master of a slightly prosperous family. You are looking down on His Majesty too much, aren't you? His voice was not loud. Yet when he spoke, the surroundings immediately became absolutely silent. The people who had just cursed felt endless terror and unconsciously retreated. They were already so fearful of the Empress, much less the high and mighty Yuanwu Emperor. In terms of arguing and using righteousness to suppress people, these mountain people are not a match for you. Shui Wangshu turned to look at Ding Ning and smiled. Then he looked at the silent Feng Qianzhua and said in a provocative tone, "Say something. Do you want these Zheng people to chase me away? Are you not afraid they will say more rebellious things? You really should not have come. You lost your life for a Dingyang bead." "This is not a good deal," Feng Qianzhua said coldly, slightly angered at these words. Shui Wangshu looked at him and shook his head seriously. "This is not just about the Dingyang bead. There is also the sword that landed on my senior sect brother. Without your sword, my senior sect brother may have broken through the door that you have not been able to step through." Feng Qianzhua's expression grew colder. He said with slight disdain, "Is Realm 7 so easy to enter? Much less a loser." Shui Wangshu looked coolly at him and said, "If we are not on the same page, it is pointless to speak. In the end, the sword will speak. You two are old. If you are injured from using the sword, it will not be good. Also, Shui likely came prepared. My grandfather has not used the sword for a long time. This is not fair to begin with." At this moment, a childish and cold voice sounded out, "Dueling with swords to gain more combat experience is something that we youths should do." Hearing this voice, Shui Wangshu turned to look at Feng Qinghan, who had a young face but a dark and cold gaze. He sighed softly with a thread of true sympathy. "This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere." Feng Qinghan felt that he had been underestimated. Anger rose. He puffed out his chest and said in a cold voice, "Shui, why are you so aggressive? I see that, Shui, you have also brought a young disciple. What do you think if I challenge him now?" Shui Wangshu thought of his previous conversation with Ding Ning and couldn't help but sigh. He thought, Feng Qianzhua's greatest mistake was not sending this precious grandson to Changling to study. If he had come to Changling and seen many young geniuses much stronger than him, Feng Qinghan would not be so arrogant right now. Thinking of this, he became happy. The more he looked at Ding Ning, the more pleasing he found him. Ding Ning slowly looked up. He did not have much interest in bullying Feng Qinghan. He had too many people to catch up to and too many things to do. He naturally did not care about the feelings of a youth. However, he was afraid of trouble. So he asked directly, "If I win, will you return the Dingyang bead to White Goat Cave?" Feng Qinghan's eyes lit up. He could not suppress his joy. He turned and bowed to Feng Qianzhua and said, "Grandfather, please allow it." Feng Qianzhua's brows still did not loosen. Just from the previous words and Ding Ning's calm expression, he felt that this Changling youth following Shui Wangshu was dangerous. But he could sense that this Changling youth was very thin and weak, and had not reached vital energy realm. Even if there was something special, even if Feng Qinghan really lost, this was just a victory between children. This seemed to be the best response right now. In fact, he even praised his beloved grandson from the bottom of his heart. Compared to the mediocrity of his 3 sons, this grandson was extraordinary. "Shui Wangshu, let my eldest grandson fight your disciple. If your disciple wins, I will give the Dingyang bead to you. But I have to make this clear. This Dingyang bead was won from your senior sect brother during a treasure hunt in the ruins of an ancient sect. It is not something that belongs to White Goat Cave." After Feng Qianzhua said this, he shouted to the people behind him, "Lizhu, bring that bead over." As he shouted, a beautiful woman quickly walked in front, took down a bead hanging from her neck and handed it to Feng Qianzhua. This was a snowy white bead the size of a longan. It flashed strangely like it was breathing and gave off light. Looking at this bead, Feng Qinghan laughed so hard his eyes narrowed. He turned around and looked at Ding Ning, who was still standing behind Shui Wangshu. He said mockingly, Do not hide behind other people. If you win against me, this bead is White Goat Caves. Many of the important people of Jushan district who were sitting on mahogany chairs looked with schadenfreude at Xue Wangshu and Ding Ning. They felt that this time, Xue Wangshu and Ding Ning had been checkmated and could not come down. Yet to everyone's surprise, Ding Ning did not waste words. He calmly took a few steps forward in front of Xue Wangshu. Then he pulled out his sword and said, "Please." Chapter 99. Xue Wangshu couldn't help but shake his head. Everything was developing as Ding Ning had just now said. As expected, he was following behind Ding Ning. Sometimes, he could not understand Ding Ning's meticulous observation and judgment, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Because this ability, in addition to talent, often came from experience in life. Ding Ning held his sword across his chest. Many whispers reached his ears. They were mocking him for holding a remnant sword. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Feng Qianzhua's expression did not change. His heart grew colder. He had truly lived like a prince for too long. He didn't even recognize this sword anymore. Feng Qinghan's gaze landed on Ding Ning's remnant sword. Even Feng Qianzhua did not recognize the last flower sword that had changed in appearance due to its fracture. He, who had not been born when the Basin Kendo ground changed, naturally could not recognize this sword. He looked at the uneven fracture and fine cracks on the sword in Ding Ning's hand, and more disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. With a soft hiss, he pulled out his sword. The sword that appeared in his hand was about 3 feet long and unusually thin. In the center of the white blade, a black seal line stretched from the hilt to the edge. It was like an ink line drawn on a sword-shaped piece of white paper. Ding Ning's brows slowly furrowed. He recognized this sword. This was the painting sword of the Basin Kendo ground. In the former Basin Kendo ground, only the most noble people were worthy of possessing this sword. Now, such a sword had appeared in Feng Qinghan's hand. Seeing Ding Ning's frown, Feng Qinghan's eyes grew smug. He thought that Ding Ning felt great pressure because of the sword in his hand. However, his movements did not stop for long. "Please." His mocking voice had just sounded when he turned into an afterimage, cutting across a distance of several meters. There was a loud bang. The swords in his and Ding Ning's hands had already collided. Countless sharp sword edges flew out in all directions, and 2 semicircular arcs of light appeared between the two of them. Between the arcs of light, there were many flower-like stars surging, blooming with their own power. This stalemate only lasted for a short moment. In less than a breath's time, Feng Qinghan's figure paused slightly. The painting sword in his hand was still swinging forward. A layer of sword light constantly surged on the sword like flowing water. However, the light in front of Ding Ning had completely shattered. The sleeve of his right hand that held the sword had already been torn by the sword qi. He retreated in distress. His feet stepped on the stone pavement one after another, and the soles of his shoes gave off cracking sounds. Feng Qianzhua's expression relaxed slightly and he exhaled softly. This first test proved that while this Changling youth was skilled in swordsmanship, in terms of power, there was a great disparity between him and Feng Qinghan. The nobility of Jushan district sitting on the mahogany chairs had even greater disdain in their eyes. This was the great difference between energy refinement realm and vital energy realm. The ordinary people of Jushan district were still in shock from the collision of the swords. They could not imagine that Feng Qinghan and Ding Ning's small bodies contained such terrifying power, but no matter what, the other had been sent flying by the young master of the Feng family. Clearly, he was not a match. For a moment, cheers and applause rose from all directions. Looking at Ding Ning, who still had not steadied himself, Feng Qinghan had even more disdain on his face. Yet, he did not continue to attack. His eyes narrowed slightly. Vital energy slowly flowed out of his hand and through the ink line on the paper-white sword. He focused and slashed at the air between him and Ding Ning. The white sword shadow slashed through the air. However, a black sword aura stopped in the air, not moving at all. Suddenly, a black line appeared in the cold air. Seeing this black line, many of the nobility of Jushan district started to breathe faster and their gazes grew cold. This was clearly a seal line. Everyone in Jushan district knew that Feng Qinghan was a talented cultivator, but no one had known that he mainly cultivated the sword seal path. Using sword qi to draw talismans, every sword qi was a talisman line. In the end, they would form various complete talismans, which would be able to gather even more heaven and earth yuan qi and release even more power. This was a method of dual cultivation of the sword and seal. It was also a very difficult method to master. Even if it was just drawing, it was much more difficult to draw in the empty air than on yellow paper. Also, there could not be any deviation. Otherwise, the seal lines would not be able to resonate with the primal energies of the universe. Feng Qinghan's cultivation was higher than this Changling youth. Now that he showed such astounding swordsmanship, what chance did this Changling youth have to win? Feng Qinghan's expression was slightly disdainful, but his gaze was focused. He swung his sword again, and another black seal line appeared in the air in front of him. The two seal lines did not cross, but there was an inexplicable reaction between them. Black smoke appeared. Ding Ning finally stopped retreating. His right sleeve was in tatters, and there were even bloody marks on the back of his hand. But to everyone's puzzlement, he still had no fear on his face, and was still calm. Looking at the two seal lines that started to give off black smoke in the air, the broken sword in his right hand steadily swung forward. The inky green sword seemed to move like the sword move he had made in front of Xue Wangshu in the carriage. As the inky green sword moved quickly, multiple white seal lines appeared in the air in front of him. All of the nobility of Jushan district who had thought that Ding Ning had no chance of winning stilled. Feng Qianzhua's expression froze, and his pupils contracted. This was clearly the sword seal path. Feng Qinghan immediately saw the multiple white seal lines. A strong feeling of disbelief filled his body. He mainly cultivated this kind of sword move, and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate both sword and seal. He had started to draw seals when he was 3 years old, and started to wield a sword when he was 6. He only had some success half a year ago, but this Changling youth, who was about the same age as him, was also able to use this move. He seemed to be more skilled than him, and his sword move was faster. Ding Ning's expression did not change. The remnant sword in his hand continued to move smoothly through the air. In the span of a breath, more than a dozen white seal lines appeared in front of him. These dozen or so white talisman lines intersected with the previous talisman lines in the air, forming a square talisman. Kai! A cracking sound was heard. In the next moment, this seal suddenly collapsed, but cold energy gathered in front of him at an unimaginable speed. Thousands of pear trees bloomed in the air. Countless white ice flowers connected together to form ice trees that pressed down on Feng Qinghan. Feng Qinghan's face paled slightly. With a shout, he swung his painting sword several times. As multiple black seal lines appeared, the sword seal in front of him finally formed. With a loud bang, a cloud of black smoke rushed out like a dragon. There seemed to be countless black bats rampaging inside, hissing and howling. The exceptionally beautiful ice tree was instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards that splashed backward. The same sword seal path, but due to the difference in cultivation, there was a clear difference in power. Yet no one in Jushan district cheered. Because Ding Ning's sword move was very fast. Other than accuracy, the key to the sword seal path was speed. In this short period of time, another patch of white sword light appeared in front of Ding Ning. A square white sword seal had formed again. The glowing ice shards that were flying backwards in front of him were stopped in the air by a new power and then quickly turned into fine ice crystals. An even greater power exploded forward. These ice crystals and the new ice trees gathered together and pushed forward. There was a strange shout. Feng Qinghan retreated quickly. His painting sword continuously slashed forward. The dragon-like black smoke lost its power. Countless sharp ice shards pierced through the black smoke and shot out. The ice shards collided with his painting sword and gave off ear-splitting sounds. As he retreated, countless ice shards fell to the ground in front of him. His hair and robes were also covered in snow-white ice shards that were beginning to melt. Ding Ning was still calm. He started to move forward. In Feng Qinghan's line of sight, his figure emerged from the scattered ink dragon, bringing with him a brand new sword seal. The white sword talisman was between shapeless and tangible. It gave everyone the feeling that it was a white square seal. Ding Ning lifted it up with the tip of his sword and smashed it towards Feng Qinghan. Feng Qinghan screamed again. His vital energy surged out of his body and into the ink line on the white sword. At the tip of the sword, a black ball of light rapidly expanded and formed a black pool of ink. There was a loud explosion. The power of the white sword seal was shattered. Feng Qinghan's retreating figure immediately stopped. Yet what made him grit his teeth and feel a thread of helplessness was that he saw Ding Ning's figure also stop. Another white sword seal had formed in front of Ding Ning. They were both using the sword seal path, but the other's sword move was so fast that he did not even have a chance to use the sword seal path. All of the important people of Jushan district sitting on the red wooden chairs had ugly expressions. Have you ever seen a cultivator of this age who can use the sword seal path so well? If I am not wrong, this should be the White Goat Ice River Sword Seal Manual of White Goat Cave. The difficulty of this sword manual is no less than Feng Qinghan's BA Mountain Ink Dragon Seal Sword Manual, one of the important people said coldly to a person next to him. Previously, this Changling youth was calm. I saw that he was extraordinary, but I had not expected him to be so extraordinary. In the history books, it is rare to see someone who can use the sword seal path so well at such an age. That person took a deep breath and said gravely, his cultivation is a realm lower than the others, but after being beaten like this, he can admit defeat. While everyone in Jushan district hoped that Feng Qinghan could win, the conversation between these two people could represent the feelings of most of the important people. But Feng Qinghan was not willing to accept this. He did not want to admit defeat. I had not expected you to have such strength, but from the start, I did not want to defeat you, but cripple you. He glared viciously at Ding Ning and said coldly inside. A hint of cruelty and viciousness appeared at the corners of his mouth. As he channeled his vital energy into the painting sword again, his left hand moved slightly. A purple gold talisman slid out of his sleeve and landed in his left hand. Chapter 100. Ding Ning, who dared to assassinate Song Shinshu alone right after entering Energy Refinement Realm, naturally had extraordinary combat experience. But when Feng Qinghan's gaze became slightly strange, and before the purple gold seal appeared in Feng Qinghan's hand, he sensed danger. Without the slightest pause, his body once again leaped backwards. The remnant sword in his hand drew seal lines in front of him again. But compared to before, he drew seal lines at an astounding speed. His physical energy flowed out even faster. The rapid flow of physical energy even cracked his fingernails and caused them to bleed. Two sword seals formed at the same time in front of him. There was a loud explosion. Unlike the previous sword talismans, when the two sword talismans exploded, they did not condense icy cold yuan qi. Instead, they exploded into two balls of dense green yuan qi. There seemed to be two green mountains rising and closing in front of him. All of the Jushan district cultivators watching the battle had grave expressions. No matter what kind of sword seal manual it was, there could not be only one sword move, or only one kind of seal. But the more sword seals one could draw, the further one could go on the sword seal path. Previously, Feng Qinghan's skill in sword seal path, compared to Ding Ning's display of turning two sword seals into green mountains, was like the difference between a toddler learning to walk and an adult who could run. Feng Qinghan knew that he had greatly underestimated the strength of this Changling youth behind Shui Wangshu, but he did not care at this time. Following his shout, an extremely powerful talisman intent suddenly burst forth from his left hand, enveloping an area of more than 30 meters around him. All of the air in this area froze and vibrated strangely. Even the heavy kitchen god statue behind him began to tremble, as if in fear of this power. Shui Wangshu's eyes narrowed slightly, his brows cold as though there was a layer of transparent ice flashing. The purple gold seal flew out of Feng Qinghan's hand. The golden seal lines on the purple seal seemed to be some kind of strange being that flew out of the seal and quickly spread towards the space in front of them. In the next moment, amidst the shocked exclamations of countless people, every tiny golden talisman line grew in size and turned into true golden lightning. Amidst the rising purple energy, the arm-thick golden lightning twisted together. The terrifying presence at the front was like an enormous python with its mouth wide open. Along the way, crackling sounds could be heard as countless charred marks were instantly left on the stone path by the dispersing lightning. The two green mountains could not stop this wild seal essence. When they touched the lightning at the front, they were about to collapse. Ding Ning appeared somewhat lonely as he stood in the middle of the lightning storm, in front of the chaotic primal energies of the universe. Facing the lightning that was many times larger than his body, his expression was complicated. There was sadness, anger, but no fear could be seen. His sword steadily and quickly cut through the air in front of him. The moment the lightning and the two green mountains touched, he turned into a square sword seal. The white sword talisman spread forward, and between the two green mountains, a flowing river instantly appeared. A muffled sound reverberated. Multiple seal essences finally connected and fiercely collided. The two green mountains collapsed. The rushing river flowed backwards, but the lightning python was still moving forward. Dazzling bolts of lightning passed through the mist and water. They reflected more light, and had the presence of a serpent turning into a serpent. Feng Qinghan's eyes showed even more pleasure. His body flew up and followed closely behind. The shattered green primordial chi, the surging water vapor, and the water that had been heated by the thunderfire all rushed backwards. All kinds of presences were squeezed together by an invisible hand and charged towards Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's body was sent flying backwards. His outer robes were torn by all kinds of powers and gave off tearing sounds. But his sword-wielding right hand was still extremely steady. In this moment, he turned into a sword seal again. Many of the important people of Jushan district changed expressions. Ding Ning's performance caused his sword seal to carry an unyielding presence of sailing against the current. A patch of grey primal energies of the universe landed on the flowing river. It was like a lone sail in the sky going against the current. The dazzling lightning and wild seal essences continued to move forward. The enormous waves threw up this lone sail and tore it apart. Ding Ning's expression was still absolutely calm. Sensing the direction of those lightning bolts, his eyes suddenly lit up, as bright as the stars. His physical energy furiously flooded into the last flower remnant sword in his hand, into every tiny seal script, and into every tiny crack. He did not draw any more seals. Instead, as countless small white flowers bloomed on the sword, he threw the last flower sword forward. The sword suddenly spread apart. Countless sword threads stretched out like they had when they had pierced Su Qin's left hand. In this moment, looking at these flowers filled with an aura of doom, and feeling Ding Ning's final throw, Feng Qianzhua finally thought of something. His face suddenly turned snow-white, and great fear surged in his body. The remnant sword with the flowers pierced the enormous waves. This was a sword without any support. Yet this sword was not meant to block, but to guide. Good. Sensing the exquisiteness of this sword essence, even the slightly nervous Shui Wangshu could not help but pat his thigh and cheer loudly. The important people of Jushan district on the red wooden chairs all exclaimed in disbelief. Many of them could not help but stand up. The spreading sword threads and the bolts of lightning touched. Almost all of the lightning flowed along the sword threads into the sword hilt, and then surged out of the sword hilt to form an even brighter wave. Yet the direction of the lightning completely changed. This bright streak of lightning rushed out of the water and into the sky at a slanted angle. There was a loud rumble. As this lightning exploded in the air, the surging waves hit Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's body retreated, a thread of blood coming out of his mouth. Enough. However, he looked at Feng Qinghan, who was moving along with the flow of the water, and shouted angrily. Feng Qinghan heard his shout, but at this time, he did not hear the strong warning and threat in Ding Ning's shout. He only saw the last flower sword flashing with lightning as it fell. He only saw that Ding Ning was wounded and had no sword in his hand. So he did not pause at all, and unhesitatingly stabbed at Ding Ning. Black sword energy once again appeared in front of the painting sword. Ding Ning's expression became absolutely calm again. He had no other choice. Even if it was him, he would have to use all of his power to break Feng Qinghan's sword. Since he had no choice, he did not consider the consequences or anything else. He reached out with his right hand, and his fingers formed a sword. His right hand's fingernails had all cracked and bled. At this time, his physical energy surged out without reservation. The blood followed the physical energy and a blood sword seemed to appear in his hand. Physical energy and blood did not have much power, and could not match the sharp and tough painting sword. But at this time, Feng Chenjue, who had not completely woken up from his memories, was startled awake. He opened his mouth but did not have time to shout. Many seal lines appeared in front of Ding Ning again. Many blood-red seal lines. Feng Qinghan, whose young face had been filled with cruelty, suddenly stopped breathing and his body quickly stiffened. He did not have the time to react. The blood-red seal lines started to burn in front of him. Large amounts of burning primal energies of the universe contracted rapidly. It was as if a setting sun had appeared on the surface of the river with a lone sail and a distant shadow. There was a loud boom. The setting sun and his sword tip collided and immediately shattered into countless blood-red lines of fire. Ah! The moment the blood-red lines of fire pierced his skin, this young master of the Feng family who had wanted to cripple Ding Ning from the start felt terror and gave a shrill scream. Pew 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 pew. The sound of air being penetrated came out of his body. Countless thin lines of fire immediately penetrated his body, carrying small streams of blood as they passed through his body and sprayed onto the stone path behind him. Grandfather, before his body hit the ground, Feng Qinghan felt as though everything in his body had been penetrated. His organs, his marrow, his energy sea, his jade palace. In this moment, he was like a true child. He turned helplessly to look at Feng Chenjue. After a shrill cry, he fainted completely. Qinghan. Before most people could react, Feng Chenjue gave an indescribable scream. He dashed out like a mad tiger and caught Feng Qinghan, who had completely fainted. What sword art is this? Using vital energy and blood as a line, he uses a sword. Even if he can be saved, I fear he won't be able to get out of bed after such an attack. The young master of the Feng family was, at this time, all the spectators in Jushan district finally realized what had happened. The shock that followed made most of the people feel cold and numb. Feng Chenjue's face, which was usually gentle and kind like a Buddha, was now extremely distorted. Yet to everyone's surprise, Ding Ning calmly took a few steps forward and picked up his last flower remnant sword that had fallen to the ground. With a boom, it was like a clap of thunder. A spinning wall of wind suddenly appeared around Feng Chenjue. His hair danced like snakes and endless murderousness spread. Shui Wangshu frowned slightly. He took a step forward and came in front of Ding Ning who had picked up the sword. Then he looked coolly at the crazed Feng Chenjue and said, "You should know, he asked for it." Asked for it. Ha ha ha. Feng Chenjue suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Take my sword. In the next moment, he gave an earth-shaking roar. Chapter 101. Everyone could understand Feng Chenjue's feelings right now. Yet at this time, a calm voice sounded behind Shui Wangshu. Where is the Dingyang bead? Everyone's gaze once again gathered on Ding Ning. Everyone knew that it was him who had said this, and what he meant. Previously, Feng Chenjue had promised that if he could defeat Feng Chenjue, the Dingyang bead would belong to White Goat Cave. Based on this agreement, Feng Chenjue had to hand over the Dingyang bead. Yet, in this situation, it was inappropriate to ask for the Dingyang bead so calmly. Dingyang bead? Feng Chenjue laughed in anger. He looked at Feng Qinghan in his hand and said, "Is my grandson's cultivation and life less than a Dingyang bead?" Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "Dingyang bead." All the nobility of Jushan district present were speechless. Ding Ning only said these 3 words, and from his expression, this was a matter of course. Feng Chenjue was right to give the Dingyang bead, and Feng Qinghan's cultivation and life were less than the Dingyang bead. Feng Chenjue's eyes were so angry they seemed to burn. Dingyang bead. Ding Ning looked fearlessly at him and repeated calmly. This was like a child stubbornly asking for candy, but Feng Chenjue felt great disdain and coldness. He handed the blooded Feng Qinghan to his crying family members who had gathered around him and spread his left hand. The snowy white Dingyang bead flew out of his hand and slowly landed towards Ding Ning. It did not carry any great power, but his expression turned completely cold. Even if I give it to you, can you use it? His murderous gaze swept across Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu's bodies as he said in a cold voice. Ding Ning caught the snowy white Dingyang bead. Then he did something that no one had expected. He took out his water sack, rinsed the Dingyang bead, and then calmly swallowed the Dingyang bead. All the nobility of Jushan district present sank into silence and shock. Ding Ning didn't even say a word this time. But his actions were like a slap to Feng Chenjue's face. He used his actions to tell Feng Chenjue that even if he and Shui Wangshu died here, he would use the Dingyang bead. Even more shocking was that after swallowing the Dingyang bead, Ding Ning closed his eyes and sat down on a rock behind Shui Wangshu. He did not seem to want to care about what was happening around him and started to refine the Dingyang bead. Seeing Ding Ning act like this and hearing the cries behind him, Feng Chenjue knew he had to be calm, but his hand still uncontrollably trembled. He took a deep breath and reached out his hand. The steward of the Feng family, Feng Futang, who had been praised by Shui Wangshu as a talker, was standing behind him with a pale face and a long sword in a black scabbard. Seeing Feng Chenjue's hand reach towards him, his hands uncontrollably trembled. Seeing this, Shui Wangshu waited calmly. Feng Chenjue did not take the sword from the steward. His hand landed on the hilt of the black scabbard sword and started to pull it out. This was a clear indication of his attitude. The hilt of the black scabbard sword was black gold. However, when the long sword was slowly pulled out, it was as if a rainbow was blooming in the field. Many people's bodies were covered in rainbow-colored light. The blade of this long sword was actually made of colored glass, and it was actually 7-colored. Shui Wangshu's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as though he had finally found the answer to a question he had been perplexing for a long time. He softly murmured to himself, "So it is this sword." The Basin Kendo ground had once been the strongest place to cultivate the sword in the Qin dynasty. Naturally, it had countless powerful sword manuals and famed swords. The group of people who had survived the Basin Kendo ground had received many sword manuals and famed swords. In the past, when Feng Chenjue defeated Du Qingjiao and took the Dingyang bead, he had used his life-bond sword and not the famed swords of the Basin Kendo ground. Now, the question of what kind of sword Feng Chenjue had chosen from the swords of the Basin Mountains was finally answered. Of all the famed swords of the Basin Kendo ground, only one was this rainbow. This sword was called the 7 Treasure Glass Sword, also known as the Buddha Light Demon Subduing Sword. Following the appearance of this sword, a huge aura spread out continuously. All the people who were closer to them felt the danger and unconsciously retreated. Even the statue of the kitchen god was moved away. Only Feng Chenjue, Shui Wangshu, and Ding Ning were left in the open space in front of the Fire Virtue Hall. The rainbow light grew brighter and brighter, and finally turned into rings of Buddha light in Feng Chenjue's hand. Inexplicable primal energies of the universe gathered in these rings of Buddha light. They surrounded Feng Chenjue's body and gradually formed an enormous Buddha shrine. In contrast, Feng Chenjue's body seemed to grow and become a venerable with rainbow light. Within the rings of Buddha light, Feng Chenjue was dazed for a moment. He felt this was absurd. After so many years, that sword that should not have existed in the world had reappeared in front of him because of the revenge of a little white goat cave. After so many years, he still had to use this sword to fight to the death. Yet this was only a brief moment. The stray thoughts in his mind were washed away by the Buddha light and turned into pure murderousness. His wrist flipped, and the sword giving off astounding Buddha light stabbed towards Shui Wangshu. As he stabbed, the rings of Buddha light appeared. Circles of Buddhist light overlapped and alternated. It was as if turbid waves had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. A wild wind rose from the ground. Many of the ordinary citizens of Jushan district in front of him were unable to stand and were blown backwards. Shui Wangshu's snow-white hair was blown straight back by the wild wind. Yet, facing such wild winds and the surging turbid waves, he shook his head and sighed emotionally. In the end, my spirit is not enough. Using the turbid wave sword manual with the 7 treasures glass sword, the power is more than enough, but it lacks some charm. If my spirit is enough, I would have changed to some Zen sword manuals to cultivate again. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Why not give up my attainments in the turbid wave sword? As he sighed, he reached out towards the turbid waves in front of him. Originally, he had been using the sect master sword of White Goat Cave. At this time, he had given the sect master sword to Li Daoji. He did not have any other swords on him, so he could only use his lifebond sword. What kind of sword was Xue Wangshu's lifebond sword? Ding Ning was also very curious. So he, who had been working hard to refine the Dingyang bead, opened his eyes. An unusually calm presence came from Xue Wangshu's palm. There was no dazzling light, only the most simple color, like the most ordinary stone on the road. The lifebond sword that appeared in Xue Wangshu's hand was like a small sword made from the most ordinary stone. Yet all the cultivators of Jushan district felt an unusually dangerous presence. At this moment, layers of stone skin peeled off from the small sword's body. Every tiny piece of rock flew forward like a huge rock, slapping towards the monstrous turbid waves. The sword body that was exposed from the inside was radiating an unimaginable light. The light was so dazzling that no one could see its color clearly. It even made people feel that the sword inside had no substance and was completely formed by the dazzling light. Yet everyone knew that this sword did exist. So everyone started to react. This sword had been hidden for too long. It was like a peerless sword buried in the earth. The dust around the sword had formed stone. Yet today, this peerless sword finally showed its edge again. The Buddhist light appeared dim in front of the light of this sword. Feng Qianzhua also felt the suffocating pressure. He gave a low growl, and the sword in his hand slashed 72 times into the air in front of him. 72 waves suddenly appeared in the Buddhist light, and immediately shattered all the stone that flew over. At this time, all the stone on Xue Wangshu's lifebond sword fell off. Under the blinding and white light, his entire body seemed to be carved from white jade. He did not make any extra movements. He simply stabbed forward like the streets of Changling. There was a loud boom. The sound came from the distant world. Above his head, an invisible mountain suddenly appeared. It rapidly shrank and surged into the intrinsic sword in his hand. At the same time, almost all of his vital energy and the primal energies of the universe accumulated in his body surged out of his body and into his lifebond sword. He could only use such a powerful sword move once at most. But this was what he wanted. He did not want to be entangled, and just wanted to decide victory with one blow. He only poured out all of his sword intent and power into this sword. The Buddhist light was extinguished. The turbid waves collapse. Feng Qianzhua was filled with disbelief as he watched the resplendent swordlight stab towards him. He could not imagine that Xue Wangshu could make such a powerful blow. He was unwilling to be defeated by this sword just like that. An endless fire was burning in his eyes as he let out a shrill cry. The circle of Buddhist light emanating from the 7 treasures glazed sword in his hand suddenly changed, turning into countless colorful sword beams that bloomed in front of him. In a flash, it seemed like thousands of swords were stabbing towards Xue Wangshu. It was impossible to see which sword was the true 7 treasures glass sword. Yet Xue Wangshu just smiled faintly. His sword move did not change at all, and continued to advance in a straight line. All of the 7 colored sword lights immediately disappeared. Feng Qianzhua's howl turned into a wail as he retreated. Blood sprayed out of his abdomen. His body bounced off the stone path, leaving behind a long trail of blood. He did not stop until he hit the steps in front of the Fire Virtue Hall. Chapter 102. There were no words to describe Xue Wangshu's simple attack. With one attack, thousands of rainbow glass swords were destroyed. Feng Qianzhua leaned against the steps and covered his bleeding abdomen. He shouted in shock and anger, "Why?" Most people had not recovered from the shock of just now. They did not understand what Feng Qianzhua meant by his question. But Xue Wangshu knew. He looked with slight disdain and sympathy at Feng Qianzhua. He said coolly, "For someone like you, even if you use a suicidal sword move, you lack some presence and true meaning." Waves of gasps and sharp inhales sounded. Hearing Xue Wangshu's words, many of the important people of Jushan district started to understand what had happened just now. From the start, Shui Wangshu did not want to tangle with Feng Chenjue too much. The Basin Kendo ground sword manual had many profound changes that outsiders did not know of. So he had only attacked once. This was a blow that his life-bond sword had accumulated power for many years. None of Feng Chenjue's sword moves could be stopped, so he used the Seven Treasures glazed sword to shake out thousands of swords, using offense to counter offense. Yet Shui Wangshu did not change his sword moves at all. Feng Chenjue did not dare to die together with Shui Wangshu. It could even be said that from the start, Shui Wangshu had felt that Feng Chenjue's sword essence was missing something. Feng Chenjue did not want to die, so he could only lose. Feng Chenjue clutched his abdomen as blood flowed between his fingers. He felt the great pain in his abdomen and that terrifying sword essence. Thinking of how his peace had been broken by this blow, he finally laughed crazily. You won, but you think you can safely leave Jushan district? Just now, you used up almost all of your vital energy in that blow. Kill him. Kill them. Do not let them go. As Feng Chenjue's harsh laughter sounded, angry shouts came from the crowd that blocked every street. Ding Ning's expression was still calm. He looked up at the sky and saw many black crows circling below the white clouds and above the eaves. With a clang, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes had pulled out his sword and charged. His face was very similar to Feng Chenjue. He should be one of Feng Chenjue's nephews. The crimson long sword in his hand emitted many blazing flames, which looked like dancing fire snakes. But facing this sword, Shui Wangshu just slowly bent down. He picked up a long bamboo broom by the side. Then, he simply used the bamboo broom to stab out like a sword. The front end of the broom started to burn. The man in brocade robes wanted to swing his sword and cut down the burning broom, but for some reason, he could not touch it, as if there was a strange time difference. The burning bamboo broom stabbed into his chest. With a pop, the flames went out. Many small bamboo branches that had been half-burned stabbed into his flesh and were pushed out by the blood and energy flowing out of his body. The man in brocade robes stood in disbelief. His sword futilely reached forward, but it was still several feet away from Shui Wangshu's body. In the next moment, he dazedly lowered his head and looked at the long handle of the broom pressed against his chest. Then he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Several more people roared and rushed forward. Shui Wangshu stood where he was and stabbed several more times. Blood gushed out of these people's chests as they screamed and fell to the ground. The broom handle was still a broom handle, just an ordinary long bamboo pole. However, because the small bamboo branches at the front had already scattered, the very front died in a layer of blood. Under the friction between flesh and bone, it already gained a bit of sharpness. So right now, in Shui Wangshu's hands, this ordinary long bamboo pole was like an exceptionally long bamboo sword. The surroundings quickly quieted. Seeing the cultivators fall into pools of blood after Shui Wangshu's simple stab, many of the important people of Jushan district who had been prepared to attack sat back down with pale faces. In the few stabs just now, Shui Wangshu had not used any vital energy. He was just using this method to tell everyone that even if he did not use vital energy, there was still a great disparity in the understanding and power of the sword between Realm 7 cultivators and ordinary cultivators and martial artists. In order to kill a cultivator above Realm 7, one had to use a large army, or many Realm 5 and 6 cultivators to fight. In the present Jushan district, if they forced Shui Wangshu to stay, how many people would die? I may die. Everyone will die. Shui Wangshu casually lowered the long bamboo pole dripping with blood. He looked coolly at Feng Chenjue, who was surrounded by people, and said, "But I can guarantee that I will kill you before I die." Because of pain and anger, Feng Chenjue's entire body trembled. Yet he started to realize that Shui Wangshu spoke the truth. Just now, he understood that his understanding of the sword was nothing compared to Shui Wangshu. If he did not have the famed sword of the Basin Kendo ground, he would have lost even more miserably. You go too far. He did not know how to respond, so he shouted in anger. Shui Wangshu smiled faintly. From the start, he had said to Feng Chenjue that it was useless to speak when they did not agree. In the end, the sword had to speak. If he had not felt good when he had pierced through the roiling waves, he would not have said a word after defeating Feng Chenjue. so he did not want to say anything at this time. He turned and motioned for Ding Ning to follow him. Ding Ning turned and followed closely behind him. But at the same time, he said calmly, "How did we go too far? From the start, we just wanted to return to Dingyang Bead. You set the rules. When you were shouting and cursing, we did not even say a word. In the Qin dynasty, there are countless fair duels with predetermined conditions. But there are few places like Zhoushan district, where you do not admit defeat after losing and want to kill us all here, in the Qin dynasty. Do you not feel ashamed? And your Feng family?" After a slight pause, Ding Ning did not turn around. He followed Shui Wangshu through the parting crowd and said calmly, "Originally, a matter that could have been resolved in a fair duel in front of the temple fair. But you used the Empress painting to threaten. In the end, you lost, and wanted to incite all of Zhoushan district to try and kill a Realm 7 cultivator. Even if the Feng family does not admit this, if this matter spreads, what do you think the officials of Changling will think? Will they feel that the Feng family did well?" Hearing Ding Ning's calm and cold words, and thinking carefully about the words, Feng Qianzhua's body grew colder and more terrified. In the end, his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Watching Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu disappear from his sight, he gave a desperate bestial howl. The crowd parted in front of Shui Wangshu like the ocean opening a path. "How do you feel?" Ding Ning, who was following Shui Wangshu like a shadow, looked at the Zhoushan district people with complicated expressions and asked Shui Wangshu softly. Shui Wangshu turned to look at him and laughed like a child. He said, "I feel very good." Then he asked Ding Ning in response, "How do you feel?" Ding Ning answered seriously, "I also feel very good." Shui Wangshu said, "I do not mean that. I am asking you how you feel after swallowing the Dingyang bead." Feeling the pure medicinal power of the Dingyang bead slowly released in his body, Ding Ning's expression grew serious. Other than the legendary Yu Emperor who had left behind this method, no one knew the secrets of the 9-death silkworm. Even for him who had cultivated the 9-death silkworm, some of the characteristics of this method could only be detected by him as his cultivation progressed. The moment he swallowed the Dingyang bead, he found that he had overlooked a fact. It was not just the pills that directly affected physical energy and vital energy that could help him cultivate faster. This kind of pill that nourished the body and organs could also help him cultivate faster. Because the 9-death silkworm's greatest weakness was that it used up too much of its energies. The 9-death silkworm used up its energies quickly, but it had to control its cultivation speed in order to not let its organs fail too quickly. Pills that nourished the organs and nourished the body could allow the body to consume more energies to cultivate when the organs failed at the same rate. Simply speaking, the 9-death silkworm could cultivate faster, but his organs were not strong enough and could not withstand a faster speed. So he did not need spirit medicines that directly affected physical energy and vital energy. As long as it was a nourishing pill that could strengthen the organs, he could cultivate faster in the future. Not only did the medicinal power of this beauty-nourishing pearl make him feel as if he had been injected with a lot of new life, but to him, it also gave him some epiphanies and reminders during his cultivation. "I feel very good." So he looked seriously at Shui Wangshu and said, "At least, I can win a few years of time." Shui Wangshu did not know what Ding Ning was truly thinking, but he could feel Ding Ning's sincere gratitude. This made him even more satisfied. He stroked his little white beard and said with a satisfied smile, "That's good." Looking at the satisfied smile on Shui Wangshu's face, Ding Ning's heart filled with grievances and killing intent was filled with a kind of warmth. He thought of Zhongsun Qianxue, the old woman in the fish market. He thought that other than those two, he had never spent so much time with a person in Changling. Thinking that this white-haired old man did not have much time left, his heart softened. He suggested softly, "Since this is the case, do you want to go drink? Do you want me to find a girl to accompany you?" Shui Wangshu suddenly turned his head and looked in disbelief at him. He pulled off several more strands of his beard. "Are you joking?" Chapter 103. You don't like women? In the carriage, Ding Ning looked suspiciously at Shui Wangshu. "Or is there a problem with your body? What does a child know?" Seeing Ding Ning still tirelessly discussing this problem with him, Shui Wangshu was slightly annoyed. Ding Ning asked stubbornly, "Then why?" "Just boring." Shui Wangshu looked at the calm Ding Ning and could not even get angry. He said helplessly, "Good wine and songs are naturally a happy thing in life. But most of the courtesans are ordinary. After seeing too many, I find it boring." Ding Ning immediately looked at Shui Wangshu again. "You do not need to look at me like this," Shui Wangshu said bitterly. "Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Especially when you've been stuck at a certain level in your cultivation and haven't been able to break through for many years without any progress at all. It's very normal for you to feel depressed and find a place to drink." It was just that after putting on a show for so many times, he felt that there was no meaning in it at all. After all, a person was an object of affection, and he could not escape the word affection in his entire life. "For me, even the most beautiful and young woman pouring wine for me cannot feel true joy. If there is something lacking, it is better not to do it." Ding Ning frowned slightly. He thought and looked seriously at Shui Wangshu. "You have been in Changling for so long. Have you never met a woman you truly like?" Shui Wangshu suddenly grew silent. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Of course. I will go see her when I return to Changling." The carriage traveled on the road back to Changling. Perhaps it was because he had finally unleashed the sword strike he had been holding back for a long time, or perhaps it was because he was tired from using his full strength to fight Feng Qianzhua, but in the following 10 days, Shui Wangshu spoke less and spent more time resting with his eyes closed. In the evening, this carriage that had changed wheels several times, and the carriage and curtains were covered in dust, finally drove into the walled Changling. When this dusty carriage slowly moved along the crisscrossing streets of Changling and stopped at a place, Li Changshou's eyes lit up. Ding Ning, on the other hand, was rarely calm. He lifted the curtains in disbelief and looked at the building in front of him. He asked in a shocked and admiring tone, "The woman you truly like is inside?" Even if it was an official residence or a brothel, it would not have shocked him to this extent. Because he recognized this place. This place with yellow courtyards and grey tiles was one of the few temples in Changling, and was usually filled with incense. Could it be that Shui Wangshu actually had such taste and liked a nun? "What are you thinking?" With a glance, he knew what Ding Ning was thinking. Shui Wangshu shouted and slapped Ding Ning, almost slapping him out of the carriage. "Come down with me." Shui Wangshu rolled his eyes at Ding Ning. He was the first to get off the carriage and enter the temple. There were several ginkgo trees planted in front of the temple hall. They were very old and needed several people to surround them. The branches and leaves were thick. There were 2 life release ponds on the 2 sides. Shui Wangshu stopped in front of the life release pond on the left. Ding Ning came forward in confusion. He saw many fat red carps swimming around, and many turtles climbing on the rocks in the pond. Before he could speak, Shui Wangshu pointed with a finger, and an extremely pure true essence pierced into the pool like a sword, exploding near the bottom of the pool with a hum. A millstone-like object suddenly floated up. At this time, Ding Ning noticed that this was an old turtle of unknown years. Its shell was as dark as stone. It had been stunned by Shui Wangshu's vital energy. Shui Wangshu reached out and grabbed the old turtle before anyone in the temple noticed. He quickly flashed out. Ding Ning looked at the water under his feet and did not react immediately. He quickly chased to the door and looked at Shui Wangshu, who was about to get on the carriage. He could not understand. "What are you doing?" Shui Wangshu casually threw the millstone-like old turtle under the seat of the carriage and said, "Of course, I am going to stew it." Ding Ning stilled again. He could not help but glance at the life release pond. "If you are not joking, this does not seem good." Shui Wangshu glanced coolly at him and said, "Get on." Ding Ning could not understand. He knew that there had to be a reason for something he could not understand. So he did not think more and just watched. The carriage stopped in front of a restaurant. This restaurant was not large, but it appeared to be doing well. Under Shui Wangshu's orders, the kitchen of this restaurant really stewed this old turtle. A wash-basin-sized clay pot was placed in front of Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning. Shui Wangshu still did not explain anything. He calmly raised his chopsticks and ate the meat. Ding Ning did not ask anything. He ate the meat and drank the soup. Regardless of the origin of this old turtle, the chef of this small restaurant did have some tricks up his sleeves. The old turtle's meat was scattered a little in advance. After stewing it, it didn't feel that it was too old, but it was chewy and delicious. It took a lot of time to stew this old turtle. Shui Wangshu asked for several pots of huajiao. He and Ding Ning finished this pot of old turtle. When they walked out of the restaurant, it was already night and the winter was even colder. Yet Shui Wangshu had no intentions of resting. He ordered the man who had been driving the carriage for White Goat Cave to go back and rest. Then he did not sit in the carriage, and slowly walked through the streets of Changling with his hands behind his back. Ding Ning silently followed behind him and walked through the darkness of Changling's winter night. After passing through a dozen streets and many paths, Shui Wangshu stopped at a mound. There was a small pond in front of the mound. On the slope of the mound, there was a grave. Ding Ning inexplicably realized something. He took a deep breath and looked at Shui Wangshu. Shui Wangshu's cheeks were unusually red, but his expression was more peaceful than usual. This is the woman I like the most. But when I was young, before I could speak, she had someone she liked. At that time, senior sect brother and I only cared about cultivation, and missed a lot of time. But if I had the chance to choose again, I may not speak at that time. While she married into an ordinary merchant's family, she lived a happy and beautiful life in Changling. Even I could not make her happier. Shui Wangshu smiled slightly. He turned to look at Ding Ning and said, I had an idea when I was young about that old turtle. Back then, when I was looking at this green turtle by the pond, I suddenly had an idea that I did not know what it would taste like. But I thought that it was something that had been set free, and I was embarrassed to secretly take it out to try. When I was young, I had many interesting ideas in my head that might make me happy. But now, I'm too old. Many people and many things are long gone. Even if I don't want to have any regrets and want to do what I wanted to do before but didn't for various reasons, there are not many things I can do now. Only this old turtle is still here. After today, it won't be here anymore. Now that I think about it, the present Changling is like that pond to me. I am an old turtle that will not die. There is not much meaning in being trapped in this pond. Shui Wangshu laughed. He glanced at Ding Ning, and then turned to look at the grave. He said, but I did what I wanted to do for a long time. The old turtle tastes very good. I came to see her again. I am very happy. Hearing Shui Wangshu say these things that he would not usually say, and the words were messy and repetitive now, Ding Ning shook his head gently. He frowned slightly and said, since it is a happy matter, do not speak so heavily. Do not speak as though you have to finish the last few things and have me send you off. People will grow old in the end. Who can live forever? Shui Wangshu calmly turned and started to leave. His expression grew grave as he said slowly, other people may not understand the Empress methods, but my senior sect brother and I know very well. From the time my senior sect brother and I rejected her and divided White Goat Cave's spirit veins into 3, to the time White Goat Cave was forced to merge, it was just half a month. We used more than a dozen days to return to Changling from Zhoushan district, so it is about time. Ding Ning bowed his head slightly and said softly, I did not know she was so cold in the past. Shui Wangshu did not know the true meaning of Ding Ning's words. He looked at the other with a pitiful gaze and said softly, you have to understand, the higher the position in Changling, the colder it is. Those who can sit higher will naturally be colder. Ding Ning silently followed behind him. Seeing the other's faint shadow fall on him, he slowly said, remember you promised me that you would see me show you true glory at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Shui Wangshu paused, turned his head and said solemnly, I will do my best. Ding Ning took a deep breath and looked up at the distant Changling. In this moment, his gaze was strange. He was not as tall as those unchanging buildings, but he seemed to be looking down at Changling from above. Chapter 104. You really have no problems. At the entrance to Falling Parasol's alley, Ding Ning looked suspiciously at Shui Wangshu and asked, of course there is no problem. Usually, when you cultivate in White Goat Cave, you must return home every day. Now that you have left home for a long time, why are you not going home? Also, even if you want to accompany me, you have to give me some private time, Shui Wangshu said gently. Ding Ning thought for a while and did not move immediately. Do not look like you will not see me after tonight, Shui Wangshu said with a headache. There really won't be any problems. Ding Ning nodded and said calmly, just remember what you promised. Do I have to lie to a child who has just entered the sect like you after living so long? Shui Wangshu was both angry and amused. He waved his hand and motioned for Ding Ning to get out of here. Ding Ning did not say anything else and bowed silently. Shui Wangshu did not look at Ding Ning and turned to leave. The moon was high in the sky. Shui Wangshu had no intentions of returning to White Goat Cave. He walked along the straight streets towards the center of Changling. At the center of Changling was the Imperial Palace. The earth-yellow Imperial Palace walls were not grand in the cold winter night. There was not even an obvious guard on the walls. Yet when he stepped onto the outermost world bridge of the Imperial Palace, an indigo-robed daoist came through the air and landed in front of Shui Wangshu. Shui Wangshu of White Goat Cave requests an audience with Her Highness the Empress. Shui Wangshu calmly bowed to this indigo-robed daoist and said softly, it was against the rules to request an audience with the Empress in the middle of the night when the palace gates were closed. Yet this indigo-robed daoist only raised an eyebrow and nodded. Elder Shui, please wait a moment. I will go and report. There was even a hint of genuine respect in his words. A cultivator who had crossed Realm 7 was worthy of the respect of any cultivator, and qualified to make such a request. The Taoist in indigo flew away. Shui Wangshu stood alone in front of the empty palace, looking very lonely. However, the Taoist in indigo did not make him wait for a long time. Or it could be said that the woman in the high position did not need to pretend to be dignified at all. In just a moment, the Taoist in indigo flew back to him and said, the Empress has given her permission. Follow me. They didn't take any side door. The heavy main gate of the Imperial Palace slowly opened to let the Taoist in indigo and Shui Wangshu pass through. The Empress was not in the study where she often stayed. She stood on the stone path with bronze figurines on both sides. Behind her stood two beautiful maids, but just like at any other time, her dazzling beauty made any woman standing next to her pale in comparison. She looked at Shui Wangshu, who was walking towards her quietly, her perfect eyes emotionless. When Shui Wangshu saw her, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Because she was too perfect, she seemed unreal. Because she was too dazzling, she seemed to burn the eyes. When he was 30 paces away from her, Shui Wangshu stopped and then bowed deeply. He said, Greetings, Your Highness the Empress. The Empress looked coolly at the white-haired Shui Wangshu, her perfect face still emotionless. Rise. Shui Wangshu nodded. He did not state his intentions, only maintaining a humble posture. However, there was a strange change in his body. It was as if countless things that had originally existed in his body were about to fly out of his body and into the sky. Stop. At this time, the Empress looked calmly at him and said. Shui Wangshu stopped. All the unusual presence in his body disappeared. Why? The Empress' perfect eyes finally had a hint of emotion. She asked in puzzlement, for cultivators like you, cultivation is more important than life. Without cultivation, what do you want to do with your life? Shui Wangshu replied calmly, I want to see the Minute Mountain Sword Trials next year. Please allow me, Empress. You know your limits. Changling is so large, can I not tolerate you? The Empress did not hesitate and said slowly, I will naturally agree to your request, but I do not want you to use such a method to request. You must help me do something. Shui Wangshu was slightly surprised and asked, What is it? The Empress looked calmly at him and said, Go teach Liang Lian a lesson for me. Shui Wangshu did not look up. He frowned slightly and was waiting for a calm response. At this time, the Empress slowly said, Take that youth who has been following you these days. Shui Wangshu suddenly shook and felt a wave of coldness. He suddenly looked up at the Empress' perfect features and asked, Why? The two's questions were extremely simple, but they could completely understand each other's meaning. Hearing Shui Wangshu's question, the Empress said, Because that youth's performance up until now has been good. I treat every cultivator of the Qin dynasty the same. I hope that every cultivator will prioritize the Qin dynasty. What they feel when they are young may decide their entire life. Since even I feel that youth's performance is good, then he may become a useful talent of the Qin dynasty in the future. So I do not want him to have any prejudice against me, or even the entire imperial palace. Simply speaking, I do not want him to hate me. The Empress looked at the bronze figures on the two sides of the stone path and said in an indifferent but undisguised tone, "So I do not want him to feel that you are using the method of destroying your own cultivation to ask to live through next year's Minute Mountain sword trials. But I also want him to know respect and rules. So I want you to take him with you." Shui Wangshu looked at her perfect and emotionless face and knew there was no turning back. He took a deep breath and nodded seriously. "I was negligent. Your Highness' arrangement is the best for him." The Empress did not say anything else and turned to walk towards the study behind her. Shui Wangshu looked at her perfect back and could not help but think inside, "So you are colder than I imagined." The Empress seemed to be able to sense Shui Wangshu's thoughts, but she did not care. She knew that many people thought she was cold. But ruling a country was a cruel matter. Only cold-blooded laws had order. Zhongsun Chenxue sat silently on the bed with her clothes on. She looked at Ding Ning, who had washed up and changed into clean clothes, and asked, "What did you do with Feng Chenjue?" Ding Ning, who had been waiting for her to speak and decide if she wanted to dual cultivate or go back to her bed, stilled and said curiously, "Why would you ask this question?" "Because I do not like Feng Chenjue very much." Zhongsun Chenxue glanced at Ding Ning and indicated that he could go back to his bed to sit. She said coldly, "At the time, the Yuanwu Emperor personally led his army to attack the Basin Kendo ground. Feng Chenjue was one of the first Basin Kendo ground disciples to surrender. If he surrendered, then he surrendered. Even if he sold some of the secrets of the Basin Kendo ground's formations, it was nothing. Everyone in the Qin dynasty had different ideas about the internal war of the Qin dynasty. But when he turned against them, he said many false things about the Basin Kendo ground. Those words are filthy to the ears. But if these dirty words spread too much, others will also believe them." Ding Ning sneered and said, "But this time, he finally paid a price. He was hit by Shui Wangshu's sword. Even if he recovers, his cultivation will be greatly damaged. With the injuries to his organs, he will not live for many years." Zhongsun Chenxue did not seem satisfied with this result. She thought and said, "I will go and kill him in a while." Ding Ning immediately had a bitter expression and said, "We just went to Zhushan district. If you go and kill him on a whim, are you not drawing suspicion to me?" Zhongsun Chenxue frowned. Hearing Ding Ning say this, she felt that this was not good. There are so many people to kill. How can I kill them all at once? Ding Ning muttered, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly became serious. He opened his mouth to say something, but his eyes were filled with hesitation. Zhongsun Chenxue did not look at him but sensed his emotions. She said in displeasure, "Speak." "There is one person I can kill, and he may have something I want," Ding Ning said. Zhongsun Chenxue said, "Who?" Ding Ning said gravely, "Nangong Shong." Zhongsun Chenxue thought for a long time before remembering this name. "A disciple of the Basin Kendo ground sword vault?" Ding Ning nodded. "Compared to Feng Chenjue, you should hate him more." Back then, he didn't just steal many famed swords of the Basin Kendo ground ahead of time, he also destroyed two important formations of the Basin Kendo ground. He also said many disgusting things. After a pause, Ding Ning added softly, "Even more importantly, he is in Changling." Zhongsun Chenxue said happily, "Where is he in Changling?" "Just like Shui Wangshu, you have endured for a long time. Also, you have just formed your sword. If I do not let you use your sword, it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. You may cause trouble. This is the true reason I just now decided to tell you about this person. But even if it is revenge, killing is not something to be happy about." Ding Ning looked at Zhongsun Chenxue's beautiful figure through the curtain and said slowly, "First, I want you to promise me that you will be absolutely safe. Do not let anyone discover that you went there." Zhongsun Chenxue was slightly impatient and said angrily, I am too lazy to use my brain. You can arrange it. Ding Ning nodded and said, all right, I will find Wang Taishu tomorrow to arrange. Zhongsun Qianxue finally thought of something and said coldly, Wang Taishu came to find you a few days ago and said that he had done what you wanted him to do. Ding Ning's body shook slightly, his eyes filled with joy. What does Nangong Shong have that you need? Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him and asked, is it something from the Basin Kendo ground? Not something from the Basin Kendo ground, a pill recipe of the Nangong family. Ding Ning explained softly. The Nangong family was previously responsible for the medicinal cuisine of the Basin Kendo ground. I need their 5-yang pill recipe. Chapter 105. Early in the morning, Ding Ning opened the door of the wine shop at about the same time as usual. He habitually walked out of the shop with a large coarse porcelain bowl. However, as soon as he took a step out, he thought of something and returned to the shop. He took another large bowl and then walked to the noodle shop where he usually ate breakfast. Small icicles were hanging from the eaves on the 2 sides. But the noodle shop was too small and could not hold a table. So they only built a shed at the door and used some cotton cloth to block the wind. White steam swirled in the shed. While it could not truly expel the cold, at least it made people feel warm. Ding Ning saw Xue Wangshu sitting in the distance. He jogged over. Seeing that Xue Wangshu did not have a bowl in front of him, he could not help but laugh. Boss, a bowl of red oil and spicy noodles. Xue Wangshu also laughed and then called out loudly. Ding Ning also asked for a bowl of the same noodles. When the noodles were served, he came out with 2 bowls and handed one to Xue Wangshu. The two finished eating and then looked at each other's slightly sweaty foreheads. Ding Ning asked, you came so early today, where are you preparing to go? Xue Wangshu thought and then said, today, we are going to the Tiger Wolf Army Northern Camp. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and then said, who are you going to find? Xue Wangshu said honestly, General Liang Lian. Ding Ning's brow trembled slightly. His gaze unconsciously landed on the last flower sword at his waist. He increasingly felt that this remnant sword was like a thread in the unseen world that tied more and more matters and people together. Or it could be said that this was like a curse. Before this sword appeared, many things seemed to be very far away from him. Even if he had been planning certain things and inquiring about certain things, after this sword appeared, many favors and grudges came one after another. It seemed that he could not get rid of them. Was this the will of the heavens? It wasn't that he was too anxious, but that the time had really come. Xue Wangshu looked at his strange expression and asked, what's wrong? Ding Ning raised his head and asked softly, is this what the Empress wants? You went to listen to her last night? Xue Wangshu paused for a moment, then nodded. Because I look forward to your performance at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. I also think that if you can win us first, then you will have great glory. Originally, living a few more years is not as important as my old face, but for this, I have to go and listen to her opinion. After a pause, Xue Wangshu said gently, originally, she did not want you to know this was her arrangement. For me, I did not want you to know this was her arrangement because she is right. If you have hatred towards her and the people in court, it is not a good thing for your future growth in Changling. But I know you are too smart. Even if I do not tell you, you will be able to guess. Ding Ning listened to these words and did not express any thoughts about the Empress. He said, regardless of the reason she is dissatisfied with Liang Lian, if Liang Lian is just a Realm 6 cultivator, she will not have to waste so much effort. So Liang Lian must have reached Realm 7. You will die. She wants me to see you die with my own eyes. She probably wants you to find an excuse, a reason why you must challenge Liang Lian. This way, even if I hate, I will hate Liang Lian. It is not a problem for the officials to hate each other. After all, they are just the weapons of the Qin dynasty, His Majesty's private property, and they can restrict each other. After saying this, Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, I know she is cold, but I had not expected her to be so cold. Xue Wangshu had been listening calmly. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, you are still too smart. In terms of knowledge of politics, it is not just the people of Jushan district who are not as good as you. Most people in Changling are not as good as you. But if you are truly smart, you should know it is best to pretend you do not see these things. He looked at Ding Ning's eyes and warned in a heavier tone. Even if you feel a thread of hatred towards her and the court, you have to pretend you do not. Because this at least shows a submissive attitude. Ding Ning said in a cold voice, right now, she and His Majesty do not care if the cultivators of the Qin dynasty have their own thoughts. They only care if we obey at certain times. A powerful dynasty must give up on the interests and thoughts of some people. We are just a small minority. Also, in truth, everyone in the Qin dynasty is living and working in peace. His Majesty is the strongest and wisest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty. Xue Wangshu smiled slightly and said, "It is good that you understand. Even if her thoughts are cold, our initial request of being able to watch the Minute Mountain sword trials will be fulfilled. From this point of view, we should be grateful to her." Ding Ning was silent. Xue Wangshu seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled and said gently, "In reality, you should change your thinking. I have truly angered an unbeatable opponent, but this opponent still gives me room to choose and enough time. Also, I can guarantee that I will not pass through this time in pain. If you think this way, you will not feel that it is especially cruel for her to want you to watch me slowly die. Also, you will be able to see a true battle above Realm 7. This may be useful for your future cultivation." "You are right." Ding Ning put away the 2 bowls. His expression returned to calmness as he said this. But his heart was unusually cold as he spoke slowly. "It is a pity that she has such thoughts. It is a pity that even without these things, I cannot forgive her coldness." The morning light grew thicker, but the sky over Changling grew hazy because another snowstorm started to fall. This time, it was not a light snow, but a heavy snowfall. Liang Lian walked on the practice field of the Tiger Wolf Army. His military boots creaked as he stepped on the snow. He was quite satisfied when he saw the Tiger Wolf Army's war chariots that were already in the midst of a meticulous charging drill on another training field. However, at that moment, he sensed a peculiar aura. This was a presence that could attract the attention of any cultivator in Changling. This presence pulled at the primal energies of the universe outside the camp, and the flying snow. It slowly pulled up a large flag in the air. Sensing the snow flag forming in the air, Liang Lian frowned deeply. He did not hesitate. His military equipment steadily stepped over the snow and walked out of the camp. As he walked, many cultivators in the camp sensed the abnormality. They walked out of their tents and flashed out of the camp in shock. A large yellow umbrella slowly floated over in the wind and snow. This umbrella was very large. There were 2 figures, one large and one small, under the umbrella. The wind and snow fell on the shiny umbrella. They did not stick, and floated upwards. In the air above the umbrella, there were some refractions that revealed the outline of a large flag. Seeing Liang Lian walk out of the camp, the white-haired old man under the umbrella smiled calmly and said, "General Liang Lian, I challenge you." Liang Lian looked silently at Xue Wangshu and Ding Ning under the umbrella. His cold eyes had been slightly puzzled, but when he heard the words, he immediately understood many things. The incoming wind and snow parted to the sides in fear. His figure suddenly became clear in the wind and snow. Then he reached out and made a fist behind him. All the cultivators coming out of the camp saw his gesture and stopped. They did not take a step out of the camp. "All right." Then he looked at Xue Wangshu and nodded. He said coolly, "I accept your challenge." Ding Ning saw Liang Lian clearly in the wind and snow. He was certain that Song Shinshu was right. He did not say anything and silently started to retreat. Liang Lian's gaze suddenly landed on Ding Ning. He seemed to remember something and said expressionlessly, "Your student is interesting." Xue Wangshu smiled slightly and said, "I will need General Liang's guidance in the future." Liang Lian did not answer. His gaze moved away from Ding Ning. Then, his body began to swell. It was as if an iron mountain was standing at the entrance of the military camp. Xue Wangshu smiled and said, "General, please take my sword." The moment he spoke, many of the dancing snowflakes in front of him were pulled in by the primal energies of the universe coming out of his body, and formed into lines of ice in the wind and snow. Each ice thread was a talisman thread. Liang Lian's cold expression suddenly grew serious. He suddenly looked up. High up in the sky, the large flag that flickered in and out of existence suddenly changed. The ice lines and surging snow immediately formed an enormous snow sword. Chapter 106. Facing this enormous snow sword that cut through the air at astounding speed, Liang Lian still stood motionless. But waves of cold and shocking murderousness slowly came out of his body. All the snow around him spread outwards in fear. At the same time, strange hissing sounds appeared in the distant sky. This was a large amount of primal energies of the universe flowing, but it did not seem like an invisible mountain, but an invisible beam flying through the air. Very condensed, very fast. Ding Ning was not an ordinary cultivator, so he knew that this speed of moving primal energies of the universe surpassed the limits of ordinary Realm 7 third-class cultivators. Surpassing normal limits, a cultivator's body would have to bear a heavier burden. Pew 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 pew. The stone path under Liang Lian's feet cracked. Pieces of stone and snow sprayed out, but his body did not move at all. His skin even flashed with a strange metallic light. Ultimate sword body. Ding Ning saw what method Liang Lian cultivated. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. At this time, the snowflakes around Liang Lian started to dance around him. Those soft feather-like snowflakes became heavy as his vital energy and primal energies of the universe seeped in. These heavy snowflakes formed multiple white curtains of snow around his body. Each curtain of snow was like an enormous millstone. The snow sword slashing down from the sky collided with the snow curtains. They were clearly not made of metal, yet a loud metallic sound was emitted. It was like a bell that needed dozens of people to ring together. The entire north camp of the Tiger Wolf army was shaken. The thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the tents, armaments, and even the seal chariots fell down. Liang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. His clothes were cut in countless places by the snowflakes. However, the skin that was exposed under the snowflakes flickered with a strange light. Not a single mark was left behind. Both the enormous snow sword and the curtain of snow around him had been completely shattered. The countless snowflakes had turned into the tiniest powder that could not be seen with the naked eye. This caused the world around him to become brighter. However, he couldn't see Xue Wangshu's figure. This was because there were tens of thousands of small transparent swords forming around him. The number of transparent objects was too terrifying. As they overlapped, the world in front of him became unreal. Many military cultivators standing at the gates of the camp held their breaths. This was an unimaginable scene for them. Countless small transparent swords floated in the air, forming a sword pagoda that was over 30 meters tall. At the center of the sword pagoda was Liang Lian. In the next instant, the countless transparent swords suddenly accelerated and fell, leaving behind countless trails in the air that could be seen by the naked eye. Liang Lian remained motionless in the face of the thousands of falling swords. Instead, a mocking expression appeared on his cold face. Because he could see the sword intent in it. These swords did not hope to defeat him, but to trap him. The 10,000 swords formed a prison because they did not want him to use his physical advantage and launch a fierce attack. Xue Wangshu's understanding of swordsmanship might be much higher than his, but he was too old after all. Under the use of power, he could not use it as freely as Xue Wangshu, and could not fight for a long time. You want room to breathe, you want to fight in such a gentle way, but you think I have to fight fiercely? Looking at the thousands of swords falling around him, and sensing the sword formation they formed, Liang Lian's coldness grew. He calmly reached out with his right hand. There was a loud explosion. A pure presence that only a powerful life bond item could have appeared in the world. The entire camp shook again. This gave everyone a terrifying feeling that a giant monster trapped in chains and cages at the bottom of a river had finally charged out of its cage. But in the next moment, this presence did not explode, but accumulated in front of Liang Lian. A black light flashed. In Liang Lian's hand was a flat, black broadsword. Half of the sword was dark like the black stones by the river. The other half flashed with light like thousands of black waves. He held this sword horizontally across his chest. As the chi of heaven and earth surged into his body, a curved river seemed to appear around his body. His body and the sword in his hand gave off stronger power, but this power only grew within the river. At this time, just like when the bureau chief of the astrology bureau Yi Xileng fought Zhao Zhon, on a turret closest to the north camp of the Tiger Wolf army, an old man dressed in plain cotton clothing sat on a wisteria chair under the eaves. His sparse white hair was not tied up, and fell to his shoulders like roots. Behind him stood that tall and unusually humble young man. But unlike the battle between Yi Xileng and Zhao Zhon, he was not dressed in casual clothing, but wore a plain grey official's robe. The official's robe had all kinds of patterns that could only be found on sacrificial artifacts. This meant that this young man was an official of the Clan Law Bureau. Other than these patterns, this official's robe was different from ordinary robes of the Clan Law Bureau in many other ways. The most prominent was the pattern of a deer's head at the back near the collar. This was the symbol of the bureau chief of the Clan Law Bureau. So this unusually humble young man was the bureau chief of the Clan Law Bureau, Huang Jinwei. This is the strongest move of the cofferdam sword manual, the dam-breaching sword. The old man in plain cotton clothing looked through the wind and snow at Liang Lian's sword move and praised softly. Huang Jinwei, who looked gentle and modest, had a serious expression at this time. Hearing the old man's words, he could not help but say softly, "The dam-breaching sword will become stronger as it accumulates. When it breaks, the sword essence will burst out." General Liang Lian is truly a veteran general. Against Xue with this kind of sword move, Xue will probably be forced to attack first. The old man nodded in agreement. At this time, a dazzling light appeared in the wind and snow. Xue Wangshu's figure appeared in the wind and snow. A dazzling light appeared in his right palm. It was pure and bright, without any impurities, and even gave off a holy aura. He used his life-bound sword. This sword in the stone that he had just polished in his battle with Feng Qianzhua shone brightly. Endless dazzling sword light erupted from the short sword in his hand. It immediately lit up the space in front of him, all of the north camp of the Tiger Wolf army, and the north camp of the Tiger Wolf army that was shrouded in wind and snow as bright as day. Xue Wangshu held this sword and stabbed at the dam in front of him with a calm expression. An enormous white goat horn appeared in front of him. Just like the sword he had displayed when he passed the sect master sword to Li Daoji, this white goat horn was slightly curved. But the sharpest horn of this white goat horn did not directly stab at the dam in front of him, and just brushed past it. This white goat's horn, the thickest and sturdiest part, leaned forward and held on. The true meaning of the white goat sword was not to charge, but to endure, to resist. The curved white goat horn pressed against the dam, and used up the power of the dam as though it wanted to break the dam into pieces and let the water inside flow out through the gaps. Seeing such a sword, the old man on the rattan chair in the turret was shocked. He could not help but praise, "Wonderful." Behind him, Huang Jinwei's eyes were also filled with light. At the same time, he could not help but praise, "Wonderful." Liang Lian's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing the white goat horn-like sword light pressing down, he did not hesitate and punched with his left fist. A muffled explosion sounded again in the world. His left fist, which was as hard as iron, struck his own sword. The life-bound sword in his right hand met Xue Wangshu's life-bound sword. The accumulated sword force seemed to have dissipated in an instant, and the sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a horizontal city wall. Boom! His left fist once again hit his own sword, wanting to push away Xue Wangshu's sword. This kind of countervailing power grew so strong that he felt he could not withstand it. With this punch, the stone path under his feet completely exploded, and blood spurted out from the soles of his feet. A powerful force entered Xue Wangshu's body along the sword. Many soft sounds came from Xue Wangshu's body, as if dust was being shaken out of his skin. Yet he only smiled warmly and proudly. His sword did not retreat an inch. Liang Lian gave a muffled grunt and took a step back. More blood sprayed out from under his feet, leaving behind a deep red footprint on the ground. His gaze became extremely cold at this time. Without the slightest hesitation, he let out a furious roar and once again smashed his fist onto his own sword. Countless droplets of boiling hot blood flew out from where his fist and sword collided. The power he had accumulated on his sword was completely unleashed with this attack. Not far in front of him, Ding Ning held an umbrella and calmly watched this battle. In this moment, Ding Ning's eyebrows trembled slightly, his lips trembled, and his hands trembled. Feeling the terrifying power coming out of the other's living body, Xue Wangshu only smiled faintly and proudly, and maintained his sword presence. Crack! The intrinsic sword in his hand was broken. The enormous white goat horn broke in the middle. The thick white broken horn seemed to be freed and continued to charge forward. Catcher! Liang Lian's chest caved in slightly. His heavy body flew back a dozen steps, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Xue Wangshu lowered his hand and smiled in satisfaction. Blood slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth and dripped down his white beard. In that instant, even more dust flew out of his body, emitting a sizzling sound. It's over. The old man on the turret took a deep breath and stood up. He stretched out his hand, and a majestic aura quickly flowed out from his 5 fingers. At the same time, Ding Ning, who had been waiting silently, came to Xue Wangshu's side. He glanced at Xue Wangshu and did not speak. He held an umbrella to help Xue Wangshu block the falling snow and wind. Chapter 107. Looking at Ding Ning, who was silently holding an umbrella for him, Xue Wangshu smiled in relief. Then he coughed softly. He looked at Liang Lian, who was covered in blood at his feet, hands, and chest. He said softly and proudly, "In terms of youth and strength, I am not as good as you. But in terms of comprehension of the sword manual, I am better than you. So in the end, I won." Liang Lian was silent. For him, victory was not as important as the wounds in his chest. He could feel that Xue Wangshu's sword essence was still killing in his body. He was sure that this kind of injury would affect him greatly in the next few years. An uncontrollable impatience suddenly surged in his heart. Although he knew that Xue Wangshu had paid a heavy price and could not live for a long time, this indescribable impatience made him want to leave Xue Wangshu here. So he silently reached out with his right hand. However, it was also at this moment that everyone in front of the camp suddenly sensed something. They raised their heads and looked towards the sky above. The snowy sky split into 2 halves. There was a path of absolute vacuum in the middle. A terrifying power came down like an impassable wall between Liang Lian, Xue Wangshu, and Ding Ning. The hard and cold stone ground suddenly caved in. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the ground. This crack, dozens of feet long, was absolutely straight. The width of the crack was the width of a finger from beginning to end without any deviation. This was a sword mark. Many cultivators in the camp gates were shocked speechless by this sword mark. Their gazes passed through the path in the sky and landed on the distant turret. They wondered in shock who the person on the turret was. He was actually able to unleash such a sword strike from such a distance. Liang Lian's expression froze slightly. He looked silently at the sword mark in front of him. He slowly pulled back his right hand, and then turned in slow motion towards the camp gates behind him. Under the umbrella, Xue Wangshu laughed. "It is over," he said softly to Ding Ning next to him and then turned to leave. Ding Ning still did not speak. He just held the umbrella and did his best to block the wind and snow. Xue Wangshu walked a few steps. The light on his face faded and he quickly became tired. Still not enough. He shook his head and sighed softly. He reached out and put his arm on Ding Ning's shoulder. Ding Ning still did not speak. He moved his body closer to Xue Wangshu, and used his thin shoulder to bear most of Xue Wangshu's weight. So good. Xue Wangshu looked at the falling snow around him. He sensed the bone-chilling cold and weakness that he had not felt for a long time as a cultivator. He laughed again. "I defeated the general of the tiger and wolf army in the camp, and had His Majesty and the teacher of the bureau chief of the clan law bureau use a cloud-piercing sword for me. Today is so glorious." Ding Ning glanced at him. His voice trembled but was indescribably determined. "As long as you are happy." The snow grew thicker. Looking at the large and small figure under the umbrella leaving, the old man on the turret had complicated emotions in his eyes. Xue Wangshu's performance today is stunning, he said softly. He sighed softly. The student following him is indeed extraordinary. Huang Jinwei could not help but praise sincerely, extraordinary. In the wind and snow, at the top of a pavilion closer to the camp, a woman in a white dress was also looking at Xue Wangshu and Ding Ning leaving. She was Yi Xileng. While her cultivation was higher than Liang Lian and Xue Wangshu, and she had only arrived at the last moment of the battle, the reality that Liang Lian was a cultivator above Realm 7, and Xue Wangshu's final blow still shocked her greatly. She looked at the large umbrella that disappeared into the wind and snow. She did not immediately leave, but pondered silently. This battle seemed to have reminded her of many things, and caused her to comprehend some things. Xue Wangshu and Liang Lian drew in primal energies of the universe like they were moving mountains. This attracted the attention of many cultivators in Changling. Most people wanted to see a battle between cultivators above Realm 7 with their own eyes. But those cultivators who did not know beforehand could not arrive as quickly as Yi Xileng. Many people had just confirmed the general location of the battle when the battle ended. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar was quickly moving along the riverside winter forest towards the camp of the tiger and wolf army. At this time, he could no longer feel the powerful primal energies of the universe. Even the howling of the wind and snow seemed to have calmed. This middle-aged scholar stopped and sighed softly. 5 years ago, he had been a Realm 6 first-class cultivator. Yet after 5 years, he had not progressed and could not feel any of the mysteries of the mountain-moving realm. Today, when he felt the primal energies of the universe pass through the air like mountains, he had a feeling. He thought that if he could feel the full power of Realm 7 cultivators fighting at close range, maybe he could get a chance to have a breakthrough. But this chance flashed and disappeared. Even though he had chosen the most direct path, he was still very far from the camp. The battle there had already ended. In Changling, maybe there was hope to see a simple spar or sword discussion between cultivators above Realm 7, but how many years would it take to see a true battle like this? Are you very regretful? It is a pity that this is fate. Even if there is a battle like this, you are not present, and you will lose your life. At this time, a cold voice sounded from the winter forest next to him. When he heard this voice, this middle-aged scholar suddenly felt a great sense of alarm and foreboding. He sensed that the cultivator who had spoken had been staying in this winter forest for a long time, but he had not sensed this person's existence before. A woman slowly appeared in his line of sight. Her figure was shrouded in the wind and snow. What made him even more anxious was that he could barely see the scenery in the wind and snow, but he could not see anything around her. Who are you? Thinking about it, it was impossible for him to have such an enemy, especially a woman whose cultivation was clearly above his own. This pale-faced middle-aged scholar added in shock, "Did you recognize the wrong person? Are you not Nangong Shong, one of the disciples of the Basin Kendo ground sword storehouse?" The woman's cold voice sounded again. The middle-aged scholar seemed to have been bitten by a snake. His face turned snow-white, and his body unconsciously shrank back. His throat seemed to be gripped as he made a disbelieving sound. "You are a survivor of the Basin Kendo ground?" The woman shrouded in the wind and snow confirmed his identity. She did not seem to want to waste words with him. She said coldly and simply, "No, 5-goat pill." "Not." Nangong Shong stilled. He looked in incomprehension at the woman's figure and repeated, 5-goat pill? The woman said in displeasure, "I want the 5-goat pill recipe." 5-goat pill recipe? Nangong Shong was even more confused. Just a pill recipe like this? The woman said, "You do not know?" Nangong Shong suddenly felt a terrifying murderousness. His body froze slightly and he said coldly, "The Nangong family has such a pill recipe, but it is not on me. Also, this pill recipe is one of the many pill recipes of the Nangong family. We do not usually use it. How can I remember it?" The woman seemed to know he would answer like this. She spoke quickly as though she was reciting a book. "Tell me where the pill recipe is in your family. If you lie, I will kill everyone in your family. I know you are a filial son, and take care of your mother. I think you do not want to see her head separated from her body." Nangong Shong suddenly grew furious and said harshly, "Who are you? Even if you are one of those great rebels, this is Changling. Today, many cultivators are paying attention to the tiger and wolf army camp. There are many important people here. Even if you can kill me, I do not believe you can escape after we fight. The woman shrouded in the wind and snow seemed to know what he was going to say. So she did not pause and said coldly, "Killing you here does not need to attract their attention." As she spoke, a strange coldness spread through the wind and snow in the winter forest. Nangong Shong looked up in shock. He saw the snow outside was still falling slowly and had not changed at all. Yet, when the falling snow was dozens of feet above his and the woman's heads, it seemed to accumulate on the ground, growing thicker and forming a curtain of snow. The entire winter forest was covered by this strange curtain of snow, as if it was a unique world. The wind and snow outside could not pass in, and even the primal energies of the universe could not pass in. This was a unique spirit formation. It was a spirit formation that was waiting for him to enter. Nangong Shong's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still had one last hope. He laughed harshly. A very powerful formation, but the primal energies of the universe cannot enter. So what if you are a mountain-moving realm cultivator? I am Realm 6 First Class. How can you quickly defeat me? The wind and snow around the woman suddenly disappeared. Nangong Shong's laughter suddenly stopped. He felt as if the space in front of him had lit up. What appeared in his line of sight was an extremely beautiful face. However, at this moment, a deep blue flame appeared in the hand of this excessively beautiful woman. His breathing suddenly stopped. It was just a little bit of aura, but he felt that the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. He felt that he was no match for it. The blue flame grew thicker, and finally turned blue-black. 9 Hell King Sword. Seeing the final color of the other's lifebond sword, and the blue ice particles floating in the air, Nangong Shong was dazed and howled like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 108. Nangong Shong's usually proud eyes only had the deepest terror left. As he screamed, he instinctively attacked with his sword, and all of his vital energy surged out of his body. The sword in the unusually beautiful woman's hand had taken form and revealed its true appearance. The color of this sword was so deep it was like the water of the deep sea and the darkest night had settled together. It was so deep that people would feel like they would be sucked into an endless abyss. The unusually beautiful woman showed a hint of anticipation and excitement on her cold face. She simply sent the sword forward. The sword and Nangong Shong were dozens of feet apart, but as the sword was sent out, countless blue ice grains fell on Nangong Shong's body. Nangong Shong trembled in terror. The cold air contained within these tiny ice grains directly caused the flow of true essence in his body to stagnate. His vital energy could not flow. How could he fight? At this time, he finally understood why the other was so fearless. Because the legends about this sword were true. Just being able to control this sword meant that she had Realm 7 power. Looking at the sword essence that came closer to him, he thought of more things. He was even more shocked and in disbelief. You are the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. How could you possibly cultivate this 9 Hell King sword into a life sword? He used all of his strength to cry like a bullied child, and as if he had discovered a shocking secret, he shouted these 2 sentences. The 9 Hell King sword was a vicious sword left behind by the Yu dynasty. Legend had it that this sword was made from the netherworld jade in the coldest place in the world. It was the coldest item in the world. In some myths and legends, weapons made from netherworld jade were not weapons of the human world. They were the weapons of the netherworld king and his netherworld generals. For cultivators, if the cold energy was too strong, it meant that it would harm their energies. So while this sword was one of the strongest swords in the world, it would be disadvantageous for cultivators to carry it for a long time, much less forge it into a life sword. However, the sword in front of his eyes was completely illogical. It had been refined into a natal sword. However, compared to the sword, what shocked Nangong Shong even more was the identity of this beautiful woman. In the present Changling, there were almost no members of the Gongsun clan. Yet in the past Changling, before the Yuanwu Emperor's bloody reform, the Gongsun clan had been the most prominent family in Changling. Nangong Shong was a former disciple of the Basin Kendo ground, and his status in the sect was higher than Feng Chenjua's. The Basin Kendo ground and that person who became a taboo, the Yuanwu Emperor, the Empress, and the two prime ministers wanted to completely erase him from the history of the Qin dynasty. Anyone who mentioned his name in Changling would have their entire family wiped out. He was the staunchest supporter of that reform, and the strongest backing. So Nangong Shong knew better than most of the present Changling officials what had happened back then, and what path the Yuanwu Emperor had taken to ascend the throne. Hearing his shout, the unusually beautiful woman's expression turned cold. She had put away her sword, but the blue ice in the winter forest suddenly sped up and hit Nangong Shong's body with popping sounds. A layer of blue ice immediately formed on the surface of Nangong Shong's body, and he was unable to move. "Why do you want to kill me? Since you are the eldest miss of the Gongsun family, you should not kill me." "Why?" Sensing the other's true killing intent, Nangong Shong, who knew he could not even draw his sword, used all his strength to squeeze out a shout. Because he knew the story, he could not understand. When the Yuanwu Emperor used the Shong family to carry out the reform, he had not officially ascended the throne. In reality, he had firmly controlled the court. Yet because the new policies offended the interests of too many prestigious families, he still encountered unimaginable strong opposition. This kind of powerful struggle between the prestigious families and the court would not just threaten the throne of an emperor, but would cause a dynasty to quickly decline. At the time, some of the powerful prestigious families had started to borrow the power of other dynasties to fight against the Yuanwu Emperor. In the view of most people at the time, and even most of the officials in court loyal to the Yuanwu Emperor, the reform this time would not succeed. Yet the Yuanwu Emperor was an extraordinary person. Or rather, that person and many people who stood with that person were extraordinary. In that kind of situation, they did not hesitate at all, and used the most ruthless and powerful methods as quickly as possible. The Yuanwu Emperor started with the most powerful Gongsun clan. Using the reason that the Gongsun clan had driven their horses and destroyed farmland, he punished them severely according to the new laws and executed them. When the Gongsun clan fought back, in one night, they used the army and countless cultivators to uproot the Gongsun clan from Changling. That person and the famed swords of the Basin Kendo ground were the true reason why the Gongsun clan could not fight back. The strongest cultivators of the Gongsun clan all died at the hands of that person that night. That night, all of Changling's nobility were killed by a sword. In the legends, only the young miss of the Gongsun clan survived. That young miss had not been on good terms with her family and had been traveling outside. The Nine-Hell King sword had originally been in the hands of the Gongsun clan. Supposedly, she had taken it with her when she left the Gongsun clan. In the legends, the reason the eldest miss of the Gongsun family was not on good terms with her family was because she had some relationship with that person. The Gongsun family was a banner against the reform. How could they agree to her having an intimate relationship with that person? But no matter how unhappy they were, their family was still their family. The entire family had been destroyed at the hands of that person and the Yuanwu Emperor. This eldest miss of the Gongsun family should hate that person and the Basin Kendo ground greatly. In the process of the Yuanwu Emperor destroying the Basin Kendo ground, Nangong Shong could be said to be a traitor of the Basin Kendo ground. But if this beautiful woman was the eldest miss of the Gongsun family, she should not hate him, much less kill him. Because he had helped the Yuanwu Emperor destroy the Basin Kendo ground, he should be one of the people who helped the Gongsun family take revenge. You are the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. The Nine-Hell King sword is in your hands. Are you the eldest miss of the Gongsun family or not? When the Basin Kendo ground destroyed the Gongsun family, I was just a nobody in the Basin Kendo ground. At the time, I was not even in Changling. I also helped in the process of destroying the Basin Kendo ground. So why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Because it was extremely difficult to understand, Nangong Shong seemed to have gone mad as he repeatedly yelled out. Do not waste so much words. The unusually beautiful woman said coldly, I want to kill you as a sacrifice to the sword because you helped in the process of destroying the Basin Kendo ground. Nangong Shong could not understand. But before he could speak again, The unusually beautiful woman continued. There are so many grievances in the past. How can they be sorted out? The Yuanwu emperor himself is the main culprit. You helped him when he destroyed the Basin Kendo ground. Is there a reason for me to be grateful to you? Also, I want to kill you because this has nothing to do with me. I want to kill you because while I hate the people of the Basin Kendo ground, I respect them. At least, their path has never changed. What they persisted in doing has never changed. I want to kill you because you are a lowly person. Just like how Emperor Yuanwu, who had walked down the same path with them, had suddenly stabbed them in the back. He was a truly vile person. What you've done makes me feel unfair, and makes me feel unhappy. I want to kill you because I am displeased. The unusually beautiful woman said coldly and stubbornly, for many people who have stepped into Realm 7, there are countless old grievances in the world that cannot be sorted out, especially in a place like Changling where there are countless grievances. I do not care about grievances, I only care about pleasure. Nangong Shong, whose entire body was stiff and unable to move, stared blankly at this exceptionally beautiful woman. Could a person really not care about grievances and only care about pleasure? Was it because his cultivation was not high enough, and he did not have enough experience that he could not care, or was it because that person and the many swords that had walked with him were broken and no longer existed in this world, so this woman could not care about grievances and only care about pleasure? He could not understand what this woman was truly thinking, but he was certain that she was more stubborn than anyone he had ever met. Therefore, his eyes were filled with pleading. I will tell you the recipe for the 5-yang pill. Please do not harm my family, he forced out a voice and begged. I did not want to kill your family to begin with. Ding Ning said this could force you to speak. Zhongsun Qianxue thought coldly in her heart. However, her expression did not change. She nodded with her usual cold appearance and agreed to Nangong Shong's request. Chapter 109. A cultivator dressed in purple robes landed outside the winter forest by the river. This cultivator was very young, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He was extremely handsome, and unlike ordinary handsome young people, he had a unique light. Just like Li Lingjuan's light, this light came from confidence, presence, birth, and many other factors, and had nothing to do with appearance. The purple robe on his body was completely different from ordinary clothes. It also emitted a dazzling light. Every thread seemed to be made of a unique material. It even gave people a feeling that every thread was a unique seal line that could help him absorb the energy of the world. There were no special decorations or markings on the purple robes, but this emptiness and the unique presence and light on the purple robes were the greatest signs. This was the sect robes of Lingshu Sword Gate. Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate were two supreme sects. Only Realm 3 and above disciples qualified to leave the mountains. Otherwise, they could only stay in the mountains for the rest of their lives. Of all the disciples who could walk in the mortal world, only the direct disciples who had been personally appointed by the sect master qualified to wear the sect robes and walk outside. Every action, every word, and every battle represented the honor and disgrace of the sect. The direct disciples of Lingshu Sword Gate who could represent the sect were naturally not ordinary. While he had sensed a battle above Realm 7 and had not arrived in time, this winter forest in front of him did not seem to have any abnormalities. But looking at the winter forest by the river from a distance, he felt something was wrong. Now that he was close, he finally sensed what was wrong. This winter forest was too quiet. This silence did not mean that there was no sound of snow falling, but that the soft sounds were too singular. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky and landed in the forest. There were trees, dried branches, dried leaves, soil, stone. When the snow fell on these things, the sound was soft, but the sound was different. For a cultivator like him, if he listened carefully, the countless different subtle sounds should be a unique and mysterious piece of music, a natural symphony between heaven and earth. However, at this moment, the sound of snow falling was abnormally monotonous. It was as if every snowflake had landed on a carpet. The true disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate, who had truly sensed where the abnormality came from, had an unusually grave expression. Such a formation represented an extremely powerful force. However, why would someone set up such a formation in this ordinary winter forest that was obviously used to conceal aura and sound? It was also at this moment that the winter forest in front of him suddenly emitted the sound of an eggshell cracking. Because this voice was too cold and concentrated, it made people feel mournful and even shudder. A clear sound of vibration rang out. A flying sword suddenly flew out from his sleeve. As if it had a life of its own, it rapidly revolved around his body. At the same time, the true disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate subconsciously sent his psyche power into the forest where the power of the magic array had already disappeared. His expression suddenly changed. His body floated into the air along with the light purple flying sword. His movements were indescribably graceful. In a flash, his figure was deep in the forest. At this time, countless eggshell-like pieces of the snow curtain fell to the ground around him. His breathing suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a corpse that was already completely cold and hard. Official Nangong of the palace secretary. The moment he saw the face of this corpse, this true disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate recognized the identity and exclaimed. His voice caused the surrounding air to vibrate. With this slight vibration, Nangong Shong's corpse gave off many soft cracking sounds. It was as though many dust particles were surging out of his body. In the next second, Nangong Shong's corpse collapsed right in front of him, turning into shattered pieces of ice on the ground. Who is it? This true disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate paled. This was Changling. Nangong Shong was an important official of the palace secretary. Also, the battle outside the north camp of the Tiger Wolf army must have attracted the attention of many powerful cultivators in Changling. Who dared to kill an important official of the Qin dynasty here? Also, what method was this to be able to form such cold energy that did not seem to belong to the mortal world? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, this true disciple of Lingshu Sword Gate did not hesitate. With a shout, the light purple flying sword around him seemed to burn and charged into the sky at a terrifying speed. There was a loud explosion. In the wind and snow above the winter forest, it was as if a purple flood dragon had suddenly appeared. Ding Ning's yellow oiled paper umbrella was covered in snow and turned pure white. While most of his weight was on Ding Ning's shoulder, Xue Wangshu still felt that every strand of flesh in his body grew sore and his body grew colder. I've finally experienced what it's like for an ordinary old man to have one foot in the grave. This feeling is very fresh. To be able to experience this feeling at the end of my life instead of dying in battle, my life is more complete. Xue Wangshu struggled to breathe and said to Ding Ning, "Pity that starting from today until the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, I cannot be your support." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "No matter. Starting today, I have a greater support. Before the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, no one will dare to move against me." Xue Wangshu stilled slightly. "I do not understand." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "You want to watch the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Since the Empress has agreed, and even mobilized such an important person today, she is fulfilling her promise. She wants everyone to know that she keeps her word. After your battle with Liang Lian today, many people will know that she keeps her word, and that you want to watch the Minute Mountain Sword Trials next year. Unless they are stupid enough to die, they will be able to infer that you want to watch the Minute Mountain Sword Trials to see my performance. Since the Empress agreed to let you watch the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, of course, she will not let you have nothing to watch. So the Empress's agreement is not just for you, but also for me. Unless I seek death, I will live well before the Minute Mountain Sword Trials next year. She will be my greatest support before the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." Xue Wangshu looked at Ding Ning in admiration and said sincerely, "You really think further than me. But did you think further and have a carriage come to pick us up? We did not use a carriage when we came, but now, we really need a carriage." Ding Ning glanced at him and did not respond. But Xue Wangshu stilled again. "I really admire you. Even if you cannot become a powerful cultivator, you will definitely become one of the best strategists," he praised from the bottom of his heart as he looked forward. In front of him, a carriage came out of the wind and snow, heading towards him and Ding Ning. The person driving the carriage was dressed in grey robes. It was Wang Taishu's subordinate, Jing Mozong. While all of Changling was shrouded in wind and snow, the Emperor's study was still as warm as spring. A kind of slowly released primal energies of the universe caused the entire study to maintain a comfortable temperature for the human body. The flawless Empress sat calmly on the Phoenix throne. She did not go to see Liang Lian and Xue Wangshu's battle, but she knew the result before the cultivators who had hurried over. At his peak, but he cannot even defeat an old man like Xue Wangshu. He is brave and strong, but does not know how to combine strength and gentleness. Which marquis in Changling cannot easily defeat Xue Wangshu with one blow, and he wants to be made a marquis? A hint of cold disdain appeared on her perfect face. She ordered the palace attendant standing respectfully next to her. Tell the family to tell him not to spend his efforts elsewhere. If he cannot contribute to the matter of Bai Shanshui and the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, he can only retire outside the pass. This palace attendant was not an ordinary palace attendant to be able to deliver such a message for her. At this time, this palace attendant who was about to leave sensed an unusual presence. She immediately reacted and knelt down. A look of genuine surprise appeared on the Empress's jade-like face. She gave a rare smile. At this time, she looked like a mortal woman, and not like a deity without normal emotions. She stood up and looked at the tall figure walking into the study. She asked gently, "Your Majesty, why have you come?" The person who could cause her to change like this was naturally the most noble of the Qin dynasty, the Emperor of the Qin dynasty. At this time, this emperor, who was the wisest and strongest in the eyes of his subjects, was not wearing a dragon robe, but an ordinary grey hemp robe. He even had stubble on his face that had not been groomed. However, even if he did not care about his appearance, there was still a majesty and bearing that ordinary people could not imagine between his eyebrows and his every move. Every breath he took and every step he took seemed to carry countless rivers and mountains with him. His figure was average, but he gave people the feeling of great height. Anyone, even if they closed their eyes, did not need to look at his appearance or clothing to be certain that he was the emperor of the Qin dynasty. Hearing the empress question, this emperor, who was the most powerful in the history of the Qin dynasty and the most loved by his subjects, did not answer her. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something important. He glanced at her and then turned his head to look out the sky well above the spirit spring in the study. At the same time, he whispered, "Empress, do you think the 9 realms really exist? Can people really live forever?" Hearing his words, the empress' heart suddenly sank. Chapter 110. The wind and snow were furious. Changling's heavy snow lasted for many days. Many Changling cultivators even thought that this unusually long snow had a lot to do with Liang Lian and Xue Wangshu moving large amounts of primal energies of the universe. The movement of large amounts of primal energies of the universe was enough to affect the weather for a while. In the memories of many older cultivators, in the battle before the Yuanwu Emperor's ascension to the Basin Kendo ground, the astounding movement of primal energies of the universe caused the Ba Mountains to rain heavily for 3 months. The battle between Xue Wangshu and Liang Lian once again proved that cultivators above Realm 7 were extraordinary existences. Compared to the fact that the Tiger and Wolf Army's general Liang Lian was a cultivator above Realm 7, Xue Wangshu's strength shocked many cultivators in Changling again. But in this snowstorm, there were many more shocking things that happened. An enormous fleet of armored ships unique to the Qin dynasty was braving the wind and snow as they sailed out of the Wei River port outside Changling. A carriage was parked at the top of a tall hill outside the city, hidden in the wind and snow. The one driving the carriage was a deaf and mute old servant. The person in deep red robes sitting in the carriage was naturally one of the most powerful people in Changling, Chief Inspector Chen of the Divinity Bureau. He still had a dispirited expression as he lifted the curtain and looked at the fleet coming out of the port. A black dot appeared on the snow path behind the carriage. The black dot slowly expanded. It was a black umbrella. The woman under the black umbrella wore a white dress. She had a scholarly air, and her waist was moving. She was very beautiful. A woman who could hold the black umbrella of the Bureau of Astrology and walk so calmly as she approached Bureau Chief Chen, naturally exuding a presence that could rival him, was the bureau chief of the Bureau of Astrology, Yi Sileng. Without any unnecessary opening remarks, Chief Inspector Chen, who had been watching the fleet from beginning to end, slowly said, "The one leading the fleet out to sea is Bureau Chief Shu of the Bureau of Rites. In many stories of Changling, the masters of the Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau were mortal enemies. Even in the eyes of their closest subordinates, these two nobles usually fought openly and covertly. After many things, they had passed many swords to each other. But at this time, Yi Xileng, who walked to the side of the carriage with the black umbrella, had no hostility or killing intent in his eyes. She only frowned slightly, silently looking at the cold and mighty armored fleet that was breaking through the waves in the wind and snow. Searching for medicine overseas has been a tradition since the late emperor. That's why our Qin dynasty has such a huge warship that other dynasties don't have." Chief Inspector Chen glanced at her and continued. "But ever since His Majesty had a breakthrough to Realm 7, his desire to search for medicine overseas has been especially urgent. It is unprecedented for you to conquer the island countries and open up many sea routes. This time, it is even more inconceivable for Bureau Chief Shu to lead an army out to sea." Yi Xileng looked for a moment and said with a frown, "The ships are very deep in the water. They are carrying large amounts of goods. Even with thousands of students and soldiers, they will not be able to use them all in a short time." Chief Inspector Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. He said darkly, "It appears that this fleet will not return for a while." Yi Xileng slowly nodded and said, "Bureau Chief Shu is one of His Majesty's most trusted people." Chief Inspector Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said softly, "You mean that something has happened to His Majesty's cultivation, so he has an even greater need for spirit medicines?" Yi Xileng shook his head. "The Deer Mountain Conference is near. He has already passed Realm 7 and has reached Realm 8. This is enough for the three dynasties to renew their alliance. Before the Deer Mountain Conference, he will only use the safest cultivation method. He will not take any risks. So there will not be any problems with his cultivation." Chief Inspector Chen thought for a long time with a bowed head. His eyes flashed with an unusual light. "You say that there will not be any problems with his cultivation. You mean that there will not be any problems with his present cultivation and body?" He looked up at Yi Xileng. "Then it should be that he feels there is a problem with the next realm." Yi Xileng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then this is the greatest problem. Other people might only know that the Yuanwu Emperor was strong, but not how strong the Yuanwu Emperor was. But she and Chief Inspector Chen were among the group of people who understood the Yuanwu Emperor the best in Changling. So she was certain that the Yuanwu Emperor had reached Realm 8. To such a heaven-defying expert, encountering difficulties and insurmountable obstacles on the path of cultivation wasn't the biggest problem. An existence like him possessed the strength of an entire dynasty, and he could slowly climb up even the tallest mountain. The greatest problem was that he could not see the tall mountain. He could not sense the next realm, or rather, he could not sense the path to the next realm. This was the greatest problem. Above Realm 8 was longevity, the legendary Realm 9. If even an existence like the Yuanwu Emperor was confused about the path ahead and started to doubt this Realm 9, then who in the world could reach Realm 9? Yi Xileng and Chief Inspector Chen sank into deep silence. A long time later, when the mighty armored fleet had completely disappeared into the wind and snow, Chief Inspector Chen spoke first. That day, when Xue Wangshu and Liang Lian fought, in a river forest 10 miles from the North Tiger and Wolf Camp, a cultivator died. He was Nangong Shong of the Palace Historian Bureau. Yi Xileng immediately frowned deeply. "I know that you were near the Tiger and Wolf army at the time. The reason you did not detect it was because the one who killed him was the 9 Hell King sword." Chief Inspector Chen glanced at her and said. Yi Xileng stilled, strange emotions flowing through his eyes. So even she has appeared in Changling and can use the power of the 9 Hell King sword? No wonder the Astrology Bureau did not know that someone like Nangong Shong was killed. Chief Inspector Chen looked down at his slightly yellow fingernails and said softly, "Does the Astrology Bureau have any clues about that person's heir?" Yi Xileng turned around, looked at him and said coldly, "If there is, I would have told you. Why do you have such a question? This is different from the past." Chief Inspector Chen looked up and met her gaze. He said with difficulty, in the past, in the eyes of everyone in Changling, including the Holy One and the Empress, we were irreconcilable enemies. If they have such thoughts, they will feel that we are easier to control and deal with. Then we can live better in Changling. But this time is really different, because that person is involved this time, and I understand you better than anyone else, so even I do not have much confidence. You fear that I will do something stupid and drag you down with me? You do not need to worry like this. Everything is too far away. This is the 11th year of Yuanwu of the Qin dynasty. Yi Xileng looked at him and said coldly. Then she turned and left without another word, quickly disappearing into the wind and snow. Chief Inspector Chen looked at the long trail of footprints she left behind that slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. His expression was even more desolate and dispirited. He slowly shook his head and sighed. I understand what you mean. That person has been dead for more than a decade. Everything should have been decided. Many of the principles of the previous dynasty do not work now. But everyone knows that many things are still there. I fear that you will use the things of the previous dynasty to do the present things. The snow was falling heavily. Thick snow had accumulated in front of the doors of Changling. In the streets around Falling Parasol, every family was sweeping the snow in front of their doors. Ding Ning, holding a shovel, was one of them. You do not care about the wine shop's business. Why waste this effort? Looking at Ding Ning, who was working hard to shovel the snow, Shui Wangshu, who was sitting on a chair under the eaves, warming himself by the fire, wearing thick cotton robes and a large weasel fur hat. He looked slightly comical. Hearing his words, Ding Ning straightened and said, "This is not the same. Everyone is sweeping the snow, but I am not sweeping. When the snow stops, and many carriages pass, the dirty water from the snow will flow to people's doors. I am sweeping the snow now because everyone is sweeping the snow." Shui Wangshu stilled. I do not understand such a simple principle. After a long pause, he said emotionally, no wonder some cultivators have to cultivate in the mortal world. Some small things in the mortal world usually contain many great principles. After the battle with Liang Lian, Ding Ning stubbornly did not have him return to White Goat Cave. Instead, he had Wang Taishu help him rent a courtyard in Falling Parasol. Now, he increasingly felt that Ding Ning's actions were correct. Since he had returned to being an ordinary old person, he naturally had to live like an ordinary old person, and experience a life he did not have in the past. Cave Master. However, a cry that sounded like it was about to cry broke the mood. A tall figure swept in from the side of the alley like the wind. With a plop, the figure fell in front of him and placed both hands on his knees. Cave Master, why did you have to fight a general? You are like this now, what can we do? The newcomer's face was covered in tears and his expression was unspeakably benevolent. It was the eldest sect brother of White Goat Cave, Zhong Yi. Shui Wangshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. But looking at this sincere student, he sighed in the end. You are not dead. Why are you crying? Get up. Zhong Yi rose, but hearing this, he still couldn't help but sob. How could he not cry? A few days ago, he was still a Realm 7 cave master. Today, he had become an ordinary old man with one foot in the grave. He couldn't even withstand the cold. At this time, another proud young person appeared at the alley Zhong Yi had entered. This was a youth from Guanzhong who carried a purple sword on his back. Behind him was a slightly plump middle-aged merchant with an amiable face. This youth from Guanzhong walked quickly towards Ding Ning. Chapter 111. It appears there is trouble. Shui Wangshu noticed this youth and then laughed. From Guanzhong. Hearing Shui Wangshu's words, Zhong Yi, with tear stains on his face, turned around. Seeing the youth walking quickly over, he stilled and asked in puzzlement, Cave Master, how do you know he is from Guanzhong? Guanzhong is the origin of the Qin dynasty. Only the cultivators of that place have less beauty than the cultivators of Changling when they carry their swords. It is like carrying a hoe or an axe for chopping wood, Shui Wangshu said with a smile. Zhong Yi looked at the youth walking over. He was bold, but there was something wrong with the angle of the sword on his back. It looked like a hoe on his back. There was no beauty. He felt that Shui Wangshu's words were too interesting, and his tears turned into laughter. The youth with the purple sword stopped when he was dozens of feet from Ding Ning. He bowed slightly and said, "This one is Shen Yi from Guanzhong. Sir should be Ding Ning of White Goat Cave." Hearing that the other was from Guanzhong, Zhong Yi almost laughed out loud with tears on his face. Ding Ning leaned on the snow shovel and asked coldly, "What?" Shen Yi stilled. While he had always been in Guanzhong and had never been to Changling, from the books and the words of the people around him, he knew that Changling valued etiquette more than Guanzhong. Yet, the two people opposite him, one of them was crying and laughing at the same time. This Ding Ning did not seem to have a good expression. He came from afar. Even if you do not invite him to drink hot tea, you should be more polite. Looking at the slightly frozen Shen Yi, Shui Wangshu shook his head and scolded Ding Ning in a low voice. "You came to fight. You can't even prepare for the new year by sweeping the snow. There is no need for politeness." Ding Ning glanced at him and said. Shen Yi was even more stunned. He looked hesitantly at Ding Ning and asked, "How did you know I came to fight you?" "I came to challenge you. Other than Xie Ru and Xie Changxing, I do not know anyone from Guanzhong." Ding Ning looked at him and said, "Thinking about it, it's all because of them. When you walked in, you were full of fighting spirit. If you didn't come to fight with me, did you come to help me sweep the snow?" Chen Yi was startled for a moment, his expression quickly becoming dignified. "You're really smart, truly extraordinary. Truth be told, I fell in love with Xie Ru at first sight. When I heard that she swore she would marry only you, I wanted to challenge you. I have been in Changling for half a month, and coincidentally, you were out. Only today did I confirm you were here and came to find you." Before Ding Ning could speak, he said with undisguised seriousness. Shui Wangshu laughed even more happily. "As expected of Guanzhong. You are not embarrassed to speak of such matters of jealousy." Ding Ning looked at this youth he did not dislike. He frowned slightly and said, "How you feel about Xie Ru has nothing to do with me. You know, that is just Xie Ru's own thoughts." Shen Yi also frowned and said sincerely, "But I think if I can prove that I am better than you, she may change her mind." Ding Ning said calmly, "What does that have to do with me? This is between you and her. Do you want me to fight with you, and help you prove that you are better than me? What benefit do I have?" Shen Yi stilled again. In his view, this was a simple matter. As long as he found Ding Ning, they could start a fair fight. But when he heard Ding Ning's words, he did not have any words to refute. This seemed to be a matter that only benefited him, and not Ding Ning. Looking at the stunned him, Ding Ning, who had no interest in fighting, opened his mouth and wanted to say something to make the other give up on this idea. But at this time, Shui Wangshu behind him coughed softly and said like a child, "Ding Ning, I want to see you fight." Ding Ning paused and did not speak. Shen Yi's eyes immediately shone with hope. The slightly fat merchant behind him also coughed softly. He looked at Ding Ning and said in a deliberative tone, "If you feel there is no benefit to you, maybe we can give some compensation." Ding Ning thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Shen Yi immediately grew excited. "Little sect brother, this is not good, right?" Zhong Yi, with tears on his face, had a bitter expression. He had never heard of one side giving compensation to the other in a duel in Changling. This was not a street performer who had to give tips. "I want 3 young grass." Ding Ning did not care about his opinion. He looked at Shen Yi and the slightly fat merchant behind him and said, "Of course, if I win, you will give me 3 young grass. If I lose, there is no need." Shen Yi instinctively turned his head and asked the slightly fat merchant behind him, "Uncle Jin, what is 3 young grass?" The slightly fat merchant responded softly, "A spirit medicine that can strengthen the spleen and kidney. The price is not low, but it can still be found." Shen Yi was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Ding Ning and said, "Your request is not excessive, and the condition is to win against me. Since that is the case, if you can win against me, the Shen family will give you as many 3 young grass as we can find." Ding Ning nodded calmly. "This is good." Shui Wangshu, who was behind him, was a bit worried. He asked softly, "What are you using the 3 sun grass for? Did you see a pill recipe that is beneficial to your body?" Is this pill recipe reliable? Ding Ning turned to look at him and said, "It is reliable, do not worry." Seeing Ding Ning so certain, Shui Wangshu chuckled and did not say anything else. Shen Yi grew excited and asked, "Then can we start now?" Ding Ning put down the shovel in his hand and wiped his hands. He saw Zhong Yi, whose tears were about to form frost, standing next to Shui Wangshu. He took 2 steps forward in the snow and then said to Shen Yi, "Yes." Shen Yi gripped the hilt of the purple longsword on his back. He looked at Ding Ning and asked softly, "You have not reached vital energy realm?" Ding Ning looked strangely at him and nodded. "Please." Shen Yi did not say anything else. According to Changling's etiquette, he pulled out his sword and held it across his chest. Ding Ning's expression became absolutely calm again. He did not speak. He gripped the hilt of the last flower sword, pulled it out of its ordinary sheath and held it across his chest. The people sweeping the snow in the streets grew excited. The neighbors here all knew that the owner of the wine shop, Ding Ning, had become a cultivator. While their initial excitement had passed, seeing such a battle, they naturally wanted to see what little boss Ding Ning, who had become a cultivator, could do. "Do not be afraid. Fight well. Do not embarrass our falling parasol. If you win, I do not want your noodles' money tomorrow." Countless voices rang out. Among the voices, Shen Yi's eyebrows rose slightly when he saw Ding Ning did not attack first. A sharp aura suddenly flashed across his determined face. All the chaotic shouts suddenly stopped. Shen Yi attacked at this time. He swung his sword at Ding Ning. He and Ding Ning were at least 50 feet apart. When he swung his sword, he should not have been able to touch Ding Ning's body. But as he swung his sword, his figure flashed quickly. The remaining snow between him and Ding Ning was turned to powder by a powerful force and spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed a distance of over 30 meters and arrived in front of Ding Ning. The golden seal scripts on his sword lit up. Threads of energy seeped out of the blade and formed true golden lightning. The poor families of Falling Parasol had never seen such a scene of lightning and thunder coming out of a sword. They were stunned. But when they saw the golden lightning jump out of the purple sword, Zhong Yi, standing next to Shui Wangshu, stared with wide eyes and praised apologetically. "A true gentleman. I have judged a gentleman with my own yardstick." The reason why he gave such praise was because when he heard Chen Yi ask about Ding Ning's cultivation, he thought that Chen Yi had determined that Ding Ning had not yet reached the true element boundary, which was why he had acted so confidently. But now, he found that Shen Yi was so certain of Ding Ning's cultivation because he did not want to take advantage of Ding Ning in terms of vital energy. At this moment, he had only suppressed his strength to the peak of the second realm for this strike. Ding Ning frowned slightly. The moment Shen Yi attacked, he had sensed Shen Yi's intentions. But in his view, this would have no effect on the result of this battle. If it could make victory easier, he would not refuse. So when Shen Yi advanced, his physical energy furiously flooded into the last flower remnant sword in his hand. White seal lines formed on both sides of his body. He did not even take a step back. He had waited for Shen Yi to attack first to lock down Shen Yi's sword move. In a flash, the wind and lightning were in front of him. The golden lightning was less than a foot away from his chest. But in this moment, 2 sword seals formed as the remnant sword in his hand spun quickly and formed on his sides. There was a loud explosion. 2 powerful balls of indigo energy formed out of thin air. There seemed to be 2 green mountains rising and closing in front of Ding Ning. The golden lightning was unable to advance even an inch between the 2 green mountains that formed the 2 sides of the lake. White Goat Sword Seal Manual. Little Sect Brother. Little Sect Brother. Zhong Yi's eyes were wide. He was pleasantly surprised and in disbelief. He could only repeat Little Sect Brother. Shen Yi's breathing suddenly stopped. He felt as if the sword in his hand was being squeezed by 2 green mountains. It could not move forward at all, nor could it be pulled back. A buzzing sound was heard. In the next instant, countless green yuan qi rebounded and shot in front of him. His body shook violently, as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, and his entire person retreated in dejection. At this time, Ding Ning swung his sword upwards. A square white sword seal immediately formed. Even colder energy formed in the icy air. A patch of ice passed through the scattering golden threads and passed over Shun Yi's head. Ding Ning put his sword away. He did not say anything. However, everyone understood the meaning behind this. The outcome of this battle had been decided. If Ding Ning was willing, just now, that patch of ice trees could charge at the retreating Shun Yi. Little sect brother. Zhong Yi was overjoyed at the result. He did not know what to say and could only call out softly. Shui Wangshu sighed softly. Too fast. He seemed to be unsatisfied and dissatisfied. Chapter 112. Shui Wangshu said too fast, but to the two from Guanzhong, it had a completely different meaning. Too fast. The chubby merchant's expression was grave. The sword seal path was an uncommon method, and too difficult for ordinary cultivators. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator of Ding Ning's age could complete 2 sword seals in the time it took for Shun Yi to charge more than 100 feet. This is the sword seal path. When Chen Yi heard the chubby merchant's voice, he awoke from his momentary absent-mindedness. He didn't feel the pain or shame of his defeat at all. Instead, he fell into a deep shock. How could you be so fast? Even if you are born with a delicate temperament, it generally takes several years before you can achieve anything in the Tao of sword talismans. Moreover, the sword talisman you just used was not the simplest of sword talismans. Ding Ning ignored the shock of the two from Guanzhong. He glanced at Shun Yi and said simply and directly, "I am not an ordinary cultivator." Shun Yi stilled. At this time, Shui Wangshu, who was sitting under the eaves, became angry and shouted, "What and what? I said too fast, Ding Ning. You finished too fast. Ding Ning, don't you know that after you don't have to think about cultivation every day, your time seems to be extra long and extra long? Can't you fight a few more moves?" Hearing his angry shout, Ding Ning turned around and said with a frown, "Your demands are a bit high." Zhong Yi, standing respectfully next to Shui Wangshu, could not help but say softly, "Cave Master, this does not seem good. You told me before that I have to use my full power in battle. This is to respect my opponent. Also, little sect brother is young. If I hold back, what if he does not control it well and injures himself?" Hearing Zhong Yi's words, Shui Wangshu grew even angrier. He raised his hand and looked like he was going to hit. "Zhong Yi, I taught you so much about respecting your teachers, and now you dare to lecture me." Zhong Yi immediately sweated. He bowed in terror and said, "This disciple does not dare. So I was a frog in a well in Guanzhong." Hearing the words of Shui Wangshu and Zhong Yi, Shun Yi blushed slightly. Then he bowed solemnly to Ding Ning and said seriously, "Thinking about it now, just now, the speed of the sword seal path and the timing of the 2 sword seals were perfect. From the start, you knew that I was not a match for you, and found it troublesome, so you were unwilling to fight with me. I expected that Xieru swore that you would be exceptional in some way, but I had not expected the difference between us to be so great." Looking at this youth who was neither servile nor overbearing and had the style of Guanzhong, and then turning to look at the furious Shui Wangshu, Ding Ning thought and said, "You did not use your full power." Shun Yi said, "You have cultivated for a shorter time than me, and your cultivation progress is faster than mine. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours, I have cultivated the sword longer than you, and I still have the advantage." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "I do not mean that. You deliberately suppressed your cultivation, and naturally, you were restrained and did not fight to your heart's content." Shun Yi did not understand Ding Ning's meaning and stilled. "I will wait for your 3 young grass." Ding Ning said calmly, "In a few days, I should be able to reach Realm 3. At that time, my cultivation will be close to yours. If you are willing, I will fight with you again. You will not have to be restrained, and can use your sword essence to its fullest. That is more like it." Hearing Ding Ning say this, Shui Wangshu's anger disappeared like a child and he smiled. This. Shun Yi felt that he should be happy. He did want to fight to his heart's content, but he felt that something was not right, and felt it was strange. Zhong Yi spoke at this time and said with a frown, "Little sect brother, it is not as simple as you think. While you are close to a breakthrough, A breakthrough is not something you can do just because you want to. Little sect brother, the people of Guangzhou are straightforward. It is not good for you to lie to him. Chen Yi suddenly raised his head, only then did he realize what was wrong. There was a great barrier from energy refinement realm to vital energy realm. It was related to comprehending and taking in primal energies of the universe. Many people were stuck at this barrier their entire lives. How could a person in energy refinement realm say he would reach vital energy realm soon, and then really reach vital energy realm soon? You do not need to believe now. Ding Ning was still calm. He looked at Shen Yi and said, "You can think of it as my suggestion. If I can reach vital energy realm soon, I will fight with you again. If I cannot, then I will owe you." Facing Ding Ning's calm gaze, Shen Yi nodded and said, "I will wait for your news. Also, the Shen family will send the 3 yang grass you want to you as soon as possible." Ding Ning bowed in thanks. "Many thanks." Shen Yi nodded, put his sword on his back, and turned to leave. Waves of cheers and shouts could be heard from behind him. At the entrance to the alley, Shen Yi's footsteps suddenly became heavy. The heaviness of his footsteps represented his heavy mood. "Uncle Jin." He didn't turn around and said softly, even though his senior brother scolded him that it was impossible to determine the time he would take to break through from the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm and that it couldn't be too fast. For some reason, I feel that he really can break through very quickly. His gaze was too calm and too confident. Is he really like those rare monsters of Lingshu Swordgate and Minute Mountain Sword Sect, born with a unique perception of the primal energies of the universe, and he does not need to waste any time on this barrier? The slightly fat merchant grimaced. He hesitated but still said, "I feel the same as you. If he really is as he says, and is not an ordinary cultivator, if he really is a monster, I worry that you will never be able to prove that you are stronger than him. I only hope that you will not be discouraged. Father always told me to stand straight when beaten, and to accept defeat when willing to bet. There are too many capable people in the world, and it is impossible to win all of them. But in this life, the only thing a person cannot lose to is themselves." Shen Yi's hands trembled slightly, but his expression grew even more determined. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "This youth looks really good. If this was a child of a noble family in Changling, they would not behave like this after losing." Shui Wangshu looked at Shen Yi's figure that disappeared into the alley and said excitedly, "Ding Ning, how about you make a bet with him next time and have him call himself a student of White Goat Cave?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "White Goat Cave's present situation is not good." Shui Wangshu's expression froze. He said with a worried frown, "Actually, it is not so bad. Green Vine Sword Academy is still standing." Zhong Yi had been hesitating all this time. He finally gathered his courage and looked at Ding Ning. "Little sect brother, in the coming days, I will use the White Goat Spirit Vein to cultivate. Eldest senior sect brother, why don't you help me take care of Cave Master and take him to places he wants to go?" Before he could say anything, Ding Ning looked at him and said. Zhong Yi paused and then nodded helplessly. "All right." While the Qin dynasty was stimulated by the law of rewards for military merit, and the people were brave and did not flee in fear when they saw cultivators fight, they would flock to watch. But the people of different places were still different in subtle ways. For example, the Zheng City Zhushan district that Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning had visited before was weak and timid. They were always on tenterhooks, afraid that something bad would happen. The people of Guangzhou were the most bold and violent. Most cultivators used the sword like a blade or an axe, slashing or chopping. They valued their lives but their promises. Death warriors were the most common in Guangzhou. If Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning had gone to a small city in Guangzhou, and the entire city was an enemy, Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning would have had to slaughter the entire city before they could charge out, or be killed inside. Changling was the place where the nobility of the Qin dynasty were the most intertwined. The people of Changling were more moderate, and were the most cautious and weighed the pros and cons in their actions. They weighed too many things, and their personalities were more feminine, or rather, more vicious. So Shui Wangshu's sigh was not without reason. Among the students of many cultivation places, the young geniuses who came from Changling had too much darkness in their eyes, and not enough magnanimity. How could such a personality express the magnanimity and straightforwardness of the sword manuals that dominated the Qin dynasty? But the sword essence of some sword sects in Changling did not walk a straight path, but a strange and varied path. For example, the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave. The Shadow Mountain Sword Cave's gates were in the Shadow Mountain to the north of Changling. Most of the buildings of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave, and some of the sword caves left behind from the earliest times, were on the sunny side of the Shadow Mountain. But because the exteriors of these buildings were a gloomy grey and black, they looked like balls of shadow. Ku Shichuan was in one of these balls of shadow. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a gloomy and smooth mountain wall. This mountain wall was like a piece of shadow. There were countless sword marks of different depths on the gloomy grey wall. These sword marks appeared irregular and unusually complicated. Sitting in front of this smooth mountain wall, Ku Shichuan had been silently comprehending for an unknown period of time. His body was covered in dust, and he did not have his usual bearing. A middle-aged teacher dressed in deep grey robes silently walked up behind him. Looking at Ku Shichuan, who looked like a withered flower, this middle-aged teacher with a benevolent face couldn't help but sigh softly. He said, "Actually, you do not need to be so radical. No matter how much you comprehend from the Shadow Sword Wall, you may not be able to win at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. I have received news that the youth of the Dugu family has returned from the Morbei to attend the trials." Chapter 113. Dugu Bai. Ku Shichuan's haggard face grew paler, and his pupils contracted into black wells. He was publicly recognized as the student of Shadow Mountain Sword Cave who progressed the fastest in the last few decades. He had reached profound understanding in a month, and had reached Realm 2 energy refinement in 3 months. At this time, he was in the first class of Vital Energy Realm. Because of this unimaginable speed, he was famed in Changling and stood out among all the students who had come to watch the Sword Trial Festival that day. Starting many months ago, he had been allowed to come to this Shadow Sword Wall to study and cultivate. But other than the 2 monsters, An Baosha of Lingshu Swordgate and Jing Liuli of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he knew very well that among all the young geniuses of Changling, there were several people he could not reach. Dugu Bai was one of those people. Dugu Bai's father, Dugu Liangsheng, was the youngest of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty. The bloodline of the Dugu clan was rather unique. Dugu Liangsheng's situation was exactly the same as the previous generations of the Dugu clan. When he was young, his body was weak and sickly. Often, when he was 12 or 13 years old, he was still a pot of medicine. However, when he was 14 or 15 years old, his body had matured. It was not just that their breakthroughs were fast, but also that the people of the Dugu family had unexpected comprehension and use of simple sword forms. Some of the most ordinary sword moves could be used to great power in their hands. When the Dugu family was made a marquis of Dugu Liangsheng, their power naturally reached its peak. Dugu Bai's fate naturally became different from all the other members of the Dugu family. If this was someone else, they might have searched for spirit medicines and famous doctors so that Dugu Bai would not be sickly in childhood, or his body would mature earlier. However, Dugu Liangsheng had his own considerations. He did not use any method of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Instead, he sent several of his most trusted family generals and servants to take Dugu Bai on a journey from a young age. Not only did they go to famous mountains and great rivers, they even went to all kinds of desolate and cold places, to all kinds of battlefields. In Dugu Liangsheng's words, this was using the primal energies of the universe, battle energy, and battle souls as medicine, and the heavens to nurture people. Regardless of whether or not his words had cultivation reasoning and basis, his actions were very effective. Dugu Bai's environment was clearly worse than any of the other members of the Dugu family, but his sickly body grew stronger quickly. The large amounts of experience in childhood seemed to give him better instincts for using the sword. The most important thing was, even though his body had matured at about the same time as all the other members of the Dugu family in the past, when he was 13 or 14 years old, he was only about the height of an ordinary person who was 12 years old. However, His strong body without using too much medicine allowed his psychokinesis to exceed that of ordinary people. Legend had it that the movements of the people in front of Dugu Bai's eyes would be slower than the movements of ordinary people. Just a bit slower, but in a battle between cultivators of similar levels, was a great difference. Ku Shichuan knew he was not as good as Dugu Bai because he had seen Dugu Bai fight. In that battle, Dugu Bai used the simplest long river cut to defeat a cultivator of slightly higher cultivation than him. Even now, when he thought back to that scene, Ku Shichuan could not understand how Dugu Bai was able to use such a move to defeat the other's exquisite sword move. What he could not understand was the great difference. Ku Shichuan knew that this sect uncle called Li Muyan was doing this for his own good. Usually, this sect uncle of high status in the sect had taught him many times. But he still shook his head lightly. Seeing him shake his head, Li Muyan immediately frowned and said, "I admire your determination and perseverance. But the reason that the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave has a rule that only Realm 4 second-class cultivators can enter the Forbidden Grounds and comprehend the Shadow Sword Wall is because many of the sword essences on the Shadow Sword Wall are too sharp, like the mental power of the Elders. Also, many of the sword marks contain primal energies of the universe, just like seal scripts. They will naturally gather some primal energies of the universe. Students like you who have not reached the required cultivation level, if you cultivate here for too long, your mind and body will be injured by the Shadow Sword Wall. I know your intentions." Ku Shichuan looked up and said respectfully, "But my interest in cultivation comes from my pride." Li Muyan said in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" Ku Shichuan said softly and sincerely, "I do not know how you feel as a powerful cultivator, but for me, I really like the gazes of the people around me when they see me. They are envious, admiring, and even looking up to me. I like this feeling, so at least for many years before me, the motivation that supported me to work hard and endure loneliness came from this." Li Muyan frowned and said, "This kind of feeling is abnormal. You should think further because we are cultivators that surpass mortals, and not those girls in the brothels of Changling. Our strength and cultivation should not be like their beauty and clothing, and just want to attract admiring gazes." "Sect uncle, I understand what you say." Ku Shichuan said respectfully and sincerely, "Cultivators should have higher pursuits, and not just try to be more beautiful than others in front of others. But I have read in many cultivation books that the best method of cultivation comes from the heart. The feeling that can stimulate one's cultivation the most is the best method." Li Muyan thought silently about Ku Shichuan's words and felt they were reasonable. "I know I cannot compare to people like An Baosha, Jing Liuli, and Dugu Bai, but at least in front of other people, I must stand out." Ku Shichuan said calmly, "Also, when I went to the Green Vine Sword Academy to watch the ceremony, that wine shop youth from White Goat Cave called Ding Ning did make me feel threatened. His performance caused me to be humiliated in front of those people. The wine shop youth's threat and humiliation were the strongest form of stimulation for me. If I cannot comprehend anything here with this influence, then before I reach Realm 4 second class, I will not be able to comprehend anything here. Also, my pride does not allow me to lose to a youth who has just started cultivating. No matter how good his aptitude is, he started much later than me. Even if I don't lose to him, even if I can't make him look up to me, I can't comment on him wantonly from a high position. I won't feel good, and the greatest motivation that supports my cultivation will disappear. So, sect uncle, please do not stop me." Ku Shichuan knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Li Muyan. She begged, "As long as I can obtain any benefit here, I do not care how much pain and torture I have to endure." Li Muyan thought of the recent matters of Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu, and then looked at Ku Shichuan's present state. He sighed softly and did not speak. When the footsteps of this sect uncle who was concerned about her gradually faded away, Ku Shichuan slowly stood up from the ground. He faced the Shadow Sword Wall again and sat up straight. The Shadow Sword Wall was not left behind by the predecessors of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave, but a relic from an unknown ancient cultivation place. The earliest group of cultivators of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave had discovered this Shadow Sword Wall and spent great effort to transport it to the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave because everyone was certain that the cultivator who had left behind these sword marks was of a much higher cultivation than them. The Shadow Mountain Sword Cave was not a first-class sect in Changling, but the sect where this Shadow Sword Wall once belonged to was definitely a first-class sect. Ever since they obtained this Shadow Sword Wall, the direct disciples of each generation of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave would spend large amounts of time to study it. Yet, in these hundreds of years, only 3 people had comprehended the true meaning from here. One of them, Chu Li, had comprehended the strongest sword manual of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave, the Flowing Shadow Sword Manual. The other 2 had become Grand Masters of their generation who had successfully reached Realm 7. One of them, Song Han's Han, had comprehended a cold mountain sword seal here. The other, Xiao Yenyu, had comprehended many important things about primal energies of the universe here. She had only taken a few nights to break through from Realm 5 to Realm 6. Ku Shichuan knew that his talent was not lacking compared to the other 3, and he did not ask for explosiveness like the other 3. As long as he could obtain several exquisite sword moves, even if they could make his vital energy circulate faster, and gather more primal energies of the universe on his sword, he would be satisfied. However, he had already sat here for more than 30 days, relying on his willpower to hold on. The sword marks in his eyes were still extremely messy. No matter if it was just looking at a single sword mark, looking at a patch of sword marks, or looking for sword marks of similar depth to search for the connection between them, he had used all kinds of methods, but he still did not comprehend anything. Li Muyan was right. The Shadow Sword Wall was very damaging to the mind and the body. At this time, he bowed deeply on the ground and stood up. He looked at the countless sword marks in front of him. His head sank, and his hands outside his sleeves started to uncontrollably tremble. He felt something was wrong, and wanted to pull his gaze away from the Shadow Sword Wall. Yet, with this movement, he felt his vision darken, and there was a sweetness in his throat. With a pop, he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Vomiting blood from looking at a sword wall, you can be considered the first person in all of history. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ku Shichuan's mind did not immediately think of his own body. Instead, the faces of Xie Changsheng and Ding Ning appeared in his mind. He imagined Xie Changsheng and Ding Ning mocking him by his side. Pop his breathing became even more irregular, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The warm blood sprayed on the Shadow Sword Wall in front of him, and countless tiny droplets of blood slowly flowed down. Many droplets of blood fell into the deep and wide sword marks, but only caused the sword marks to be slightly colored. Yet Ku Shichuan's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. On the Shadow Sword Wall in front of him, several extremely thin but bright red lines appeared. Chapter 114. A black door opened from the inside. Wang Taishu, dressed in white fox fur robes, walked out and stepped onto the carriage waiting at the door. In the hall inside the door, the dozen gangsters of Changling looked at his back and were speechless. Dozens of days ago, this master of two-level tower was just an existence on par with them. Yet, dozens of days later, the other had the strong support of the warden's office. The warden's office had used a series of unusually powerful methods to help him pave the way in Changling. From now on, many of the rules of Changling streets would be set by him. The people present more or less knew the story behind that bloody night. In their view, seizing some territory and benefits from the hands of common people was not much, but daring to seize territory from the hands of the warden's office was enough to make them feel respect and awe. Stepping into the carriage, Wang Taishu rubbed the acupuncture points on the sides of his head. He leaned tiredly against the cushion and closed his eyes to rest. It was not a simple matter to set rules and divide territory for these gangsters of Changling. Also, he knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold, he could not rely on threatening others. He had to make people feel that he had done better than anyone else in the past. It was nearing the end of the year. The streets of Changling were more lively than at any other time. There were happy children running through the streets. Even the dilapidated falling parasol was decorated with lanterns and banners, adding to the festive atmosphere. Ding Ning saw Wang Taishu's carriage appear at the entrance to the alley and went to greet it. After sitting down in his usual seat in the carriage, Ding Ning looked at Wang Taishu, who did not disguise himself, and said, "Revenge is a very tiring matter." Wang Taishu smiled. Every time he saw Ding Ning, he would be very relaxed. This kind of relaxation came from the fact that he did not need to think of problems himself. Ding Ning could usually do better than him. It should be Liang Lian, he said to Ding Ning after his smile faded. To others, this sentence would be very abrupt and confusing. However, Ding Ning was well aware of the information contained in Wang Taishu's words. Ding Ning sneered. What a coincidence. Wang Taishu, however, misunderstood Ding Ning's intentions. He nodded and said, his military contributions are already full. He just lacks some foundation to establish himself as a marquis. His position in the military is high enough. Some clues also pointed to him, and recently, he was the only one the Empress or the two prime ministers had expressed deep dissatisfaction with. I just didn't think that it would be such a coincidence that it would be Shui who would express the Empress's intentions. Ding Ning remained silent. To him, the enmity between him and Liang Lian was far more than this. Liang Lian cannot be dealt with so quickly. You still lack the support of a cultivator of enough weight. After a long moment of silence, Ding Ning looked up at Wang Taishu and said, in the past, there was Shui, but now there is none. Wang Taishu nodded. How is Shui's health? Ding Ning said, he will finish watching next year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Wang Taishu grimaced. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, but you do not need to find someone else. After next year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials, I may have enough weight. Wang Taishu stilled. Ding Ning said calmly, it is not that I have enough power, but if I can win, my status in the eyes of the Changling nobility will be different. Just like how no one in Changling dares to kill An Baosha and Jing Liuli. Win the Minute Mountain Sword Trials? Wang Taishu knew that Ding Ning's goal in entering White Goat Cave was to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, but when he heard Ding Ning's words, he still found it hard to believe. Ding Ning glanced at him and did not explain. He said, if you are free today, you can come and get me tonight. Wang Taishu's tired eyes flashed with an unusual light. He knew that if there was no special reason, Ding Ning would not say something like this. So he did not hesitate and said, all right, I will wait for you outside White Goat Cave. It was near the end of the year, and White Goat Cave was closed. Most of the students had left, so compared to the past, White Goat Cave was even quieter. Ding Ning was escorted by a teacher of White Goat Cave into a hidden hut on the cliff. After closing the door and sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, he took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and drank all of the slightly bitter yellow liquid in one gulp. Just like usual, he closed his eyes and quickly entered his mental state to observe. The yellow medicinal power spread throughout his body. As time passed, his internal organs turned slightly yellow, and the aura they emitted became abnormally fierce. It was as if his internal organs were completely burning. Countless little silkworms hidden in his body started to awaken, softly and quickly swallowing the medicinal power, and then spitting out even purer medicinal power. The energies in his body grew stronger. Under the control of his mental power, the countless little silkworms in his body grew more active. At the start, they were passively swallowing the energies and spirit veins around their mouths, and now they were sucking in large mouthfuls. The meditation mat under him started to give off soft sounds. The small spirit veins below him gave off energy naturally at the start, and in the end, they were sucked out in large amounts like water, merging with his physical energy and entering his energy sea. The physical energy in his energy sea and the bodies of the countless little silkworms grew thicker. Like he knew a certain point was a critical point, and a certain point was an opportunity, Ding Ning, whose mind was absolutely calm, slowly spread his mental power outwards. His body and the area around him seemed to have become a small pond. If Nangong Tsaishu could sense his perception right now, she would be extremely shocked. Because in his perception, there were countless lines. Even the color of each line, the direction and speed of the energy flow in each line were so clear. He did not wait like Nangong Tsaishu. Instead, he gently passed his mental power to the many lines. The energies in these lines did not feel fear or resistance. They seemed to sense the arrival of an old friend and became excited. They seemed to cheer and impatiently merged with Ding Ning's mental power. They quickly flowed into Ding Ning's body and excitedly merged with Ding Ning's physical energy. It was like they should be there, like they had been waiting for this moment for too long. Countless stars flashed on the surface of Ding Ning's skin, giving off an unusually bright light. This process was completely uncontrollable for almost all cultivators. It was like snow falling from the sky. When the snow would accumulate, it would depend on the will of the heavens. Yet this process could be controlled by Ding Ning. There seemed to be countless invisible silkworms crawling out of his body. Countless thin threads reached into the surrounding air. Under the guidance of these thin threads, it was like snow falling from the sky. The snow seemed to fall faster, and the stars on the surface of his body appeared faster. His physical energy merged with the primal energies of the universe in his body, and the speed of the change increased. His entire body seemed to be lit up, and he became as bright as jade. All of the vital energy in his body disappeared, turning into glowing droplets that flowed into his energy sea. This was vital energy realm. His breakthrough was not just a matter of time, but a channel had been dug before the water arrived to make the water flow more smoothly. There was no time for the breakthrough. When his physical energy and body reached the point where he could form vital energy, he would have a breakthrough. The barriers that stopped cultivators did not seem to exist for him. The night was deep, and it was so dark on the mountain path that one could not see their fingers. The White Goat Cave teacher waiting on the nearby rope bridge started to worry. In the past, Ding Ning would have come out at this time. Had he encountered a problem in his cultivation today? Just as he was about to fly towards the hut where Ding Ning was, the door to the hut was pushed open. The moment he saw Ding Ning walk out, and saw Ding Ning's unusually bright and clean face, this middle-aged White Goat Cave teacher uncontrollably trembled. The rope bridge beneath him emitted countless metallic clangs due to the surging aura. Wang Taishu waited silently in the carriage at the gates of White Goat Cave. In reality, after sending Ding Ning here in the morning, his carriage had not left. When he heard the familiar footsteps and lifted the curtain to see Ding Ning walking over, Wang Taishu was completely stunned. Moments later, he looked at Ding Ning who had walked in front of him and said softly in admiration, "I knew something unusual would happen today, but I had not expected it to be so unusual." After a pause, Wang Taishu looked at Ding Ning and said, "From the Sword Trial Festival until now, it has been less than 8 months." Ding Ning and Wang Taishu had not known each other for 8 months. But Ding Ning now knew why Wang Taishu had deliberately said 8 months. Among all the young geniuses in Changling, and Baosha and Jing Liuli had cultivated the fastest from Realm 2 energy refinement to Realm 3 vital energy realm in 8 months. So Ding Ning's breakthrough today was a new record for Changling. Chapter 115. A new record in the cultivation world meant that one could leave a deep mark in the history books. But a new record usually meant a new storm. So when Ding Ning returned to the Falling Parasol wine shop and stepped into the wine shop, Zhongsun Qianshue's displeased voice sounded. "Do you have to let people discover you so quickly?" Zhongsun Qianshue's words contained 2 meanings. One was that you could control the speed of your cultivation. The other was that even if you wanted to have a breakthrough so quickly, you could hide your cultivation after the breakthrough and not let others detect you. You have to be so fast. Hearing Zhongsun Qianshue's words, Ding Ning responded briskly. Then he looked at Zhongsun Qianshue who had a frosty expression and explained softly, "Because I want Shui Wangshu to be glorious." Zhongsun Qianshue seemed to accept Ding Ning's words. Her expression softened but her tone was still cold. "For you, you have too many things to consider. The final result is the goal. Regardless of whether I can reach the goal, I hope the process can be more exciting and meaningful." Ding Ning looked at her and said, "The fewer fetters a person has, the easier it is to be hated by others." Like all normal old people, Shui Wangshu went to bed early, but he woke up later than most old people. In the dim morning light, Zhongyi held a bowl of noodles as he listened to the heavy but disorderly breathing coming from the room. Thinking of Shui Wangshu's otherworldly aura in the past, and how he was above Realm 7, he could not help but feel sorrow. Tears were about to drip into the bowl of noodles in his hand. He was very worried that the heavy breathing would suddenly disappear, or that Shui Wangshu would never wake up. Yet just as a tear was about to fall, with a long exhale, Shui Wangshu woke up and welcomed a new day in Changling. Hearing Shui Wangshu stand up, Zhongyi did not have time to put down the bowl and quickly walked into the yard. Shui Wangshu, who was slowly putting on his clothes, heard the hurried footsteps outside the door. Zhongyi's hurried appearance appeared in his mind. He could not help but scold. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid I will sleep to death?" Zhongyi took a wrong step and froze 5 or 6 steps from Shui Wangshu's door. He said angrily, "It is almost the new year, and you are still saying such inauspicious things." Other than Li Daoji, before Ding Ning had entered White Goat Cave, Zhongyi had been Shui Wangshu's favorite disciple. However, he could not stand Zhongyi's pedantry and nagging. Originally, when he heard Zhongyi's words, Shui Wangshu's white brows rose slightly and he could not help but scold him. But suddenly, his nose twitched and he smelled a familiar fragrance. He immediately grew curious. "Zhongyi, you are eating noodles?" Zhongyi stilled. He looked at the bowl of noodles in his hand and immediately felt ashamed. He said with his head bowed, "I heard that you and little sect brother often eat noodles at the noodle shop at the entrance of the alley. I woke up early this morning to prepare some hot water for you. Seeing that you did not get up, and the owner of the noodle shop said the store would be closed for the new year tomorrow, I asked for a bowl to try. But in a moment of carelessness, you have not eaten, but I have already eaten here." Shui Wangshu suddenly became energetic. Before he put on his outer robe, he said, "Push open the door and let me see." Zhongyi was puzzled. Did Cave Master like to eat noodles so much? But as someone who valued respect for his teacher, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately strode to the door and pushed it open to enter. Shui Wangshu focused and looked at Zhongyi's hand. When he saw the color of the bowl in Zhongyi's hand, he pointed at Zhongyi with one finger and punched the bed with the other as he laughed. For a moment, he laughed until he was out of breath, almost unable to catch his breath. "What is this now?" Zhongyi's face was pale. He thought, little sect brother had asked him to take care of him. If Cave Master went crazy in just one night, how could he explain this? Nothing. Looking at Zhongyi, who was so nervous he was about to pounce on him, Shui Wangshu stopped and rubbed his stomach that was hurting from laughing. He said, "Remember to bring your own bowl when you go to that noodle shop next time." "Bring my own bowl?" Zhongyi still felt that Shui Wangshu was not normal. Did the taste of the noodles have anything to do with the bowl? Also, they were so close, and the owner of the noodle shop was so easy to talk to. Couldn't he just return the bowl after eating? "Your little sect brother hasn't woken up yet." Shui Wangshu suppressed his laughter and said, "Let him eat noodles with me." "All right, I will go call him immediately." Zhongyi felt that only Ding Ning's presence could control the situation. He immediately turned and ran out. "Why are you running?" Shui Wangshu saw the situation and couldn't help but shout, "We are so close." "Won't he hear you if you shout?" Zhongyi stilled and said awkwardly, "This seems a little impolite." Shui Wangshu was slightly angry. "What impolite? This is a normal neighborhood alley. Where do you think this is? You are so wishy-washy. Do you want me to shout?" Zhongyi's face instantly turned bitter. He shouted roughly, "Little sect brother, Cave Master is calling you to eat noodles with him." In the distance, the owner of the noodle shop at the end of the street responded, "What kind of noodles do you want? I will make the toppings for you first." "Fat intestine noodles." Ding Ning's clear voice sounded. "Same for me." Shui Wangshu glanced at Zhongyi. Zhongyi could only shout with a frown, 2 bowls of fat intestine noodles. "Why don't we order another bowl?" Shui Wangshu was finally satisfied. He looked at the bowl of noodles in Zhongyi's hand. "You also bring a bowl and eat with us." "How can I do that?" Zhongyi seemed to have made up his mind. He finished all the noodles in the bowl in 2 bites and then said apologetically, "The 5 grains are bestowed by the emperor, and have been sowed by the farmers. They are ground into rice and flour. How can it be wasted?" Shui Wangshu looked at his puffed-up cheeks and sighed softly. He said, "You only remember these old sayings, but you don't know that if you don't listen to the words of the elders, you will suffer losses in front of you. If you knew that this dishwasher likes to pick his nose from time to time, would you still say this? Zhong Yi's eyes instantly bulged. His expression was spectacular. At this time, Ding Ning's figure appeared in the little courtyard behind him. Zhong Yi turned. The moment he saw Ding Ning's face, the bowl in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter and shattered into pieces. Shui Wangshu couldn't help but shake his head. Even if you are expressing anger, don't smash other people's bowls. Zhong Yi stammered in a trembling voice, Little sure. Shui Wangshu finally felt something was strange. He looked at Ding Ning who was walking over, his eyes widening. Realm 3? His breathing was slightly uneven. He coughed softly and looked uncertainly at Ding Ning. Ding Ning smiled slightly and started to prepare a basin of hot water for washing. This is, Shui Wangshu said a few words. He really didn't know how to describe it and immediately roared with laughter. In the eastern suburbs of Changling, there was a secluded courtyard. The walls surrounded a large area, but the buildings inside were small and exquisite. In front of a small house with grey walls and black tiles, there was a natural green spring surrounded by wild grass. At this time, the withered grass was covered in white snow. The spring water in the center was still lively and gave off threads of heat. There were even many red carps swimming in it. A cultivator of indeterminate age was sitting cross-legged in this small house facing the green spring. The reason one could not see his age was not because time had not left marks on his face, but because his hair and beard had not been trimmed for many years. His hair reached the ground, and his beard covered half of his face. But even though his hair was loose like wild grass, his body still had a heroic presence and gave off the presence of spring. Two men in luxurious clothes stood at the bottom of the stairs to his left. One of them looked to be in his 30s, while the other was in his 50s. Both of them had the kind of imposing manner that only high-ranking officials would have. Little brother, we may be wrong. The man in his 30s, his hair coiled up with a jade hairpin, looked with some distress at the cultivator with loose hair and said, The wine shop youth we paid attention to has reached Realm 3. His breakthrough is faster than An Baosha and Jing Liuli. He will not be faster than them. I heard that during the Sword Trial Festival, he used pill medicines to go from Energy Refinement 3rd class to Energy Refinement 1st class. The cultivator with loose hair was motionless. His gaze was still focused on the green spring in front of him. He said, also, even if he uses all kinds of spirit medicines to nourish his body, he will age prematurely at Realm 5. Realm 5 has no meaning. The man in his 30s asked softly, The family wants to hear your opinion, so your opinion is the same as before? The cultivator with loose hair remained motionless and said, Same. The two men dressed in grand robes did not speak further. They left this unique little courtyard and sat on a bronze carriage to leave. His words are reasonable. In the slightly dull carriage, the man in his 30s said, An Baosha and Jing Liuli did not use any pill medicines to cultivate. Strictly speaking, this Ding Ning may not be able to break through faster than the two of them. The medicinal energy of the pill medicines will settle in the body and affect one's comprehension of energy in the future. So it is true. What is the reason? Fang Xiumu has become stupid from practicing the sword. Are you also stupid? Yet his words were interrupted by the cold scolding of the man in his 50s. How long has it been since the Sword Trial Festival? Not even 3 months. This boy was just Realm 2 2nd class at the Sword Trial Festival. Even if he was Realm 2 1st class then, how long did it take for An Baosha and Jing Liuli to go from Realm 2 1st class to Realm 3? Other people do not know, but do you not know? Just compare the time from Realm 2 1st class to Realm 3, and you will understand. Also, this boy followed Shui Wangshu to Zhushan district. He was busy and did not cultivate in seclusion. The man in his 30s was stunned. 4 months. An Baosha and Jing Liuli, of the 8 months from Realm 2 to Realm 3, most of the time was spent in the latter part. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and said in shock, In that case, Ding Ning is faster. Fang Xiumu is more like Fang Xiumu now. He has become like this after practicing the sword. I do not know what he can do after sitting in front of a spring for many years. But the family relies on him the most. The man in his 50s sneered. He does not think highly of this boy, But I want to try. Even the Empress is paying attention to this boy because of Shui Wangshu. She wants to see his performance at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. I will add fuel to the fire. If this boy has extraordinary achievements, the family's view of him will change. Chapter 116. The red sun gradually rose. In an official residence that did not have many furnishings, and could even be described as shabby, a bearded middle-aged official in indigo robes looked at the red morning sun with a frown. A long time later, he finally made a decision and said to the advisor waiting at the side, "Send my box of whale jade ointment to that wine shop youth in falling parasol." Just like all the advisors who could establish themselves in Changling, this thin advisor looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, but his expression was extremely steady, and his eyes were filled with the light of wisdom. Upon hearing his words, the great teacher was taken aback. He was unable to remain calm as he asked, "Lord Sikong, isn't this a little too valuable?" The bearded middle-aged official smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "I know what you are thinking right now. This wine shop youth Ding Ning's cultivation advances astoundingly quickly, but the situation of each realm is different. Some people advance quickly in the first few realms, but become ordinary when they reach the fourth and fifth realms." After the emperor ascended the throne, the most famous example was Guoshong of Changshan Commandery. His cultivation speed in the first 4 realms was about the same as the best cultivators in the history books. But after reaching the 4th realm, he stagnated and lost all confidence. Not only did he give up on himself, he became depressed and fell ill. Now, he was a tuberculosis ghost with all kinds of diseases. It is too early to judge people based on the first 3 realms. But if I can understand this, those nobles who are of higher status than me naturally also know. So even if they knew his name like me, they would only know his name. They would not pay too much attention to him, nor would they express any good intentions towards him because he was not qualified, unless he could perform the same at Realm 4 and 5. For those important people, only cultivators above Realm 6 can cause them to spend some effort. After a pause, the bearded middle-aged official looked at the increasingly confused advisor and said, "The ones who are expressing goodwill to him are naturally those nobles who aren't high enough in status. However, because this youth isn't qualified, even if they express some goodwill, they won't give him anything too valuable. But I want to gamble." The bearded middle-aged official looked at the advisor whose brows suddenly relaxed and said seriously, "While the Bureau of Ceremonies is in charge of the ancestral temple rites and is the head of the bureaus, in reality, it has the least power. At most, it can speak with the Holy One and the Empress. I, Sikong Lian, have reached such a position in the Bureau of Ceremonies, but what I can use can't compare to a commander of the Warden's office. Because I feel that there is no good way out, and my revenge seems to be getting more and more hopeless, so I want to take a gamble." Complicated emotions appeared in the bearded middle-aged official's eyes. "In reality, I am not desperate. Unlike other people, I have seen Shui Wangshu a few times. I know that he is the kind of person who can endure. There are countless people in Changling who can endure, but there should not be a second person like him who can endure so much after reaching Realm 7. Since someone as patient as him was willing to do so many things that went against his nature for the sake of this young man, then this young man should really be worth my gamble. At least, in terms of cultivation and talent, Shui Wangshu knows better than me. We are both giving gifts. If I am going to give him a gift, I will give him the most valuable gift. That youth started late, and his body is weak. What he lacks is overseas spirit medicines like the whale jade ointment. I have carefully investigated this boy's performance at the Sword Trial Festival. I believe this boy is a person who knows how to repay kindness." Hearing the thoughts of the official he followed, the skinny advisor felt admiration. He knew that the other had done his homework before making a decision. But when he thought of revenge, the skinny advisor looked at the wrinkles at the corners of the other's eyes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Falling Parasol suddenly became lively. This was not the usual bustle of the new year, but many grand carriages. The headbands, rouge and powder of the noblewomen, the paperweights in the study, the incense burners, and the jade stones they played with. In the past many years, these things would become symbols of status and identity. Decades ago, the carriages that originally had no cabins and only had canopies evolved into closed cabins. The carriages that could not allow outsiders to see what was happening in the cabins had been a relatively stable and comfortable means of transportation for the nobility. But now, they had many uses such as private meetings, and became the most important item in the daily lives of the nobility of Changling. The cabins grew increasingly exquisite and grand. Just from the materials and decorations, it was possible to see the status of the owner in Changling. The best carriage drivers could even see the corresponding residents of the carriage. An extremely heavy carriage that was clearly lined with steel plates that could not be penetrated by arrows was originally about to enter the alley. Right at this time, the eyes of the carriage driver who sat upright like a javelin suddenly trembled, his brows furrowed. An ordinary-looking carriage made of ordinary sandalwood was entering Falling Parasol from the other side. "What is it?" The carriage behind the carriage driver sensed the carriage stop, and a soft voice of inquiry sounded from within the carriage. "It is the carriage of Feng Hu Province's Fang Yong," the carriage driver responded softly. The nobility in the carriage behind him immediately fell silent and waited patiently. Fang Yong was born of a concubine, but his military service was illustrious. In Feng Hu Province, he was the third most important person after Fang Xiong and Fang Xiumu. A person like this naturally had a higher status than him. It was at this moment that the coachman of the carriage was stunned again. He saw an extremely square carriage. That carriage also didn't have any particularly luxurious decorations, but every part of the carriage was extremely orthodox, completely conforming to the standard, without any personal preferences. Vice Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Ceremonies. Official Sikong Lian actually sent someone. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with what he saw, the carriage driver turned around and softly reported to the inside of the carriage in disbelief. Carriages did not stop in front of the small courtyard that Shui Wangshu rented. As soon as one carriage left, another stopped at the door. Looking at the gifts that were sent in and were about to fill half of the storage room, Shui Wangshu, wearing a weasel skin hat, could not help but grin. Was this not a kind of glory? Little sect brother. At this time, Zhong Yi, who had been recording the gifts so that he could return them in the future, suddenly stammered in shock. Shui Wangshu slapped the copper bowl that was warming his hands and shouted, "What now?" Official Fang Yong of Feng Hu Province sent a gold thread robe over. Zhong Yi seemed to be ashamed of his startled performance. He walked out of the storage room and said softly. Shui Wangshu stilled. The gold thread robe was naturally not made from ordinary gold thread. If that was the case, it would not be valuable to cultivators. The gold thread robe in the cultivation world was made from the silk of a strange flower called the gold thread flower. It was helpful for vital energy realm cultivators to condense energy. It could allow cultivators to absorb primal energies of the universe to replenish their vital energy faster when their vital energy was greatly depleted. This was a great gift, and because the gold thread flower was rare, it was a great gift that could not be bought with money. Even if it is a gold thread robe, there is no need to make such a fuss, Shui Wangshu reprimanded the slightly ashamed Zhong Yi after coming back to his senses. Zhong Yi hung his head in shame and explained softly, "I know, but official Sikong of the Bureau of Ceremonies sent an even greater gift. He sent a box of whale jade cream that is enough to last until next summer." Shui Wangshu was completely stunned this time. The official Sikong of the Bureau of Ceremonies was only Vice Bureau Chief Sikong Lian. While Ding Ning had such a performance, Shui Wangshu knew that a young seedling like Ding Ning was not qualified for the true nobility. People from Feng Hu Province had come only because Ding Ning had some history with Feng Hu Province. Li Lingjun was recognized in Changling as someone who took care of everything personally. He would use some methods only because he had been rejected and humiliated by Ding Ning here. Now, it was inconceivable that someone as powerful as Sikong Lian would pay attention to Ding Ning, even if it was just a meager gift, much less a box of whale jade cream. Whale jade cream was one of the medicines that the Qin dynasty had found useful for cultivators in their century of searching for medicines overseas. It was made from a kind of gelatinous seagrass called whale jade grass in the deep sea. Where this gelatinous seagrass grew, there would be large numbers of black water serpents. If they were facing a true serpent in shallow water, it would not be a particularly dangerous matter for many cultivators. But if they were facing a group of true serpents in the deep sea, then they would have to pay a great price to harvest this kind of seagrass. So whale jade cream was extremely rare. Even marquesate establishments rarely had access to it. This kind of paste was also very useful. If it was applied to the body after bathing, the medicinal power would seep into the skin and bones, and stimulate the vital energy to change the blood and marrow. It would not just strengthen the muscles and bones, but also naturally increase one's strength. It was equivalent to reducing the time a cultivator needed to cultivate. So this kind of paste was called foundation building paste in the dynasties. It was used to replenish the foundation of cultivators. It was enough to use until next summer. This whale jade cream was not a small box, but a large box. This was a great gift that would shock anyone. Zhongyi could not be blamed for not being calm enough. He even gave such a great gift. Xue Wangshu coughed softly and sighed emotionally. Xikong Lian, what matter do you have? A place like Changling really makes people like you feel helpless. There are things you cannot solve that need you to do this. Ordinary people had their helplessness and grievances. Those people who stood at the top also had their helplessness and grievances. Xue Wangshu sighed, not because he only understood this truth now, but because he thought, since it was the same no matter how high he climbed, then what was the meaning in climbing higher? But not everyone had such thoughts. Perhaps the vast majority of people would only look back at their lives at the end of their lives. Only then would they think about whether or not they had done the right things, whether or not there was any meaning. Perhaps only then would they understand what they had missed out on and what they actually wanted the most. In the grand study, Li Lingjun looked at the files in front of him. The white hairs at his temples grew thicker. The sound of footsteps broke his heavy thoughts and the surrounding silence. The stench of horse dung appeared incongruously in the study filled with incense. Li Lingjuan's brow suddenly furrowed. A rare murderous intent appeared on his usually gentle face. He raised his head and looked at the person who appeared in his line of sight. His voice was slightly cold as he said, "Coming uninvited is the greatest rudeness. Moreover, you are a member of my residence. Ignoring the rules of my residence is not just rudeness." Su Qin, dressed in ordinary cloth robes that gave off a stench, bowed deeply and said, "I am rudeness, but I can resolve your worries." Chapter 117. Help me resolve my worries. Li Lingjun looked at Su Qin, his murderous intent growing. At this time, Su Qin's body was covered in the scent of horse dung. His hands were unspeakably rough, and he looked no different from an ordinary servant. His left hand was no longer a bloody mess, and the wounds had healed. However, the tendons of his fingers and his entire arm looked twisted and covered in scars. He looked unspeakably strange. Su Qin did not care about his appearance at this time, but Li Lingjun cared greatly about the frost on his temples. If one's temples were covered in frost at the prime of their life, it could only mean that they were too worried and affected their vitality. It would also greatly affect their future cultivation. In the past many years, Li Lingjun gave people the feeling that he was meticulous, personally attended to everything, and was full of energy. Especially now, he could not let the outside world know of his haggard state. While I do not know how you were able to avoid the eyes and ears of the people outside and get close to my study, looking at you right now, forgive me for not being able to think of how you can help me resolve my worries. Because of his murderous intent, his words did not have their usual gentleness and were filled with disdain. There are many retainers more powerful than me outside your study. I was able to appear in front of you because I have been here for so many days and have accurately grasped their habits and roots. This is my ability, but also the opportunity you gave me by allowing me to stay in the establishment. Su Qin looked emotionally at his shoes soaked by the horse dung. Then he raised his head and looked at Li Lingjun, who was looking disdainfully at his left hand. He said calmly, "In reality, you also know that many of the things Ding Ning says are correct." Suddenly hearing that name, Li Lingjuan's brow unconsciously furrowed, and the coldness in his eyes grew. Su Qin did not seem to detect it. He showed the same smile he had in White Goat Cave. He continued, in reality, you pursue perfection too much. There are not so many perfect things in the world. Just like your path home, why do you have to get the approval of both your father-in-law and consort Zhao? Li Lingjuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold tone, what do you mean? Su Qin looked at him and said coolly, have you ever thought that having one of your father king or consort Zhao Xiong have a strong feeling of you and feel that it has to be you may be more useful than having both of them have a good feeling of you? Li Lingjun was not an ordinary person. Hearing Su Qin's words, his brow furrowed but his expression softened. Continue. The relationship between your father-in-law and consort Zhao is most likely stronger than any relationship between the Chu nobility. If one of them confirms it is you, the other will make concessions. Su Qin grew calmer and more confident. He was wearing servant robes that gave off a stench, but he seemed to shine like he was wearing the most luxurious robes in the world. He looked at Li Lingjun and said, so do not hesitate, do not consider other possibilities. You only need to convince one of them. Li Lingjun took a deep breath. He looked up, his expression becoming gentle and amiable again. You have endured for so long in my establishment for the chance to stand in front of me. So, you already have a chance. I said that I can resolve your worries. Su Qin bowed again and said slowly, I am willing to go to the Chu capital to convince consort Zhao. Li Lingjun looked at him approvingly and said, you came to me, and I purposely sent you to the stables. You do not hold a grudge, and now you want to help me. Su Qin smiled slightly and said, those at the top do not care about grudges, only benefits. Li Lingjun stood up and slowly bowed. He said, what do you need? The change in address meant a change in status. Su Qin knew that he had officially taken the first step to the top. So he smiled even more brightly and said, you are the ruler, I am the prime minister, a promise to be second only to one and above all. To allow me to return to the country and ascend to the throne, this is not an unreasonable request. This request is not excessive. Li Lingjun did not hesitate. He looked at Su Qin and said, when do you want to depart? Su Qin said calmly, there is no time to lose, today. What supported people forward was not just ambition, but more often than not, unwillingness. In the general's tent of the Tiger and Wolf army, Liang Lian looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man in front of him wore the armor of his personal guard, but there was an arrogance and wildness on his face that no attendant would have. This kind of arrogance and disdain for the world could only be nurtured by great rebels who dared to oppose an entire dynasty. A person's temperament could only be determined by what they thought and the height of the enemy they faced. These words were not false at all. This middle-aged man who looked arrogantly at Liang Lian was naturally one of the direct disciples of Cloud Water Palace, Fan Zhuo. I have already used such methods to give you a warning. Are you still unsatisfied? Fan Zhuo looked at the indifferent Liang Lian. He casually used a small knife to cut a piece of lamb leg on the plate in front of him and chewed. At the same time, he said, maybe Zheng Xiu feels that you have secretly interfered in the matter of the Changling guards alerting us. A cold person like her does not need any evidence. How can I only be unsatisfied now? Liang Lian said indifferently. Otherwise, why would I send someone to deliver a letter to you? I can watch as you are killed by Yi Xileng and the Tiger and Wolf army. At the same time, I may have a chance to kill Yi Xileng and make the Empress more satisfied with me. Fan Zhuo looked with interest at him and continued to cut meat as he ate. What do you want us to help you do? Liang Lian said, help me kill Shui Wangshu and the youth next to him. Fan Zhuo immediately laughed coldly. Even if you are unsatisfied, do not give up on yourself. Is this necessary? Of course it is necessary. Liang Lian said expressionlessly. After the warden's office negotiated with that gangster, 2 of my trusted subordinates were killed. I can ignore the wounds the Empress gave me, but I cannot ignore the lives of my subordinates. If I do not care about their lives, no one will work for me. We have fought for so long and know that we cannot always win. We know that people will die if we lose. But if I cannot even defeat a gangster, my subordinates will doubt my abilities. I am not a lone cultivator, I am a general with an army. Liang Lian looked at Fan Zhuo, who was narrowing his eyes, and said, also, soldiers are unpredictable. What is fake is real, and what is real is fake. Right now, no one will feel that I will deal with Xue Wangshu and that youth. If they are killed, people may feel that someone is trying to plant the blame on me and challenge the Empress' power. You can coincidentally help me do this. Also, do you fear that I will not be satisfied, and will bite like an injured wolf? Liang Lian's expressionless face showed disdain. The more I am like you, the closer I am to you, the stronger our alliance will be, and you will feel that I am safer. Fan Zhuo did not disguise his cold smile and said, while you are right, you should know that we are only doing this for the lonely mountain sword horde. We will not take the risk for this matter. Liang Lian said coldly, you know more than me about true outlaws, people who have nothing to do with the nobility of Changling. Ever since I arranged for you to enter the city, I have not asked about any of the secrets of the lonely mountain sword horde, or what you are searching for in Changling. If you are not even willing to do such a small thing for me, what is the meaning of our alliance? Fan Zhuo thought and felt that if Changling was more chaotic, it would be more beneficial for their actions. Liang Lian glanced at him and said, that gangster has already gathered some of the factions I want. Other than Fish Market, he is the leader of those gangsters. If we can control him in the future, it will be easier for you to find something. If we look at it from a long-term perspective, in the future, I will be in the light, you will be in the dark, and we will each control a side. Maybe we will not be so unwilling now. Fan Zhuo laughed arrogantly. He felt that he was not eating to his heart's content. He threw away the small knife in his hand and started to eat the lamb leg. At the same time, he said, those people are not cheap, especially if they are going to fight for their lives in Changling. The price is even higher. Liang Lian looked at him and slowly said, it is not expensive to buy a life. The carriages delivering gifts only gradually thinned and disappeared in the afternoon. All the residents of Falling Parasol felt that a great person had appeared here and were very proud. But Ding Ning was no different from usual. Because he had not gone to White Goat Cave to cultivate, the wine shop had closed many days ago. So when it was near evening, Ding Ning just casually flipped through some of the notes that Xue Wangshu had written over the past few days. At the same time, he watched Zhongyi play chess with Xue Wangshu. Xue Wangshu's cultivation had been high in the past, but his chess skills were not as good as Zhongyi's. After losing several games, he finally became angry from embarrassment. He slapped the chessboard and shouted, do you know how to respect your teacher? You won several games, but you purposely made a few bad moves and let your teacher win one game. Looking at Xue Wangshu's angry state, Zhongyi was ashamed and puzzled. He lowered his head in terror and said, Cave Master, the books say, books. Xue Wangshu was so angry he wanted to hit him. But for some reason, he suddenly became deeply worried. In the end, he sighed and looked seriously at Zhongyi. He warned, you have a kind personality, and have the style of a gentleman. But I worry that you are too kind and will be taken advantage of by villains. So I only want you to remember one thing. All books are written by people, all laws are made by people, rules and relationships, think about which is more important. Ding Ning looked at Xue Wangshu, who was teaching seriously. His eyes grew more respectful. But at this time, his body imperceptibly stiffened. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an indescribably quiet woman in red robes looking at him. Chapter 118. The woman was unusually quiet. While she was dressed in red, she did not attract attention as she stood in the alley. But regardless of whether it was Zhongsun Qianshui's perception in the wine shop or Ding Ning's eyes, there seemed to be a black bamboo swaying around her. The black bamboo was quiet and aloof from worldly affairs. But it had a presence that did not belong to the mortal world. How could it stand alone? This red-robed woman did not seem to have any interactions with the people in the alley. But the moment he saw her, Ding Ning knew his judgment was correct. She was the master of the underground kingdom of Fish Market. Zhongyi, ashamed and blaming himself for provoking Xue Wangshu's anger, was pondering over Xue Wangshu's serious words. He was a cultivator of great talent. He finally sensed something and looked up. But when he looked up, the red-robed woman had already turned and left. So he did not see anything. He just looked at where the red-robed woman had been standing and felt puzzled. "What is it?" Shui Wangshu looked at him and asked. "It's nothing." Zhongyi shook his head and suggested softly, "Let's play another round." Shui Wangshu was slightly disinterested. But looking at Zhongyi, who wanted to make up for his mistake, he suddenly felt this was another way of teaching. So he nodded, knocked on the chessboard and said, again, "Ding Ning." At this time, Zhongsun Qianshua's cold call sounded from the back of the wine shop. The red-robed woman walked into the narrow alley outside Falling Parasol. The black-robed old man waiting there with a bamboo staff followed next to her. "That youth is not bad." She walked in the direction of Fish Market and slowly spoke to the black-robed old man. Her voice carried a peace that could infect others. It is rare to be able to come to Fish Market every few days to take care of that lonely old woman and chat with her without asking for anything in return. Seeing him today, he has a calmness that is not shocked by honor or disgrace. "I also have the desire to cherish talent, but I cannot protect myself. He is neither human nor ghost following us. I can only look at him from afar. That woman is full of yin energy. She cultivates the yin and ghost methods of the Qi dynasty, and has reached Realm 7. Who is she? Why did she come to see you?" In the back of the wine shop, Zhongsun Qianshue faced the direction the red-robed woman had left in and asked Ding Ning who she had summoned. "The master of Fish Market Underground." Ding Ning looked at her cold and stern face and said with difficulty, "The only descendant of the Shong family. It should be because I often go to Fish Market. Now that the news of my cultivation breaking some records has spread to Fish Market, she came to take a look." Zhongsun Qianshue was silent for a moment and said, "Since she is your master's former subordinate, and I fear she is your master's only former subordinate. Now that she has such cultivation and power, why do you not want to borrow her power?" Ding Ning was silent and did not answer. Zhongsun Qianshue said in a cold voice, "Other people do not know, but I know better than anyone else. Back then, we used thunderous methods to destroy the Zhongsun family, and then used the Shong family as scapegoats to quell the anger of some noble families. We executed the Shong family members who pushed for the reform, but the Shong family's reform was slowly maintained. This kind of killing and soft methods mostly came from the emperor and the present empress. I know that your master was not in Changling at the time. He was the one who protected the only daughter of the Shong family. On this matter, he used many vicious methods of revenge. Since then, there was an irreconcilable gap between him and the emperor, so if you have a request, I think she will help you." Ding Ning did not respond to her words. He looked at her and shook his head. "You said yourself that this is an old grudge. There are too many people who owe the Shong family, but the Shong family does not owe anyone. We want to kill an emperor above Realm 8 who sounds like a great rebellion. Do not drag her in." Zhongsun Qianshue glanced at him and did not speak. She turned and walked into the room behind her. This attitude meant that while she did not agree, she did not oppose Ding Ning's intentions. The firecrackers stopped the old year. The new year arrived. The stable Qin dynasty officially entered the 12th year of Yuanwu. The Yuanwu emperor had ascended the throne for 12 years. There was a new atmosphere in the new year. Shui Wangshu's small courtyard was decorated by Wang Taishu with a festive atmosphere. Not only were there couplets pasted on the door, but there were also fiery red decals on the windows. Even an old pear tree in the small courtyard was draped with silk and satin. Above the courtyard, there was even gauze to block the wind. Under the warm sunlight, Ding Ning, Shui Wangshu, Zhongyi, and Wang Taishu sat at a small square table under the pear tree to bask in the sun and drink some tea. Smelling the fragrance of meat coming from the streets, Shui Wangshu said from the bottom of his heart, "His Majesty can be proud just by making every household have meat in their meals." Wang Taishu was deeply moved. He said emotionally, "Regardless of the attitudes of those high-ranking people in court towards us, at least in my view, making the people of Changling eat and wear warm clothes is much more meaningful than taking down another city." Zhongyi said in awe, "His Majesty is naturally a rare virtuous emperor. The Empress and the two Prime Ministers are naturally His Majesty's virtuous helpers." To be able to let the people have their own houses and the tillers have their own fields, this was already a great achievement. Also, having enough food and clothing is like adding oil to the fire. Ding Ning took a sip of hot tea. He did not make a comment but laughed self-mockingly inside. Right now, almost everyone in Changling loved and respected the Yuanwu emperor who had ruled for 12 years. But could great achievements offset a person's sins? If everyone said it was possible, he would not agree. At least, Zhongsun Qianxue would stand on his side. A youth in new robes appeared at the gate. When he looked up and saw this youth in new robes, Zhongyi had a bitter expression. He said worriedly, "Shenyi, while my junior sect brother Ding Ning has reached Realm 3, you should not be in such a rush. It is not good to use swords in the new year." The visiting youth was the Guanzhong youth Shenyi who had a promise to fight Ding Ning after his breakthrough. His expression had been hesitant and uneasy. Hearing Zhongyi's words, he hurriedly turned around so that Zhongyi and Ding Ning could see his back. At the same time, he quickly explained in embarrassment, "I did not bring a sword. I did not come to fight." Zhongyi's brows immediately relaxed. He said warmly, "This is good. You can sit and drink tea first." Zhongyi's nature made people feel relaxed and close. The slightly nervous Shen Yi immediately sighed in relief. "Thank you for the 2 stalks of 3 young grass." Ding Ning smiled slightly at this straightforward Guanzhong youth who had walked into the yard. Shen Yi looked at Ding Ning's smile and relaxed even more. He bowed to Shui Wangshu and Wang Taishu before looking at Ding Ning and saying, "2 days ago, I heard the news of your breakthrough, and your speed surpassed An Baosha and Jing Liuli. I wanted to come find you, but I thought that I could not match your cultivation speed. I was discouraged and hesitated for many days before coming today." Ding Ning said calmly, "Fast cultivation in the first 3 realms does not mean anything. Because we had an agreement to fight after the breakthrough, I did not come to see you. Hiding is not a solution." Shenyi looked at him and explained, "But I feel inferior. Also, just like your senior sect brother Zhongyi said, it is not good to come and fight in the new year. So I came first as a New Year's greeting." Shui Wangshu smiled slightly and praised, as expected of a youth who walked out of the 800 miles of Guanzhong, so magnanimous. Shenyi blushed slightly. He suddenly gathered his courage and said, "Shui, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you will agree." Shui Wangshu stilled slightly. His dim eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "How is it?" Shenyi said, "I have not entered any sword school to study before. Shui, can you recommend me to participate in White Goat Cave's entrance exam? White Goat Cave has merged into Green Vine Sword Academy." "You mean you want to become a student of Green Vine Sword Academy, and become sect brothers with Zhongyi and Ding Ning?" Shui Wangshu twisted his beard and laughed. "This is wonderful." Ding Ning was speechless. Previously, Shui Wangshu had revealed that he was interested in Shenyi. He had not expected Shenyi to make such a request. Shenyi's face was filled with joy. Looking at Shui Wangshu who was laughing proudly, he said excitedly, "So Cave Master agrees?" Shui Wangshu looked at this excited Guanzhong youth and said, "As long as you do not worry about hindering your future, since I made an exception to accept Ding Ning, it is nothing to make another exception. I think Di Qingmai would be happy for me to take the burden of accepting such an outstanding student for Green Vine Sword Academy." Hearing Shui Wangshu agree so readily, Chen Yi's mouth went dry with joy as he opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. Ding Ning shook his head and did not express any opinion. He asked Shen Yi calmly, "Why do you suddenly have such an idea?" Shen Yi said, "I heard that you want to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. I thought that even if I fight you now and win, there is nothing to be proud of. You only started cultivating last autumn. Also, when I go back and think about the sword moves you used to defeat me, I feel that if we fight now, I may still lose. Since I cannot surpass you now, I think it is best to follow in your footsteps and watch you progress." Shui Wangshu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Ding Ning frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Shen Yi spoke first. "Ding Ning, do not misunderstand. I am not doing this just for Xie Ru. Zhong Yi's gaze grew warmer. He knew that Shun Yi had made such a decision because Ding Ning's performance caused him to realize some of his inadequacies. But even more importantly, it was because he admired Ding Ning and Xue Wangshu. Since Cave Master has agreed, you are now a student of our school. You should follow some etiquette. He looked warmly at Shun Yi and said, "Do you still call me Ding Ning?" Shun Yi stilled and then reacted. He bowed excitedly and respectfully to Ding Ning and Zhong Yi. He said, "Greetings to senior sect brother Ding Ning, eldest sect brother Zhong Yi. Now this is good." Xue Wangshu glanced at Zhong Yi and Ding Ning, and then smiled at Wang Taishu. He said, "Someone in between the two has come. Generous and straightforward, but not as wishy-washy as Zhong Yi. Daring, but not as calm as Ding Ning. He lacks the rashness of youth." Wang Taishu smiled upon hearing this and said, "Is it not good to be too calm and steady?" Xue Wangshu said seriously, "Of course it is not good. Being too rational and weighing will sometimes limit one's actions." Ding Ning did not speak and said, "I am going to fish market later." Shun Yi immediately said, "Can you take me with you?" Looking at Ding Ning, who had turned around, he immediately added with some embarrassment, "Senior sect brother Ding Ning, I do not want to follow you everywhere. But I have just arrived in Changling, and have never been to such an interesting place as Fish Market." Chapter 119. For the ordinary people of Changling, the most important thing in the new year was to visit family and friends, especially with the elders. They had to walk around, give New Year greetings, and say some auspicious words. For the nobility of Changling, the arrival of the new year was a new page in the history books, and had more meaning. The Yuanwu emperor had entered the 12th year of his reign, but all the nobility of Changling knew that starting from the 6th year of his ascension, this strongest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty rarely asked about politics, and was in seclusion to cultivate and seek the Tao. Even though most people were not sure of the Yuanwu emperor's true cultivation, they were almost certain that Realm 8 was not a problem for him. So the path he pursued was Realm 9, longevity. In these years, almost all the internal and external affairs of the Qin dynasty were given to the two ministers and the empress. But this did not mean that he only cared about cultivation and did not care. For example, when the bureau chief of the astrology bureau, Yi Xileng, returned in the storm and killed Zhao Zhon with one blow, all the nobility of Changling felt that he had an invisible hand controlling the Qin dynasty. At the same time, he reminded all the nobility how he had ascended the throne. Starting from the 6th year of his ascension, the strongest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty rarely saw his officials. Usually, only the two ministers and the empress could see him. But at the beginning of each new year, he would first invite the officials to a banquet, and then on the second day, he would ascend the heaven prayer platform to pray for blessings, and do some clan matters. All the nobility knew that the Holy One would appear in the next 2 days. He needed to let all the nobility, including the people of the enemy dynasties, see that he was still healthy and strong, or even stronger. So even though the first day of the banquet did not need to follow the etiquette of the ancestors, the atmosphere was still heavy and oppressive. In Preservation Peace Hall, the blue-grey tiles gave off the light of a lake covered in seaweed. All the nobility sat in front of their tables. Yi Xileng was sitting behind the front row of tables. Among all the bureau chiefs, she was the only woman, so she appeared very out of place. Not far from her, a fat man with a body like an iron tower squinted his eyes and exuded an incomparably domineering aura. It was Marquis Shu of Mount Heng, who had attacked her in the past. The seats for the two prime ministers were placed on the two sides closest to the throne. The two prime ministers hadn't arrived yet, but the empress, the future master of the Qin dynasty, and several princes had already arrived. The empress was wearing the most beautiful phoenix coronet dress of the Qin dynasty, which made her look even more dignified and dazzling. Yi Xileng's eyelashes fluttered, his gaze did not linger on her but landed on Prince Fu Su behind her. Her gaze turned cold. To be able to cause her gaze to tremble slightly, there was naturally a great abnormality. Many of the nobles saw that Fu Su was different from before. Feeling the presence he gave off, Many of the nobles who could speak in front of the empress couldn't help but congratulate. Your Highness Fu Su is truly extraordinary. To reach Realm 5 at such an age, this is worthy of celebration. Many of the officials who had not detected it were shocked. While he was an imperial son and the son of the empress, he naturally had the strongest support on the path of cultivation. The first few realms he had spent the least amount of time on, but with Fu Su's age, entering Realm 4 was normal. But entering Realm 5 was not something that could be done with the resources of a country. It had to do with his own talent and the teaching he received. And Baosha, Jing Liuli, and the others might have better talent and teachings than Fu Su, but they did not have such strong support. So many of the officials thought that in the future emperor of the Qin dynasty would likely still be the strongest cultivator of the Qin dynasty. The empress smiled slightly. She was naturally satisfied. But at this time, a palace attendant behind Fu Su said, His Highness Fu Su was able to understand sword manuals and cultivation records at the age of 3. In the history of the Qin dynasty, only one person is like His Highness Fu Su. In the future, His Highness Fu Su will naturally be the top cultivator of Changling. Many palace maids were very close to the empress and princes. Even if they spoke in this kind of setting, no one would feel it was too rude. Especially since the emperor and the 2 prime ministers had not yet arrived. Especially since the nobles had spoken in front of them, the atmosphere was slightly relaxed. However, some of her words were like thunder, like the coldest sword. They instantly stunned everyone, stunned many people, and also frightened many people. Even Yi Xileng paled slightly. Even Marquis Shu of Mount Heng sweated slightly. Many people even stopped breathing at this moment, and cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. The air in the hall seemed to freeze in this moment, sinking into absolute silence. Everyone's gazes gathered in disbelief on that palace attendant. Just how much courage and insanity did one have to be to dare to say such disgraceful word? At this time, an authoritative chant came from the path of the imperial palace outside the hall. This meant that the 2 ministers and the Holy One were not far from the hall. With the Holy One's cultivation, it was impossible for him not to hear loud words at such a distance. Many people's faces instantly turned pale. They looked at the beautiful palace attendant and began to understand that these words, which contained deep meaning, were definitely not an unintentional mistake. While this palace attendant's words were true. In the history of the Qin dynasty, only one person like Fu Su was able to comprehend sword manuals at the age of 3. All the history books about that person had been burned before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne. Even more importantly, many of the nobles knew, the noblest mistress of the Qin dynasty, the empress, had some unclean stories with that person. That person comprehended sword manuals at the age of 3. Fu Su also comprehended sword manuals at the age of 3. What kind of thoughts would this cause? While the words were praising Fu Su on the surface, in the ears of the nobles, they were more malicious than any other words, and caused them to feel cold. A young person with a humble expression trembled slightly. He was sitting not far from Yi Xileng in a high position. He was the bureau chief of the clan law bureau, Huang Jinwei. At this time, he looked at that dignified and beautiful palace attendant with an unbearable expression. He wanted to speak, but even he did not dare to speak. Fu Su, who had been smiling brightly a few moments ago, clearly felt the sudden change in the atmosphere. But he did not understand why. Because before he could understand sword manuals, those history books had been burned and rewritten. Before he was born, no one dared to say that person's name. He looked in shock at the beautiful palace attendant behind him, and then turned to look pleadingly at his mother empress. The empress' features were still flawless and dazzlingly beautiful, but her gaze gradually turned cold. Even Fu Su seemed to see a terrifying cold sword being pulled out of a bottomless pool of ice. His eyes felt a stabbing pain, and unprecedented cold terror rose in his heart. Some of the officials near the back were terrified, their heads bowed as they trembled. She slowly turned around, and looked coldly at the beautiful palace attendant who seemed to be confused. She said, "No matter who is standing behind you, do you think you can change anything by doing this?" Preserving Peace Hall was deathly silent. She looked at the palace attendant, shook her head and said, nothing can be changed. The beautiful palace attendant said respectfully and apologetically, "Apologies." Then, in a very low voice, she said, "Just say these words." Before the empress could speak again, the beautiful palace attendant smiled bleakly and said, "This sinful servant deserves to die." Poof! She did not make any extra movements, but a mouthful of blood surged out of her mouth. Fu Su gaped at this scene. He felt that this palace attendant's vitality had been completely cut off when she said those words. Especially when he was right in front of this palace attendant, and the blood the palace attendant had spat out before she died was about to land on his clothes. But at this time, an inexplicable power appeared in the hall. A wave of primal energies of the universe suddenly flooded in from the entrance of the hall and wrapped around the palace attendant's body. Time seemed to stop. The blood and the palace attendant's body were absolutely still. Then in the next moment, the blood and the palace attendant's body, all of her clothes, flesh, and blood were turned to dust by this power in a breath. Because the dust was too small, and because this change was too unreal, no one felt the slightest bit of blood at this moment. Only when all of the dust disappeared, blown into the air by the scattered primal energies of the universe, and scattered to unknown places in the world, did the people in the hall start to be taken over by all kinds of emotions. Yi Xileng bowed her head and did not look elsewhere. She only looked at the table in front of her. A figure dressed in dragon robes appeared at the entrance of the hall. Behind him were two majestic figures with mountainous presences. The two ministers of the Qin dynasty. But compared to him, they seemed very short, like the steps under his feet. This emperor, the most powerful in the history of the Qin dynasty and the most loved by his subjects, had a confident and powerful expression on his face. He was not as lost in thought as he had been when he had faced the empress alone that night. "Rise." Facing all of the bowing nobles, he smiled slightly, as though the terrifying power he had just displayed had nothing to do with him, as though nothing had happened. That palace maid, like all the things he had erased, seemed to have never appeared in this hall. The coldness in the empress' eyes had completely disappeared. A motherly smile appeared on her perfect face. Just like in previous years, the emperor sat down, and without much ceremony, raised a cup of wine and started the banquet. A banquet where the emperor and his subjects met and the Qin dynasty advanced steadily. Chapter 120. Ding Ning and Shen Yi walked side by side. In front of them, there were many huts stacked together. This was Fish Market. Actually, we can't see much in Fish Market now. Ding Ning turned to look at Chen Yi and said without hiding anything, "Even if it's an underground business, there are very few that open during the new year." Shen Yi said, "No matter. Quiet has quiet scenery, and lively has lively scenery." Ding Ning turned strangely to look at this Guanzhong youth and said, "This does not seem to be something someone of your personality would say." Chen Yi smiled and said, "Senior brother is really perceptive." "Indeed, I didn't say those words, but rather my little uncle's famous words. There are a few more. If you really want to see the scenery of a place, not only when it's quiet, but also when it's lively, but also when it's in 4 seasons. If you really want to see a friend, not only when they're proud, but also when they're frustrated, down, and in danger." To be able to say famous words, the speaker had to be very famous. So Ding Ning, who had already walked into Fish Market, asked, "Who is your uncle?" Shen Yi said, "My uncle is Shen Huai." Ding Ning stilled. "One of the Guanzhong 5 swords?" Shen Yi nodded. Ding Ning glanced at him. "I had not expected him to be your uncle. Then why did you not learn the sword from him?" Guanzhong had 800 miles of flatland and many sword masters. To be recognized as one of the 5 most powerful swords, Shen Huai's fame was great. Shen Yi said in a low and ashamed voice, "He taught me my sword personally." Ding Ning stilled and said, "Apologies." Shen Yi shook his head and said, "The same sword manual creates different cultivators. My uncle once told me that the crux of cultivation is the path one chooses." Ding Ning nodded and said, "He is right. One's vision sometimes determines one's height. I should have come to Chongling earlier. Otherwise, I would not have thought of such a unique place in the world." Shunyi had already followed Ding Ning into Fish Market. He looked at the streets and alleys that seemed to be immersed in a ghost realm. He looked at the lanterns that seemed to glow like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness and asked curiously in a soft voice, "Everything is traded here, including forbidden items. Can even I buy them?" Ding Ning looked at him and said, "You can buy it, but you have to go through some middlemen here." Shunyi, who knew that there must be a lot of connections, became even more curious and asked, "Then can I participate in some underground auctions?" "Of course," Ding Ning said, "but you must obtain the trust of those middlemen. With your status as the son of a wealthy family in Guangzhou, there should be no problem if you want to participate. However, when they really wanted to buy something, they still needed a middleman to bid. Otherwise, if many people know who the item ends up in, it will bring disaster instead." Shunyi said from the bottom of his heart, "If there is a chance, I will take a look. Maybe there will be something useful." The lamb shop in the west sold lamb on the outside, but inside, there were human traffickers. They sold children from remote places and even other dynasties. The tailor shop in the east specialized in the seal weapon business of the Chu dynasty. The three stilted buildings near the pond at the bottom were the accounts of the overseas bandits. If one wanted to participate in the underground auctions of all kinds of cultivator items, one had to find pockmarked Shue who sold tung oil, or old Jew who sold salted fish. Ding Ning led Shunyi to the deepest part of Fish Market, the bottom of Fish Market. At the same time, he slowly explained the many connections in Fish Market to him. Chen Yi was listening more and more intently, but he didn't notice that Ding Ning's speech was getting slower and slower. "Next, no matter what you hear me say, do not have any obvious changes in your expression. Just pretend that you are listening to me chatting with you. Do not let anyone discover anything unusual." Suddenly, Ding Ning's words reached his ears. Because he spoke slowly, Chen Yi had enough time to react. His heart suddenly shook, but he quickly controlled his emotions and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Today, Ding Ning had come to Fish Market to pay a New Year greeting to that lonely old woman and chat with her. But just now, he sensed an unusual and dangerous presence. "There should be someone who wants to assassinate me. Those who dare to make a move in Fish Market are true fugitives. That's why you've been dragged into this matter." Ding Ning said calmly and slowly, "While I do not know who it is, my life and yours are in your hands. So you have to listen carefully and remember every word I say. You cannot make any mistakes." Looking at the unusually calm streets and alleys, Shunyi, who could not sense any killing intent, grew more shocked. But the seriousness in Ding Ning's calm words caused him to be certain this was not a joke. "Speak, I will do it," he nodded and said softly. Ding Ning lowered his voice and bowed his head slightly. Even his lips were hidden in the shadows. "In a moment, I will take you past many shops. The owners of those shops are not ordinary people, and are related to the underground master of Fish Market. However, I don't know which store is open right now. Later, you will enter whichever store is open. After you enter, you will begin to calculate the time. After 50 breaths, you will use your fastest speed to inform the owner of the store that someone is about to kill someone in Fish Market. The location is at the Ghost Worry Pier." Shunyi did not understand why Ding Ning wanted him to calculate the time, but he still remembered every word. At the same time, he repeated in a soft and simple voice, "Enter the shop, time, 50 breaths, ask for help, Ghost Worry Pier." Ding Ning nodded calmly and said, "Just remember. What I will say to you next will be ordinary chatter." Shunyi glanced at him and said, "I understand." Ding Ning continued to lead the way towards the stilted building where the old woman was. He continued to talk about the ways of Fish Market, but inside, he was filled with indescribable anger and coldness. Just as he and Zhongsun Chenxue had said, he originally did not want to involve the young miss of the Shong family because of some old matters. He did not want to borrow her power. But today, he was just visiting the elderly. On a new year like this, someone forced him to borrow the power of Fish Market. Who was it? His heart grew colder and angrier, but his thoughts grew more active. He considered more and more things to follow. The ponds at the lowest part of Fish Market were mostly covered by the roofs of the huts, so not much snow had fallen. At this time, there was only a layer of ice 2 knuckles thick on the surface of the water. 2 threads of fire suddenly appeared in Ding Ning's calm eyes. His gaze once again landed on the last flower remnant sword at his waist. At this time, they were near the numerous shops that he and Shunyi had mentioned. Of the numerous shops, only one was open. There was fire and the presence of people inside. Ding Ning knew that the owner of the shop was in the weapon business. There were many good swords in his stilted house. Li Daoji's last flower remnant sword had been bought from there. Originally, people who were completely unrelated to him were somehow related to this broken sword. Therefore, it was as if there were countless grudges involved in fate. This broken sword seemed to be the key to unlocking fate. It had been sealed here and had been waiting for him for many years. That shop sells swords. You do not need a middleman to go in alone. The shop owner has many good swords that are inferior to many cultivation places in Changling. You can go take a look and wait for me here. I'll meet you here after paying New Year's greetings. Ding Ning pointed at the shop, raised his head and looked calmly at Chen Yi. Shen Yi naturally knew that Ding Ning's words were just idle chatter. He could not wait for Ding Ning to come back and meet him here. So he nodded slightly and said, "All right, since this is the only shop open, I will walk around this one." Ding Ning smiled slightly and left Shen Yi here to continue forward. Shen Yi looked at him with more respect. He was not as good as Ding Ning to be able to show such a smile at such a dangerous time. Ding Ning's brow imperceptibly furrowed. The ghost worry pier in front of him was under several stilted buildings filled with firewood. There were no shops nearby, and his vision was blocked. It was the best place to assassinate on this route. If he was in a different position, he would have chosen that place to assassinate someone. At this moment, he sensed that the scents were all moving towards that place. This meant that these people had come to deal with him and not to plot against Shen Yi. He took a deep breath, and the countless little silkworms in his body seemed to have awakened with his breath, and silently surged within his body. Shen Yi tried to be as calm as possible, but when he pushed open the door and entered the shop, his breathing uncontrollably sped up. Chem. The man on the couch inside seemed to sense Shen Yi's abnormality and gave a soft snort. Shen Yi thought of Ding Ning's warning that he could not cause problems early. So he immediately took a deep breath and started to calculate the time in his mind. At the same time, he said, "I come from the Guanzhongshan family. I have heard that you have many good swords here." The man with the disheveled hair looked coldly at him in the darkness but did not speak and moved back. As the blanket over him was lifted, and the black sword box was revealed, Shen Yi saw that he did not have feet. His legs were cut off at the knees. Seeing such a scene, Chen Yi could no longer control his emotions and involuntarily let out a low cry, "Your legs are inconvenient. What should we do?" Not having feet had nothing to do with selling swords. Shen Yi's exclamation was abrupt, but the disheveled hair man's gaze flashed. He lowered his voice and said calmly, "Something happened." Chapter 121. Ding Ning continued to walk silently. He had reached the ghost worry pier he had spoken of before. This place was below several stilted buildings that were used to store firewood. These stilted buildings were slightly higher than the other stilted buildings. Because they were warehouses, the things piled up inside were relatively heavy. Therefore, there were more wooden pillars used to support them than ordinary stilted buildings. Some of the wooden pillars were erected very casually, while others were slanted. In addition, the wooden plank path below was used as a dock. On both sides of the path, there were many buckets and small black awning boats. The mooring ropes were tied to these wooden pillars, and the swaying ropes made people think of hanged ghosts. His footsteps appeared casual, but in reality, he accurately controlled the time. This was Fish Market. There were many true experts hidden here who did not allow outsiders to mess around. So if someone wanted to kill him here, he had a natural advantage. The reason he had set a time with Shen Yi was because he wanted to give the enemy a chance to act, but he also had to ensure that the people who could control the situation could arrive in time. The enemies who wanted to kill him naturally had to be dealt with once and for all. Otherwise, there would be many unspeakable dangers in the future. Moreover, he thought further than the average person. This time, even if he couldn't find out who was behind the assassins, there was a possibility that he could use them to achieve his other goal. The water surface had frozen. Because the water here was usually turbid black water, the ice surface was black, and set off the name of this ghost worry pier. The not-so-sturdy wooden planks were firmly frozen on the ice surface, so walking on them was steadier than usual. The surrounding black awning boats and buckets were so frozen that they could not move. Even the ropes had icicles of various lengths. Everything was so silent, and there was no one in sight. Yet Ding Ning knew that the cultivator closest to him was in a black awning boat dozens of feet to the left. This cultivator gave off a weak presence, and his breathing was very stable. He would only breathe once in a long time. Even when Ding Ning was so close, this cultivator's breathing rate did not change at all. In reality, other than this cultivator, there were two other cultivators who were further away. He could not sense any presence of cultivators coming from them. He only smelled their scent. This was the uniqueness of the Three Corpses Non-Self Soul Sutra. While it was not as good as the 9-Death Silkworm in sensing vital energy, and the primal energies of the universe, the Three Corpses Non-Self Origin Sutra could not be compared to other methods in sensing minute sounds and smells. From the two cultivators who were following him in secret, as well as the cultivators who were close to him right now, he smelled a slightly fishy but also sweet and greasy scent. Ding Ning was familiar with the scent of the coiled snake flower's juice. The juice of the coiled snake flower was a natural poison. Cultivators below Realm 5 could not force the poison out with their cultivation. For cultivators below Realm 3, it could be said to be fatal. But to put poison on weapons was a shameful thing for Changling. Even in the entire Qin dynasty, only the bandits around Jiaodong Commandery would put such poison on their weapons. People who carried weapons like this could only be here to kill, and not to discuss matters with him. Hearing the occasional soft breathing, Ding Ning's steps did not stop, and his expression did not change. He did not even look at the ship embedded in the ice. Suddenly, his right hand gripped the hilt of the last flower remnant sword, and drew out several sword paths in the air with astounding speed. A simple white sword seal formed and then disappeared. Amidst the white frost, multiple icicles shot towards the black canopy. In this silent space, there were ear-piercing tearing sounds. The cultivator in the canopy prepared to attack in the next moment. He had not thought that his tracks would be exposed, and that Ding Ning would be so unreasonable as to attack without asking for a reason. In great shock, the black-robed cultivator hiding in the black canopy poured out his vital energy without reservation as the icicles stabbed into the black canopy. In this narrow space, he did not have time to use any sword moves. He reached out and slapped the canopy behind him. Before an even louder tearing sound, he flew out in a strange posture like a wounded blackbird. This was a cultivator with a short beard. His lips were thick, and his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. He did not cover his face. His reaction could not be said to be slow. However, what made his face instantly filled with shock was that just as his body separated from the broken roof, in the instant that he did not even have time to think about how to counterattack, a sword light that looked like a cluster of countless white flowers had already ruthlessly stabbed into his waist. The wine-shop youth that he thought he could kill in a flash and did not need to disguise his face seemed to have calculated his reaction and flashed to the back of the black canopy without stopping. The other's thin body was stretched to its limit, and in a posture that looked like it was pressed against the black canopy, the sword accurately stabbed into his waist and into his organ. This black-robed cultivator heard his body give off a sound like an inflated sheepskin raft bursting. The great pain caused his body to reflexively jump back like a shrimp. He sensed the power in his body was rapidly flowing away, but he still raised the black short sword in his right hand that gave off a sweet smell. He wanted to give Ding Ning a fatal blow before he died. However, right at this moment, he felt a sharp pain on his neck. A downward impact caused him to fall backwards before he could even complete a forward thrust. A muffled bang. He felt like a piece of meat in the hands of a butcher that had been slapped onto a chopping board. When his back collided with the cold black ice, he finally heard the sizzling sounds coming from his neck, followed by countless even smaller sizzling sounds coming from the surrounding ice. He finally reacted. Just now, Ding Ning's movements had not stopped at all. As he arched in pain, the other's sword had been pulled out of his waist, and then quickly stabbed into his neck. The sound at this time was the sound of boiling hot blood spurting out from his neck, as well as the sound of countless blood droplets landing on the ice-cold surface, burning fine holes in the ice surface. How was this possible? This was a common youth who had never fought before. How could his killing methods be crueler and more skilled than his own? He first felt inexplicable shock and disbelief. Then he felt terror. But when he opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. The last thing he felt was warm blood gushing up from his throat, instantly filling up the space in his mouth and gushing out from his lips. This black-robed cultivator was like a black fish that had just been slaughtered, lying twisted on the ice. Scarlet hot blood spread out on the ice and quickly seeped down. Ding Ning, who had killed this black-robed cultivator with 2 blows, had an unusually calm expression. He steadied himself on the blood-soaked ice, straightened, and turned to look. A green-robed cultivator and a cultivator dressed in dark red embroidered robes had appeared on the nearby ice. These 2 cultivators were also not masked. The green-robed cultivator had short hair and looked to be in his 40s. His eyebrows were sparse, and his eyes were a special brown color. The dark red brocade-robed cultivator had a round face, short and round figure. He was not much different from the fat merchants of Changling. However, his narrowed eyes gave off a cold gaze like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. While I do not know who sent you to kill me, you are too arrogant to kill here. Sensing the powerful presences of these 2 people, Ding Ning was not nervous at all. He said in a sympathetic tone and slight disdain, "This is Fish Market. You think this is a place any cat or dog can come and easily leave?" Hearing Ding Ning's voice, the green-robed, short-haired cultivator was expressionless. The fat merchant shook his head and copied his words. "While I do not know how you discovered us, you dared to lure us to attack. Even if this is Fish Market, we still have time to kill you and leave." As he spoke, a dim and thin sword quickly fell down along a wooden pillar behind Ding Ning, and then flew towards the back of Ding Ning's neck. This was a Realm 5 sneak attack without warning from a flying sword. But Ding Ning had clearly smelled the scent of this flying sword, but he remained motionless. He didn't even intend to use his sword to attack this flying sword. Not right. The 2 cultivators sensed something strange at the same time, and their pupils contracted. The fat merchant cultivator sensed the coldness from under the ice under his feet. He felt great terror. His vital energy surged out of his feet, and his hands grabbed wildly as though he wanted to grab something. But he and the green-robed cultivator next to him had sensed too late, and could not change anything. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the black ice under his feet. Ice powder and water vapor spurted out like a fountain. A small crimson sword pierced through his right foot, followed by a stream of blood and fragments, like a strange snake, flying out from the back of his head. This fat merchant cultivator's eyes widened. He fell back heavily. Even now, he had not discovered who had attacked with this sword. His thin flying sword lost control and floated away. It slid by several feet from Ding Ning, and cut into a wooden pillar. It shook slightly, and then became motionless like a dead dragonfly. Chapter 122. With a strange hum, a light blue flying sword that looked like a bamboo leaf flew out of the green-robed cultivator's sleeve. It danced around him, spreading out countless sword shadows like bamboo leaves falling down. His face was slightly pale as he stared at the small crimson sword that flickered in and out of sight in the darkness. This person was able to make this small crimson sword sneak under the ice without him and his companions detecting it. This meant that the other's cultivation was above his. Just now, if he had been the one to attack first, he would have been facing death. Rapid footsteps reached his and Ding Ning's ears. Even paler, Shen Yi, so nervous his forehead was covered in sweat, appeared in front of the green-robed cultivator and Ding Ning with the legless man on his back. Seeing Ding Ning still standing and the two corpses lying on the ice, Chen Yi immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he turned his head again and looked at the man with the disheveled hair on his back with a complicated expression. He finally understood that his fixed thinking was wrong. Not having legs did not mean he was not fast. At this time, the green-robed cultivator took a deep breath and gave a hurried shout. The ice under his feet shattered and he flew to the side. Clang 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 clang, the extremely terrifying sounds of metal clashing sounded around him. Countless sword images seemed unreal, exploding with small but dazzling sparks around him. Shun Yi's breathing completely stopped. He could sense the vital energy of the sword shop owner on his back was rapidly flowing and releasing. The aura of the small crimson sword that had been faintly discernible in the darkness had completely changed. It had gone from being stealthy at the beginning to being a pure slash of speed. The crimson sword wrapped around the green-robed cultivator who wanted to flee, forming an impenetrable sword net. The green-robed cultivator's flying sword was pushed dozens of feet away from him, and his body was forced to stop completely. "You can't run anymore." The sword shop owner's lips curled up slightly. He said coldly, "Even if you can win against me, you cannot escape today. Also, you cannot even win against me." As he spoke, the small crimson sword suddenly retreated and floated in the shadows. In this short moment of fighting, the green-robed cultivator's clothing was completely soaked in sweat. "I may not run." However, he looked at the sword shop owner and said these words. Just as he said this, the ice beneath his feet suddenly cracked. His entire body was like a sword, directly stabbing into the ice below, sinking into the bone-chilling muddy water. The small light green sword that had been flying around him followed closely behind, sinking into the water with a hiss. Senior sect brother Ding Ning. Careful. Chen Yi suddenly reacted and let out a cry of horror. The muddy and sticky water concealed many of that person's presences. The flying sword stirred up the water under the ice. The green-robed cultivator clearly did not want to leave. He seemed to have turned into an enormous poisonous python, moving through the water to kill Ding Ning on the ice. But at this moment, Ding Ning was still extremely calm. He said in an unusually sincere tone, "I want him alive. This is good for fish market." Shun Yi was stunned. Strange turbulence suddenly appeared on the black and murky ice surface. Cold flows of energy flooded out of the ice, but the ice was not damaged at all. In the next moment, he saw many black bamboos grow out of the ice, swaying without wind. A huge and terrifying cold aura turned the area into a real ghost town. All sounds disappeared, and the color under the water became even gloomier. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the huge poisonous python in an instant. The time was actually very short, but it felt very long. The small crimson sword that flickered in and out of the shadows flew back into the sleeve of the sword shop owner. A patch of ice not far in front of Ding Ning strangely arched upwards like a bamboo shoot was growing out of the mud below. Clack, clack, clack. Finally, there was sound in this deathly silent area. Pieces of ice flew up and fell down. A muddy and dark flow of water surged out like a monster and overturned on the ice at the side. The muddy water spread out on the ice like black oil. The figure that appeared was the green-robed cultivator. At this time, his body was dyed black by the muddy water. He was motionless and it was unknown if he was alive. The swaying black bamboos on the ice seemed to have never existed and silently dissipated. There was a hiss. Only now did Shun Yi recover his ability to breathe. He started to breathe heavily. Only now did he understand what kind of place fish market was in Changling. A hunchbacked old man with a black bamboo staff slowly walked out on a wooden path. Shun Yi's heart beat faster as though it was going to jump out of his throat. This was clearly a Realm 7 Grandmaster cultivator. More importantly, this cultivator cultivated the yin and ghost path rarely seen in the Qin dynasty. While there was no difference in cultivation methods between the righteous path and the unorthodox path, the cultivation records were clear. Cultivators who cultivated the yin and ghost path had a harder time reaching Realm 7 than cultivators who cultivated ordinary methods. "What do you want to do?" The old man with the black bamboo staff withdrew his terrifying presence and asked Ding Ning calmly. Ding Ning bowed in thanks to him and the sword shop owner. He said, "The Divinity Bureau should be very interested in him. I know an official called Mo Qinggong." The old man with the black bamboo staff shook his head slightly. "You are close to Wang Taishu. You should understand that matters in the dark have to be dealt with in the dark. If you get involved with the court, you will attract many disasters." "I understand this." Ding Ning looked at him and said seriously, "But even more importantly, those who want to deal with me should be people in the court, and of high status. I will come to fish market in the future, and they did not care about the rules of fish market this time, so if the person behind them cannot be restrained, there will be even less rules in the marketplace." After a pause, he looked at the old man with the black bamboo staff and added sincerely, "Also, even if something happens, the top of two-level tower will be in front." The old man with the black bamboo staff thought for a moment and said, "I will have someone send him out of fish market to Wang Taishu to deal with." Ding Ning had been extremely calm before, but when he heard the old man agree, and thought of the following possibilities, his heart uncontrollably beat violently. He bowed deeply and thanked the old man with the black bamboo staff again. "You purposefully gave them a chance to act, and used the power of fish market. Next time, it is best if something like this does not happen." The old man with the black bamboo staff did not return the bow. He glanced at him and said coldly, "No one likes to be used." Ding Ning did not argue and said respectfully, "There will not be a next time. You know that I am a cultivator who can deal with them." After the hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff turned and left, the sword shop owner looked coldly at Ding Ning and asked, "I am not sure, but at least I am sure you are related to the person in charge here." Ding Ning looked at him and said, "Also, I gave Shenyi enough time. Even if you feel you cannot deal with them, there is time for someone else to come here." The sword shop owner's gaze swept across the body of the cultivator who had been stabbed to death by Ding Ning and said, "Even people who have been on the path for many years may not be as decisive and thoughtful as you. No wonder Wang Taishu values you so much." Ding Ning said, "Mister's flying sword is also very powerful." The sword shop owner did not respond but said to Shenyi, "You carried me here, are you tired?" Shenyi stilled and said, "Not tired." The sword shop owner said, "If you are not tired, then please carry me back." Shenyi stilled and then said with a slight sweat, "Of course." Ding Ning smiled and said, "I will go back with you first." Shenyi looked hesitantly at the two cultivator corpses on the ice and the cultivator who seemed to be dead. He said softly, "Then we do not need to care." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Since the people of Fish Market have said so, are you still not reassured?" Shenyi sighed in relief. But thinking back to everything that had happened just now, when he started to walk, he could not help but say softly in admiration, "Senior sect brother Ding Ning, I am not as good as you." Ding Ning understood this Guanzhong youth's straightforward personality very well. He knew that no matter how humble he was, the other would still maintain his opinion. So he did not respond. Shenyi could not help but turn and ask the sword shop owner, "Mister, your cultivation is so high, who could cut off your legs?" Ding Ning immediately had an awkward expression. This was akin to rubbing at a scar. While he knew that Shenyi was grateful for the other's help and asked with intentions of helping the other. But did the other understand Shenyi's personality? The sword shop owner said in a cold voice, "I was envied by junior sect brother and plotted against." Ding Ning stilled. Shenyi's expression immediately became awkward. He said, "While I admire senior sect brother Ding Ning, I do not hate him." The sword shop owner sneered and did not speak. Shenyi's chivalrous heart rose again. He asked, "How can there be such a vicious junior sect brother? Have you gotten revenge?" Hearing such tender words, the sword shop owner frowned and said, "If I had gotten revenge, I would not have needed to flee to Changling." Shenyi immediately grew angry and said, "What is that person's name? Where is he now?" The sword shop owner seemed to find this Guanzhong youth interesting and said with slight disdain, "That person is called Gongzi Bai, he is in Camp Mound." Camp Mound? Shenyi stilled. "Mister, you are a cultivator of the Qi dynasty?" Hearing this, Ding Ning's eyes flashed with an unusual light. He could not help but glance at the sword shop owner. Ji country Marquis Gongzibai? Shunyi stilled. Just now, he clearly did not know who Gongzibai was. The sword shop owner smiled with slight disdain and nodded. My junior sect brother has been ennobled. If you want revenge, the Qin dynasty must destroy the Qi dynasty. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.